Dreamscape presents Down a Dark River by Karen Odden. Narrated by Joshua Manning. Chapter 1. London, April 1878. Most of us yard men would say that over time we develop an extra sense for danger close at hand. For me, the earliest glimmer of it appeared when I was still new to Lambeth Division, wearing a scratchy blue coat with shoulders a few inches wider than my own, and I felt my way for the first time down a shadowed alley, truncheon in hand, braced for whatever skulked around the corner. After a dozen years of policing, I liked to believe my instinct had been honed to a keen blade, that I'd seen enough London crime not to be surprised by much, that I could sense the approach of something especially vicious by a prickling along my arms or a tightening below my ribs. But that Tuesday morning, I never saw it coming. A case with a murderer as hell-bent on destruction as the mythical three-headed monster Ellen Trechend roaring out of its cave. All I saw at 8:30 that rainy morning in early April was young Inspector Styles. He knocked and poked his head into my hole of an office, as he'd done dozens of times before. "Inspector Corrigan?" His voice was subdued, and his brown eyes lacked their usual spark. I looked up from some notes I was making about a missing wife. I was 2 days behind on my diary, and in the wake of last year's scandal, the new yard director, Howard Vincent, was a stickler for keeping proper records, in case anyone from the Parliamentary Review Commission wanted to see them at a moment's notice. "What is it?" "The river police found a dead woman downstream from Wapping. They just sent word, and Vincent wants us both to go." The thought of a dead woman was unpleasant, certainly, but it was the other part of Styles' remark that surprised me into silence, because rivermen never asked for help from the yard if they could avoid it. Not to mention that Blair had been the superintendent for 15 years and knew more about the Thames than anyone. Why would he need us? And I could imagine the look he'd give when he saw that it was I who'd been dispatched. Besides, what was Director Vincent doing, sending us off to other divisions? Every one of us already had too many cases, including me, one of which was the missing Mrs. Beckford, which I might manage to resolve by the end of the day, so long as I didn't get sidetracked. And I was keen to find her. Missing people claw at my nerves even worse than dead ones. I snorted my annoyance, and Styles looked apologetic. "The chap said there's something peculiar." As I plucked my overcoat off the rack, Styles took my old black umbrella out of the stand and offered it to me. That was Styles, doing his best to keep me from catching my death, even when I barked at him. I grasped the handle and grunted my thanks. We walked toward Whitehall Place, our umbrellas braced against the rain, and I sent a sideways look at Styles, who was tugging his hat more firmly onto his head. I was his senior by almost a decade, having served in uniform in Lambeth for nearly 3 years, the River Police for 4, and here as a plain-clothes detective at the yard for 5. When he came to the yard 18 months ago, Styles had been an above-average policeman, with hands as quick as most boxers I'd fought, a willingness to learn, and an amiable manner that put witnesses at ease. But he'd been uncertain with me at first, a little nervous. And then the trial last autumn had been hell, with crowds outside the yard every morning, screaming how we were frauds and cheats, and we all deserved hanging, or worse. I could tell it ate at Styles, but we kept our heads down and resolved 6 cases in 3 months, an outcome I like to think encouraged the Review Commission to let the yard remain open for a while longer. So we'd been through enough together that now he was like a sturdy skiff, still bobbing in my wake, but, to my secret satisfaction, not about to be easily overturned by anything. "Mr. Quatermain was in with the director first thing this morning," Styles said, once we were settled into a cab. Of all the members of the review commission, Quatermain was the most critical of the Yard. He believed all police work should be done by men in uniform, partly because the uniform deterred criminals, and partly because our plain clothes provided what he called corrupting opportunities. "I've heard he's in favor of cutting us back further," Styles ventured. "He's trying to make a name for himself at our expense," I said sourly. "The public likes the sound of a clean sweep after a scandal. It feels rotten, though. It isn't fair to keep tarring us all with the same brush." I agreed. It was unjust. Only 3 inspectors, Druskovich, Meiklejohn, and Palmer, had been found guilty of helping criminals evade capture in exchange for substantial bribes, but the press was all too willing to blame the entire Yard. I had a feeling this was why Director Vincent had assigned me, one of the 2 remaining senior inspectors, the task of finding the missing Madeleine Beckford. It wasn't lost on him that Stephen Beckford was a respected gentleman from Mayfair, and a partner in a significant shipping concern. Restoring his wife to him might make it into the newspapers, if there was still one willing to publish anything good about us. The rain had stopped, though the wind gusted, and we hurried from the cab into the river police station, a brick building that loomed over the warehouses on either side. The clerk told us that Blair was on the dock, so we dropped our umbrellas in a stand and made our way out back. It was nearly 9 o'clock in the morning, but the sun was invisible behind the clouds dragging their dark shadows across the Thames. The breeze buffeted us with the smells of fish and brine and spice. Blair stood at the very end of the wooden pier, his back to us, his coat flapping in the wind, his head turned to the left, downstream. As our boots thumped closer on the water-soaked boards, he peered over his shoulder. Catching my eye, he stiffened and turned away, planting his feet across the middle of the dock so neither of us could stand beside him. There was a time when Blair and I would have stood shoulder to shoulder on a case, a time when I craved Blair's good opinion more than anyone's, and for 4 years he'd given it to me, along with training and advice and introductions to people he thought I should know. But things happened, and when I asked for a transfer to the Yard, Blair took it badly. He sneered at me for my presumptiveness, ripped into me for my arrogance, and cursed me for being disloyal while I held my tongue. I had my reasons for leaving Wapping, but they were best kept to myself. Once at the Yard, I didn't have much to do with Blair, but the past few years when we happened to be in the same room, Blair pointedly ignored me. So my insides felt like a reef knot pulled tight as Styles and I walked the last few steps. "Superintendent," I said. Blair gave a phlegmy sniff in reply, and behind his back, Styles shot me a questioning glance, which I ignored. Beside Blair lay the simple canvas and pole stretcher we used to remove bodies from the river to the station. His eyes still focused downstream, he said, "They're towing her in." I had a sudden, absurd vision of the dead body being towed through the water behind one of the river police boats. "The body?" I asked. "She was found in a lighter," Blair replied. "Ah, a lighter." Now I wondered if Blair had in fact requested me specifically. Before I was a policeman, I'd been a lighterman for hire. And, as a result, I was uncommonly familiar with the fleets of small boats used for carrying cargo from dock to ship and back. The 3 of us stood silently shivering in our coats. At last a gap appeared in the traffic, and the river police boat emerged, its prow pushing through a web of scrap and refuse. It eased toward the dock, 2 men navigating against the current. On a tow line lurched the lighter, a rough blanket covering what lay in the bottom. "Who found her?" I asked. "A riverman," Blair replied. "About 6:15, by Limehouse Basin." Just over 2 miles downstream, near the West India docks. The boats drew close. One of the men was new to me, but with a feeling of relief, I recognized the other as Andrews, a good man, 15 years older than I, smart and trustworthy. I tipped my hat so he could see my face, and his surprise was followed by a warm smile. "Hello, Mickey," he said, his eyes darting toward Blair to assess how he was taking my presence. "Good to see you, Andrews," I replied. He maneuvered the boat to within inches. The other man flipped the black fenders over the sides and threw the line to me. I tied up, my hands moving automatically around the cleat while my eyes scanned the boat. It was just your average lighter, low-slung, broad across, more weathered than most, but with no obvious identifying marks. Andrews removed the 2 rocks weighting the blanket. In the moment before he pulled it away from her face, I wondered if by some coincidence the victim might be Madeline Beckford. But it wasn't. This woman was a few years younger, no more than 20 years of age. Her chin was dropped to the side, and her dark hair fell in waves across her breast. "For God's sake," I muttered. "She looks asleep." Then Andrews drew away the blanket to reveal the rest of her. Her wrists were bound with rope, and a good amount of blood stained the upper half of her skirts, which appeared torn. Something inside me hardened with the force of a slammed door, like it always did. "Ugh," Stiles said softly. But it didn't look to me as though the amount of blood she'd lost would be enough to kill her. So how had she died? A blow to her head? There was no sign of blood amid the hair. Perhaps she'd been killed elsewhere and laid in the boat. But why would someone bother doing that? Her being in a lighter was peculiar, as Stiles said. But more than that, she was not the sort of person we usually pull out of the Thames. Her dress was of dark blue brocade, which I recognized because my Belinda had one of a similar fabric. The bodice was embroidered with silvery threads, and the ripped skirt revealed the shimmering undergarments that probably cost a small fortune. In short, she was no female mudlark who'd been scrounging along the riverbanks for bits of coal or scrap, and she was no prostitute either. That type wouldn't have a dress like this unless it was stolen, and one look at the snug fit of the bodice told me it likely belonged to the wearer. Though her hair was mussed, it had been done in an elaborate style, formed into thick brown coils that fell over her shoulder, the way Belinda sometimes wore hers. "Look at her hands," Stiles murmured to me. Her skin was pale and soft, the fingernails clean, no doubt about it. She was the wife or daughter of someone of means, which meant they'd be looking for her and holding the police accountable. I looked again, closely. No rings, no necklace, no earrings. I said to Stiles, "Where's the jewelry?" He looked startled and then chagrined. "Of course, I didn't think of that." Blair spoke up. "There's a few splats on her dress, but she was never in the water." Yes, the hem of her dress was clean. Someone had put her in this boat, carried her to it, possibly even placed her in alive. I bent over the stretcher and unfurled the canvas so it lay flat between the 2 poles. God knows how many times I'd done that. "Get her out of there," Blair said. Andrews scooped up the body, and Stiles took her from his arms. "She's stiffish," he said, and laid her on the stretcher before picking up the ends of 2 poles as Andrews took the others. "You look over the boat," Blair said to me, and strode up the pier in their wake. Well, it was no more than I'd expected. I stepped in, taking care where I put my feet. The sweeps used for steering were absent, but the boat seemed intact. Some pinkish petals and twigs floated in an inch of water, but that was probably rainwater, not a leak. I bent over the bow to look for numbers, letters, or any of the symbols I'd recognize, burned into the sides below the gunwales, but I found none. There were no cluster of interior scratches, meaning it probably wasn't a company boat, which handled one or two sizes of packages repeatedly. Shifting my weight, I stepped over the center thwart toward the stern, and bent to check the exterior and the transom for nicks or markings. Still nothing. The 4 thwarts, all present and intact, met the sides, and their grooves hadn't been reinforced to accommodate heavier-than-usual loads. The metal cleats were solid, but if they'd borne manufacturers' marks, these had been effaced. Finally, I bent over and sniffed. A tea or tobacco manufacturer's wares will taint the wood, but I smelled only mouldering planks. A few hard drops of rain pelted my back. With nothing more to be discovered here, I headed into the station. As I hurried to the pier, I scanned the quay and felt a flash of relief that I saw no one. Even a novice newspaperman would have sensed a story here. As I entered, a young sergeant gave a respectful bob of his head and gestured down the hall. "Second door, Inspector." The young woman's body lay prone on a worn wooden table. My eyes were drawn to a white sliver of skin amid her skirts. The cloth had been sliced crudely all the way to the waist. Styles was standing at some distance, trying to keep a wretched look off his face. I could read his thoughts as if they'd been printed on his forehead. Had the murderer raped her before he killed her? The young woman was perhaps 5'3" or 4", slender but not underfed, 7.5 or 8 stone. Her face was pale, with a patrician nose, fine dark brows, and a well-formed chin, but her mouth was raw at the corners, as if she'd been gagged, and it wore the rictus I associated with death. I examined the bodies and saw pearls among the silver threads. This dress probably cost more than I made in 5 years. Someone had removed the ropes that bound her wrists and positioned her arms to reveal several fairly deep cuts, crusted with blood, across the skin of her forearms. I bent closer. These cuts were clean, probably made by a blade, and likely the source of the blood on the skirts. Blair drew back her curls and pointed to the throat, with purplish-brown marks. I put my hands close. The murderer's hands were about the size of mine, doubtless a large man. "Can't tell if he choked her first, or if he cut her when she was still alive," Blair said. "Why wouldn't he just have dumped her body in the river?" Andrews asked. "Maybe he meant to, but she landed in the boat," Jenkins said behind me. "She was laid out too nicely for that." I turned. "Unless you moved her." Jenkins put up a hand in denial. "Didn't touch her, just put the blanket over her to be decent." "He might have killed her in the boat," Blair said. "But why float her down the river?" Andrews shrugged. "Perhaps didn't want to be bothered with moving her." "It looks like she's wearing her own clothes," Styles interjected. He was thinking of a case from last month, with a man who made a shop girl change her clothes before he killed her. It was one of the reasons we hadn't initially identified the body. We'd been looking for a girl in a green dress, and she was wearing black mourning, 2 sizes too large. I nodded. "The dress fits her. She's wealthy." Blair's mouth twitched irritably. "Did you find anything on the boat?" I shook my head. "Nothing above the waterline." He coughed to clear his throat. "Well, the Yard'll hear about this sort of missing woman quicker than anyone else." Only then, with a flash of annoyance, did I realize that this might have been another reason he'd wanted me here, to serve as a messenger boy back to the yard. Because public opinion notwithstanding, people still came to us to find missing friends and relatives. Blair turned to Jenkins. "Ask Charlie Dower to come in for a sketch. Then he can make copies to take round to the other divisions, while Corrivan takes her to the morgue." I wasn't Blair's to command, but I didn't balk, partly because I'd have chosen to go to the morgue anyway. If I went alone, so much the better. Jenkins returned with Dower, a short, sturdy man of about 40. He was one of the desk clerks and a good hand with a pencil. He had a habit of humming, as he drew, off-key measures of music hall songs. Tilting his head back, he flashed a smile up at me. "Hello, Inspector. A pleasure." "Hello, Charlie." He studied the woman for a moment, before nudging her chin. I was standing on the opposite side of the table, and the movement revealed a flicker of silver in the hair at the back of her neck. "Wait." I pointed. "Look there." Blair came to my side, bent down and squinted. "I see." His thick fingers took a moment to untangle it. "What is it?" Styles asked. Blair laid it on the table. As if in answer to our prayers, on a thin chain hung a heart-shaped locket bearing a scrolled monogram, R-A-E, with the A larger for her surname. I pushed the tiny button at the side. The locket sprang open to reveal a picture of a young man, light hair, a close-mouthed smile. Smug, I thought, but handsome. Perhaps a brother, but probably a sweetheart. We could have Charlie Dower not only depict the woman, but also reproduce an enlarged image of the small, delicate photograph. With the initials from the locket and some luck, we discover who she was within a day or so. "This bloke'll know who she is," Blair said. Styles winced, his sympathy evident on his face. He was thinking that if this man loved her, her brutal death would all but kill him. Into my mind, unbidden, came a vision of Belinda's beautiful hazel eyes, her dark hair, and her hand on my left cheek, drawing me close for a kiss. I turned abruptly and made my way back out to the pier for some air. Chapter 2. I had Styles wait for copies of Charlie's drawings, so he could deliver them to the Metropolitan Police divisions in the wealthier areas of London. Meanwhile, I took the first copies of both sketches for myself and went to the morgue. I waited for the examiner to share his findings, so it was nearly 2:00 when I entered the yard. Sergeant Connell motioned me over to his desk. "What did Blair want with you?" "A dead woman, about 20, well-to-do, choked to death. They found her floating down the river in a lighter." His eyes widened. "Cool, like a bit of cargo. That's bloody strange." He nodded toward Director Vincent's closed door. "Might be her father in there. Daughter's missing since last night. He brought a picture." "What's his name?" "Albert, or maybe Alfred. He's a judge." He dragged out the last word in a way that told me the man had not endeared himself to Sergeant Connell. Albert or Alfred, either way, an A, and a judge, so he was likely well off. Those two pieces fit. I nodded. "Might be." I went to my office to remove my coat. If Archibald Bowden were still our director, I'd have gone straight to his office and knocked, wet coat, filthy shoes and all. But Vincent was a different sort of man. He was my age, young for the post at just 30 years old, the second son of a baronet, and a former correspondent for the Daily Telegraph. What's more, he'd never spent a day in uniform, while most of us had spent a few years in the rougher divisions, Lambeth, Stepney, or the chapel. Vincent's appointment after the bribery scandal had given rise to grumbles that he must be someone's favourite nephew. To go along with his neat waistcoat and shined shoes, he had a way of speaking that was different from most of us who'd been raised working class. Still, I'm not one of those who thinks that a bit of public school Polish means a man's a fool. What bothered me was how Vincent was more concerned with kowtowing to the review commission than with making it so we didn't all have dozens of cases on our desks. During the 3 months since he'd arrived, I had mostly stayed out of his way. I pulled an old rag out of a drawer and swiped at my shoes and the bottoms of my trousers before I went to Vincent's door. Through the mottled glass, I saw 2 figures. The director was sitting behind the desk, while the judge seemed to overflow the leather armchair reserved for guests. I heard a low, rumbling voice, but couldn't make out the words. I knocked, and Vincent answered, a frown coming over his features when he saw me. "Could I speak with you a moment?" I flicked my gaze toward the judge and back. As I said, Vincent isn't a fool. He caught my meaning. "Of course." He turned his head. "Excuse me, Your Honour." He went to my office, and I shut the door behind us. He surveyed the clutter, but said nothing as he rested his fingertips on the top slat of a chair stacked with case files. His gaze, steady and observant, met mine across the desk. "What did you find?" I took both drawings from my pocket, unfolded the soft creases, and laid them on the desk. The sketch of the young woman on top. Connell said the judge brought a photograph of his missing daughter. This is the dead woman they found on the river this morning. Do you think it's her? He let out an audible exhale. There's a strong resemblance. His fingertips drew the man's portrait out from behind hers. Who's this? His picture was in her locket. Briefly, I relayed the events of the morning, concluding with her initials. They match, Vincent acknowledged. Was she... He hesitated, chose the polite alternative. Outraged before she was killed? No, although her skirts were cut to the waist, as if he thought about it. I paused. The examiner said she died of choking, and the cuts on her wrists happened after. I went to the morgue and sent Styles over to Marylebone, Chelsea, and Mayfair with sketches. Only those 3? They were the most likely, but it seems he needn't have bothered. I nodded in the direction of Vincent's office. Who's he? Matthew Albert, of Portman Square, in Mayfair. Despite myself, I started. My missing woman, Mrs. Beckford, lived not an eighth of a mile from there. That part of Mayfair wasn't the usual breeding ground for crime. Then again, London was changing. Vincent was staring at the sketch of the dead woman. Assuming she's our victim, her name is Rose. R. That made 2 of the 3 initials correct. She's 20, unmarried, and attended the annual ball at Lord Harvey's last night. Vincent pushed the heel of his hand into the middle of his brow, as if he had a sudden pain. I wondered what aspect of this case upset him especially. It might be that this young woman was from his own class, and could have been someone he knew. He dropped his hand to his side. We need to keep this quiet. We can't have the press trumpeting that we're failing to keep our young ladies safe, on top of everything else. True. But that wasn't the only reason to keep it away from the papers. A single headline could turn this case into a bloody circus, with people peppering us with clues, 99% of which would steer us astray. I doubt the papers know, I said. The key was empty. Well, that's something. Vincent still looked grim. The photograph he brought is a good one, but be prudent. Please make absolutely certain. As if I wouldn't. No doubt he'll have questions. It's better you answer them." Vincent led the way back to his office, took a fortifying inhale, and opened the door. The judge was a large man, running to fat, though the cut of his clothes worked to conceal it. His thick forearm held a silver frame against his waistcoat. His polished shoes caught my eye. He hadn't walked anywhere outdoors today, that much was certain. Vincent stood beside his desk. "Your Honour, I'd like to introduce Chief Inspector Michael Corrivan. He was called to the River Police this morning." The judge frowned. Vincent continued. "Please show the inspector your photograph." The judge didn't rise, so I stepped forward to take it. The weight of the frame told me this was solid silver, not plate, and the photograph was one of the new expensive kind, tinted with colours. I studied the picture for a long moment. The nose, the chin, the brows, her mouth. Making allowances for the way death altered faces, this was the dead woman. I looked up. "I'm very sorry. This morning, a woman was found dead on the river. Your photograph tells me it's your daughter." "Don't be a fool," he said, his voice surly. "She'd never go near the river." This sort of hostility didn't get my hackles up anymore. "She wore a heart-shaped locket, about so big." I put my thumb and forefinger an inch or so apart, with the monogram R.A.E. "To my point," he waved a hand. "She doesn't own such a thing." I set aside the fact that the initials matched. "She was dressed in a fancy gown of dark blue brocade with silver threads," I continued. "There were pearls sewn into the bodice, sleeves that just covered her shoulders, and the skirt had a train." This punctured the man's confidence at last. He blinked several times rapidly. "She has a dress like that. It came from Worth's." His voice faded. "In Paris, on the Rue de la Paix." It's peculiar the details that come to people's mind in those first minutes. But I understood. He was clinging to what he knew to be true, in the face of something he couldn't imagine. He swallowed visibly. "How?" I paused to see if Vincent would answer. "I asked how." The judge's eyes sparked with anger. "Tell me, man, or don't you bloody know?" I kept my voice even. "She was choked and put into a small boat, which was found near Limehouse Basin. We don't think she suffered." That last was a lie, but I said it anyway. He went white to the lips, and then 2 red spots appeared, one in each cheek. "I must see her. I'm not telling her mother until I do." "I'll have one of the sergeants take you," Vincent said. So, Vincent wanted me to stay here. I said to the judge, "I'll need to ask you some questions." Vincent gave a warning cough to catch my eye. He shook his head, and I felt a prickle of irritation. I hadn't planned to ask questions now. I can be tactless, but I'm not heartless. The judge was in such shock that I'd get nothing useful out of him anyway. The judge appeared not to have heard me. He pushed himself up from the chair and put out his hand for the frame, which I returned. An umbrella with a fine ivory handle stood beside the door. As he left the room, I picked up the umbrella, planning to hand it to him outside. "Did you bring a carriage, Your Honour?" Vincent asked. The judge halted, struggled to recollect, then nodded. As we made our way through the central room, I motioned to Sergeant Phillips, who leaped up from his desk and put on his coat. While Vincent steered the judge through the door, I asked Phillips to take the judge to the morgue, confirm the woman's identity, and be sure he arrived home safely. Vincent held the carriage door for the judge and stepped back, and as Phillips climbed in, I tucked the umbrella near the judge's feet. "May I call on you tomorrow, sir?" The judge looked at me blankly, as if he were seeing me for the first time, as I suppose he was. Time would always be divided into before he began to take in his daughter's death and after. But the judge surprised me. His expression hardened. "No, not tomorrow. Tonight. Just give me time to go to the morgue and tell her mother." So it begins, I thought. The uneven waves of grief and rage and pain, and a desire for justice, especially for a judge. That desire might be the ballast that kept him upright through the coming weeks. As the carriage disappeared into the swarm of black cabs heading north, I wondered how Rose's mother would take the news. I always felt worse for the mothers. At the door, Vincent stood waiting, with his hands clasped behind him. "He's the sort who won't rest until he knows who did this. You should probably call first thing tomorrow." He asked me to call this evening. I pulled the door open for Vincent to pass through. He led the way to his office. "You must find out who her young man is, but I didn't want to put ideas in the judge's head." "Someone will know him. Her maid or a friend?" "Just so." He nodded. "Make this case your chief concern. Set aside the rest of them for now." Perhaps I grimaced, for he asked, "How many others do you have?" "Near 35. 35? His eyebrows rose, but when I said nothing by way of excuse or explanation, he tapped a few papers on his tidy desk so the corners aligned. "Very well. Give some of the more hopeful ones to Mr. Styles. It will be good for him to have something new. He seems a bit lackluster." Styles didn't seem lackluster to me, and the last thing he needed was a stack of my unsolved cases. However, I wasn't going to say so. Nor was I going to tell Vincent that I wasn't going to abandon Mrs. Beckford on his command. Her trail had gone cold, but it had warmed up again yesterday, when a crossing sweep told me he'd seen a policeman trying to subdue a woman matching Mrs. Beckford's description a few weeks ago. Against all odds, she might not be dead, and this might be my chance to find her. If my attempt today came to nothing, well, then I'd do as Vincent asked. I replied, "Yes, sir." I left the yard a few minutes later, planning to stop for a belated lunch on my way to the asylum, where I hoped to find my missing woman. But there was a break in the rain, and I leaned against the rough stone wall and looked down at the Thames. Sometime during the night, Rose Albert might have floated past this curve. Some people say the Thames is the lifeblood of the city, and in certain lights I can see it. On those days when the breeze blows just the right way, and shards of sunlight brighten the waves stirred up by boats carrying the foodstuffs and mail, textiles and machines that make our modern life what it is. But me, I say it's mostly a cesspool, a receptacle for the entire city's detritus, complete with entrails and rotting corpses. And fight as you might, it corrupts the people who work on it. That filth had lapped my shoes when I worked at Wapping. But what does it say about me that when I left, I made it only as far as the yard, less than a furlong from the embankment? My desk happened to face west, and on days like this, it's easy to imagine the Thames as a live serpent, filthy and slithering at my back. The smell rising from the muddy shallows was a vile mixture of refuse and rotten fish. Along the river moved tugs, large and small, steam-powered boats and rowed skiffs. Moored in front of me were sailboats and schooners, the masts forming an oscillating calligraphy against the clouds. Distant lightning flashed, glimmering on the far reaches where the river headed out to sea. I counted. 1, 1,000. 2, 1,000. 3, 1,000. 4, 1,000. Nothing. Perhaps it was too far. Only when I turned away did I hear it, above the clanking of metal, the rumble of the boats, and the men's shouts on the wharves. Thunder rolling in from the east, low and savage. A storm was on its way to the valley. It would be here soon. Chapter 3. Belinda has her own particular surmise about why cases involving missing people bother me so. Namely, because my own mother vanished when I was 11. Now, I'm the first to admit Belinda is clever about people. Once in a while I'll talk with her about my work, and although mostly she just listens with that look that tells me she understands what I mean without my having to be overly particular about how I say it, every so often she'll offer an insight about someone involved that strikes like a wave across the beam, rolling me sideways. But in this instance, she's mistaken. To me, it's the uncertainty that's so disturbing. That is, a dead body lying in front of you, whether it's been knifed in an alley or pulled from a boat, is a horrible thing. However, a dead body is certain, and once you've seen it, you've faced the worst. But a missing person? Your imagination can take the most violent, depraved acts and multiply them endlessly until the moment she is found. Meanwhile, it's all dread and doubt, with that sick clutch at your insides every time it seems you've found her, only to discover you haven't. I've been searching for Madeline Beckford for 3 weeks, since her husband had called at the yard to report her missing. In my office, he'd explained, wretchedly and with some mortification, that over the past several months his wife had given way to peculiarities that verged on delusions. Finally, one cold March night, she'd had a tantrum and fled the house wearing only a brown silk dress. He'd spent 2 days making discreet inquiries of friends before coming to us. I let him see my annoyance at the delay. Any fool knows we stand a better chance of finding someone if we're called in promptly. He defended his actions by saying that he wanted to save her from embarrassment when she returned. I'm not one to accept unquestioningly what I'm told by anyone, particularly by husbands about their wives, and vice versa. Still, I felt for the man, who seemed sincerely torn about how best to protect her. Naturally, I verified his account with others, including his brother, a friend, and a doctor, who provided yet more shocking examples of Mrs. Beckford's peculiarities. It made me wonder, was Mr. Beckford unaware of them? Or was he just downplaying his wife's strange behavior so as not to disgrace her or himself? Either way, I'd spent 3 weeks placing advertisements and inquiring at police divisions, hospitals and train stations, in expanding circles around Mayfair. Only yesterday had I discovered where she might be, and that for half a crown I could go in and get her. Which brought me, coins in pocket, to the Holmdale Lunatic Asylum for the Poor. The female attendant on the madwoman's ward was squat and red-haired and smelled of gin, like a character in a jailhouse sketch by Dickens. She led me down a hallway that reeked of piss, and opened the small Judas window in one of the wooden doors. I peered through it into the rotten little room. A young woman sat grimly motionless on top of what passed for a sleeping pallet. A stained straitjacket held her arms crossed over her chest. What I could see of her dress was torn and filthy, but I felt a small bubble of hope. It appeared to be a brown silk gown. "How long has she been here?" I asked. The attendant sniffed and wiped her nose with her sleeve. "I dunno." I glared down from my height. "A week, or a month, or a year?" "Summit less than a month," she grumbled. "A constable brought her. Found her in the street." "Let me in," I said. "Keys are kept at the back of the hall," she muttered, and shuffled off in that direction. Through the square window, I called Mrs. Beckford twice. The first time gently, so as not to frighten her, and the second more loudly, so she might hear me above the moans and cries echoing along the corridor. But she did not move her eyes from a spot on the wall. If she'd been in her right mind when she arrived, she wasn't now. But who could blame her? A single day would be a horror. And she'd been here for weeks, with no idea if she'd ever escape. That alone would have turned me into a raving lunatic. As I waited for the attendant, my eyes adjusted to the semi-darkness, and I could see the woman more clearly. Her snarled brown hair, a fragile white ankle, her bare toes. The space between her pallet and the wall was just wide enough for a metal pail, which probably served as a chamber pot. Along the lower margin of the wall sped a rat, its body round, its tail long and straight as a blade. I'd been in asylums before, but none so grim as this. My friend James Everett, a medical man who treated diseases of the mind, ran a quiet ward at St. Anne's Hospital, where soothing yellow walls were adorned with paintings of flowers. Very few patients were in restraints, and the nurses were chosen for their gentle manners. The attendant returned, swinging a ring of keys, the metallic ping-ping setting off a range of hopeful cries from behind other doors. She laughed uproariously, and I had a sudden longing to serve some of her cruelty back to her in the shape of a shaking. But if nothing else, the trial last fall and its ugly aftermath had taught me prudence, and my task was to get Mrs. Beckford out without having to use time-consuming legal methods. She picked through the keys until she found the one she wanted. "She ain't going to talk to you. She ain't talked since she come." She dragged open the door, then closed it behind us. The damp air stank of rotten plaster and the woman's unwashed body. Cockroaches scattered in front of my boots as I approached the pallet and knelt beside her. Tiny bugs moved along her neck at the edge of the straitjacket. She did not appear to notice. I touched her arm. Still, she did not move. I reached a hand and gently brushed aside her hair so I could better see her face. She shrank from my touch, and her mouth tightened into a suspicious knot. But making allowances for the time she'd been in this hellish hole, she resembled the portrait, hanging in her husband's study. Blue eyes, a mole by her left temple, a smallish nose, and light brown hair. The only difference was the absence of a shy smile. There was a grim set to her cracked lips. "This portrait was done last year," her husband had said, his voice pained as we gazed up at it. "She was so sweet and perfectly sane when I married her. You can see it in her face." I'd made no reply. My first thought was that when admitting patients, James has always insisted that the countenance provides no evidence of madness or sanity. I'd witnessed myself how one of his patients, with doe-like brown eyes and a gentle smile, had stabbed a nurse with a fork. My second thought, as I had studied Mrs. Beckford's portrait, was that I knew from Belinda's painful experience how people's characters can change drastically, and sometimes not of their own volition. "Mrs. Beckford," I said for the third time. "I'm an inspector with the Metropolitan Police. I've come to get you out of here." Her body twitched, rustling the pallet underneath her, but her eyes remained vacant. And then, quietly, I tried her Christian name. "Madeline." Her eyes darted to my face. What I saw there, the desperation of a hunted animal, not a mad one, made me flinch. Not wanting to lose her, I held her gaze and spoke without turning my head. "Release her." The attendant crouched and untied the straps, jerking the straitjacket off. Still, the woman did not move. Cautiously, I put my hands on her sleeves. Under the filthy silk, her arms were like the bones of a bird, and her whole demeanor was at odds with what I'd been told about her viciousness, her tantrums, and her lasciviousness. "How long has she been wrapped?" I asked. Sullenly, "Since 2 days after she come. We had to. She was having fits." "What do you mean, fits?" "Fits!" the attendant snapped. "Raving and screeching and writhing about. So we put her in a jacket and she shut her hole." "How has she been eating, without her hands?" A hesitation. "I feed her soup." I turned. There was no light of humanity in those piggish eyes. I could just imagine how much of the soup made it into her mouth as opposed to Mrs. Beckford's. I picked the unresisting woman up, one arm around her back and the other under her knees. She couldn't have weighed 7 stone. "Unlock the door." The attendant held out her open palm and raised her eyebrows. Awkwardly, I slung Mrs. Beckford over my shoulder and reached into my pocket, withdrawing a half-crown and depositing it in her grimy hand. She slid the coin through her fingers as dexterously as a magician and ran her tongue along the edge. Finding it satisfactory, she dropped it into the pocket of her soiled apron, unlocked the door, and pushed it open for us to pass through. Once I gained the hallway, I strode toward the front door, dropped a second coin into the palm of the guard, and reached the pavement, where I gulped the comparatively fresh air. Upon hailing a cab, I placed Mrs. Beckford inside as gently as I could, and beside me she hunched, staring mutely again. The journey proceeded at a painful crawl among the carriages and costermongers' wagons, and I felt a rising impatience. But she seemed devoid of anticipation or interest. Her arms remained wrapped around herself, as if she was still in the straitjacket, or simply cold. The cab crossed Willis Lane and continued onto her street. Anticipating Mr. Beckford's relief and his wife's thankfulness, I said with no small satisfaction, "Mrs. Beckford, you're almost home." She turned to look. The misting rain blurred the view, but the light of the gas lamps shone upon the wet, wrought iron fence that ran along the row of terraced houses, at the end of which stood hers. From the windows came the pleasant glow of lit fireplaces and electrified lamps, signs of prosperity and comfort. Surely her experience at Homedale would cause her to appreciate her home, and whatever had caused her to flee could be put right somehow. I saw on her face the struggle she made to recall herself to the present, and as she recognized where she was, her eyes widened, and her mouth opened in a silent scream. Flinging her arms out, she snatched up the truncheon I'd laid on the cushion and whirled it toward my face. Instinctively my hand came up, and the wood hit my palm with a force that speared pain up my arm. I seized the weapon, flinging it to the floor, and she launched toward me, her hands coming like claws, one set of nails raking my cheek, the other clutching at my hair, ripping some from my scalp. I grasped her arms, though in the same second I was mindful of not wanting to hurt her. Her screams began in earnest, as loud as a river police siren, like the howling of a creature being whipped. Both arms straining in spasms, she freed her left hand. I caught it and wrapped my arms around her, holding her body close against my own. One thing was certain. I couldn't leave her here. I kicked the wall of the cab and shouted, "Driver, go on to St. Anne's Hospital." The wheels slowed to a halt. He either didn't hear me or thought he'd misheard. Her thin arm started to slither out from under mine. I tightened my grasp and kicked again at the side of the cab. "For God's sake, man! To St. Anne's Hospital! Go!" Chapter 4. The moment the carriage turned off her street, Mrs. Beckford ceased struggling, and within another few minutes she returned to her rigid, silent state. Several times she clenched her shoulders as if to pull away from me. Very well. I'd release her from my grasp so long as she didn't try to claw me again. I set my boot on the truncheon, rolling about, and warily loosened my fingers. She scrambled to the opposite corner, her eyes fixed on me accusingly, her half-open mouth revealing the edges of her teeth. With each breath came a peculiar gurgle in her throat. As the cab jostled over the cobbles, my eyes never left her. If she attacked me again as we drew up to my friend's hospital, I'd be ready. My scalp was tingling, and something dripped down my cheek. I put my fingertips to my cheek, and they came away bloody. Not just drops, but a smear of red. I stifled a curse and pressed the heel of my hand to the cut, which was starting to sting. It was obvious she wasn't going back into that house without a fight, and if we forced her, God knows what would happen. In her eyes, a fierce, bright shine spoke of something more than fear. I'd known fear for years, had learned to fold it into quarters like a handkerchief, to carry it with me, wear it close, tucked in a pocket. But this was desperation. That shine was as clear as words spoken aloud. Like a wolf caught in a trap, she was willing to chew off her own limb if it meant escaping with her life. The realization brought a prickle of heat down my arms, all the way to my hands, and my spine sought the cushion behind me. 15 years ago, I'd fled Whitechapel with nothing but a sack of clothes, a few shillings, and my fists, because I wouldn't have lived through the night if I hadn't. Was this what those blazing eyes were trying to tell me, that her life depended on staying out of that house? We watched each other silently, with unwavering suspicion on her part and an evolving sympathy and curiosity on mine, until we drew up to the hospital. St. Anne's was a brown brick building, 3 stories high, with large windows and a clock up top that showed 6:15. The black wrought iron gate that separated the building from the street wasn't all that different from the one at her house, and by the gas lamp outside the carriage I saw her stiffen with alarm. "Madeline," I said, remembering how she'd responded to her name. "This is a hospital. A good one, not like Homedale. My friend is a doctor, and you'll have a clean bed and warm food and kind nurses." Her expression remained distrustful, but she didn't bolt or come at me. One hand grasped the windowsill, and the other held a thin clump of my black hair in a fist in her lap. One of the hospital caretakers came through the gate and approached the carriage. He held an umbrella over his head, so I saw who it was only when he tilted it back. I leaned forward. "Hello, Owen." His eyes widened at my appearance and that of Madeline, but I gave him a sharp look, and he said pleasantly, "Why, Mr. Corrivan, what can I do for you?" "Could you ask Dr. Everett to come out here, please?" "Of course." He vanished, and in a few minutes my friend's shorter and sturdier figure appeared under the same black umbrella, which he angled back to reveal his pleasant mien, a head of thick greying hair, and a tidy moustache and beard. He wasn't wearing his silver-rimmed reading spectacles, so I could plainly see his eyes, bright with curiosity. "Corrivan." Though he asked me years ago to call him James, he always called me by my surname. He claimed it suited me, especially on those days when I was in what he called my predatory humour, stalking around in my black overcoat like a crow of the genus Corvus. "James." I nodded toward Madeline. He peered into the carriage and said softly, "Oh my." I stepped out, under the protection of his umbrella, leaving Madeline inside. He inspected my cheek. "Owen said you looked as though you'd been in a fight. Did she do that?" "After she tried to bash my head with my truncheon." I put my fingertips gingerly to the wound. I was still bleeding, though less than before. The corner of his mouth twitched. Well, I'm glad to see you could defend yourself. She must weigh at least half of what you do. Oh, shut your head. Where did you find your fearsome adversary? I brought her out of Holmdale less than an hour ago. She's been there for weeks. At that, all signs of humour vanished from his face. I'll have the nurses prepare a bed. Who is her nearest relation? I hesitated. It's complicated. He looked askance. I tried to take her home. That's why she did this. I gestured to my face. We pulled up to the door, and she fought like a cat caught in a bloody pillowcase. But she was fine until then. Fine? I pulled a face. She sat stiff as wood, arms wrapped around her, as if she was still in a straitjacket. His mouth tightened at the word, as I knew it would. Very well, go wash up. I'll examine her, and then you can illuminate me. Relieved, I headed up the path. James might jest about my injuries, but I could trust him to do everything possible for her. Behind me, I heard the cab door open, and James's voice soothing, courteous, charming. Hello, my dear. Why don't you come out of there? It took James a good while to settle Madeline in the ward, long enough for me to wash my face, pace about his office with its books and anatomical models, and gather my thoughts, which had altered over the past 2 hours. Until now, I had largely accepted the accounts of Beckford, his brother Robert, his friend Spear, and the doctor who had been treating Mrs. Beckford, because they had verified one another without being too perfectly similar. All had described her increasingly odd behaviour, and had been unable to name a reasonable cause. But Madeline's panic desperation at her house and her relative calm as we drew up to the hospital didn't fit easily with the men's accounts. Either she was wholly delusional, or there was another piece to her story. With this new murder case to work, I didn't have time to uncover the truth, but eventually she'd be capable of explaining herself. I only needed to convince James to let her stay here, sub rosa, until then. He would resist, because admitting her without her husband's consent was illegal, but I had known James a long time, and I had some idea of what might sway him. James came into his office carrying tea for himself and coffee for me. I wrapped my hands around the proffered cup, feeling the stiffness in my knuckles, always worse when it rained. James once said it was from my years of boxing, adding disapprovingly that I deserved the pain for engaging in that sort of mercenary savagery in the first place. He took the chair behind his desk. "How is she?" I asked. "Disturbed, certainly. Her brain function is irregular, and she has a cluster of primary and secondary symptoms." "Has she said anything?" "Not a word." He frowned. "Who is she, and why was she lodged at Holmdale?" 3 weeks ago, I began. Her husband, Stephen Beckford, came to the yard to report her missing. Beckford? He shifted in his chair. Of Beckford Imports. You know him? We're not acquainted, but the family funded a new surgery at St. Bartholomew's. They named it in honour of their family solicitor, I think it was. The Griffiths wing. They must think a good deal of their solicitor, I said. Or they want to avoid others requesting donations, James replied dryly. But continue. How long had Mrs. Beckford been missing? 2 days. He looked dubious. Why wait? Had she done this sort of thing before? I drank and relished the coffee, warming my insides. Before I tell you, I want you to know that I've never seen her before today. All I knew is what I've been told by various people. The stories correspond, but she might give a different account. He gave me a shrewd look. I can tell you feel sorry for her, no matter what she did to your face. Well, yes, I admitted. But I'll tell you everything, and you can decide for yourself. I set the cup on the desk. Every Wednesday night, Beckford and his friend Spear go to Clavel's and the theatre. Spear writes reviews for the Turn book. James sipped his tea. A respectable journal. The two of them had returned to Beckford's house at around 11:30, as usual, to find Madeline waiting up in the library with a fire. On what Beckford called her happy days, they would have a glass of wine altogether. But this time was different. Beckford said she was distraught, and began to accuse him of all manner of unkindness, none of it true. Spears said he was shocked and embarrassed, got himself away as quickly as he could. What sort of unkindness? According to Beckford, looking through her mail and gossiping about her to the servants. But Spear said she made outrageous accusations, stealing her jewellery, trying to poison her, dismissing her favourite maid to torment her. He also said she came at Beckford with her fingernails ready to scratch. James looked quizzical. Beckford didn't tell you that. I shook my head. I think he was mortified. Tried to tell me as little as possible, while wanting me to understand she might be in danger. James ran his thumb and forefinger along the edge of his desk, as if creasing a tablecloth. How long have they been married? A little over a year, after a relatively short courtship, 6 months, something like that. He said since their wedding she'd changed from an agreeable, affectionate creature, his words, to one who seemed determined to be unhappy and resentful, despite all his efforts. Blowing rain struck James's window with a sudden patter. I rose and looked out onto the darkened, bricked courtyard. The wind was whipping a bare elm's thin branches, and they made me think of Madeline Beckford's arms flailing against me. I winced. I'd probably terrified her by holding her close. God knows that wasn't what I'd intended. Corrigan. I turned back to him. What? I asked what efforts Beckford made to please her. Did he say? Oh, he bought a piano she wanted, and found a young man from the Royal Academy to give her lessons. He introduced her to his friends' wives. He took her out driving in a new carriage he bought for her. I left the window and sat back in my chair. He said he would have done anything she asked, but most days she didn't seem to care for much. Apathy and low spirits, I suppose. What's your general impression of Beckford? Is he the sort who inspires aversion, a drunkard, coarse in his sensibilities? I've seen no evidence of it. I shrugged. He strikes me as a decent fellow, a bit bewildered by his wife, as most men are, I suppose. He's more concerned with what society will think than I would be, but I haven't seen any brutishness in him. Is there any chance he committed her to Holmdale in lieu of divorce? James had received visits from several men who sought to end their marriages this way. No, she was brought in by a policeman, but according to Spear, Beckford might have legal grounds. One night, when Beckford left the room, Madeline threw herself at Spear, kissed him on the mouth, and drew his hands to her breasts. My friend's grey eyebrows rose over the rims of his spectacles. Adultery? He told me Madeline has been lascivious towards several of Beckford's other friends, too. At the time it made me wonder if she might have left for a lover. I also spoke to Beckford's brother Robert. He thinks Stephen married Madeline partly because he felt sorry for her. Both her parents are dead, and she was living with an aunt. Robert says he found her temperamental and melancholy even before the wedding. So, the seeds of a nervous disorder were already present, James mused. And you spoke with her doctor. What was his name? Willis. He told me that Madeline had become progressively erratic over the past few months, and at one point she had bitten her husband. Beckford hadn't told me that either, but the next time I saw him, he admitted reluctantly that it was true. James's eyebrows rose again. Bitten him? Where? I gestured to my right forearm. About here, but it had been a week or so, and the mark was gone. His fingertips on the rim, James slowly rotated his cup until the handle was parallel to the desk edge. Did the people at the asylum remark on her behaviour? Apparently she came in raving and thrashing about. They put her in a straitjacket to calm her down. A grimace. How long did that take? A few days? I paused. When I first saw Mrs. Beckford, she was sitting on the floor. She didn't respond to me at all until I called her by her given name. Then I saw the terror in her eyes. He frowned. When precisely did she attack you? Had you pulled up to the house? Not quite. We were on her street. He removed his spectacles and rubbed at them with a white handkerchief. So it might not be something connected with her own house, per se. It could be that she's terrified of something connected with a place nearby. I suppose, I admitted. He laid his spectacles on the table with a sigh. Well, your story doesn't surprise me. It fits with what I've seen so far. She is evidently suffering from delusions due to regressive hysteria. Regressive hysteria, I repeated. The patient reverts to childish behaviours, biting, scratching, not speaking. A lack of language is what distinguishes the infant. But James, she's exhausted. Probably tried to stay awake the whole time, so the rats wouldn't bite her. He fidgeted irritably. That is how you would diagnose her? Excessive fatigue? Oh, for God's sake, James. I'm not trying to diagnose her. I'm just saying there could be another possibility. What if she ran out of the house because she was legitimately frightened? But that's not what Mr. Spear said, he objected. He said she came at Beckford, ready to attack. That sounds like anger, not fear. He might have been mistaken, I said. But the protest sounded weak even to my ears. And you're gathering this from the terror in her eyes, he said mockingly. Bah! She hasn't given you a word of explanation, whereas you have the stories of 4 different men, including a doctor, that corroborate one another. I opened my mouth to reply, but he held up a hand. I know you believe there is a logical reason for every peculiar behaviour, but that is simply not true, Corrivan. Madness does exist. I know that. Organic madness, as real as any splanchnic disease that disorganises the brain and misdirects its responses. And in Mrs. Beckford's case, I suspect her terror does not correlate with anything in the real world. Then why did she behave one way at her house and another when we arrived here? I argued. She was utterly different when we pulled up to your gate, wary but calm. He spread his hands. That could imply some logic. But then why did she fight off the nurses just now? Why did she fling her soup at the wall? I'm certain she's hungry. Soup. I sat forward. That's what they fed her in Holmdale, James. What if it made her sick? You've told me yourself that the senses of smell and taste are our strongest connections to memories. His expression underwent a subtle change, and I pressed my advantage. What if we force her back home, and she runs again, only this time we don't find her until it's too late? Or she attacks her husband with more than her fingernails and ends up on trial for murder? What good does that serve anyone? He opened his desk drawer and drew out a paper that he used for admissions. I can admit her, of course, but you'll need to call round to Beckford and tell him she's here. She should remain, at least for a week or two, until we can help restore her reason. No, James, that's not what we should do at all. He pinched the top of his nose between his thumb and forefinger. I knew you'd want this. But it's not legal. And aside from that, the poor man is no doubt worried sick about her. But he'll retrieve her out of embarrassment. A man like him would die before letting anyone find out his wife is mentally diseased. Well, a husband's rights supersede a doctor's. There's nothing I can do. Before his resolve hardened, I switched to a different tack. What if, against all appearances, Beckford is abusing her? Do you want to take the chance of returning his wife to him? Last year, James had been compelled by the law to return a young woman to her brute of a husband, who'd immediately beaten her to death. His eyes flashed with resentment. Stop fishing in my pond, Corrigan. The thought of Mrs. Watts still torments me. So, what's the harm in keeping her for a few days? I urged. Let her recover. Eventually she'll talk, and you can determine what to do. In the meantime, she's safe. He glowered. You realize the hospital could dismiss me for thwarting the law. You're not thwarting the law, I retorted. I am. You can say I told you I found her on the streets. His fingers nudged the corners of the admission form until, like the teacup handle, it lined up with the edge of his desk. I kept my mouth shut and waited. Finally, he looked up, his expression pained. We both know, given what you did for me, I can hardly refuse you. That took all the iron out of me. I wasn't thinking of that at all, I said, momentarily ashamed for pushing so hard. You don't owe me. You've done plenty in return. My voice roughened over those words, and he gave a faint nod of acknowledgement. But this isn't for me, James. There's more to her story. She just needs a chance to tell it. A long look. Very well. I'll give her 3 days. He slid the paper back into the drawer. You're correct about one thing. She's ravaged by what she's been through. I pushed my hat onto my head. I'll stop in tomorrow to see how she is. Cave quid vis, he muttered sourly. It was James's habit to resort to his Latin when he wanted the last word in an argument, but this was also his way of saying he wouldn't hold my winning it against me. As I reached the curb, I gazed up at the lit windows of the women's ward and imagined a nurse scrubbing a splotch of soup from the wall and Madeline curled into a ball in a bed nearby. Surely, if the poor woman could distinguish between her house and here, she could distinguish between Homedale and here. Or she would soon enough. I turned away, feeling unsettled. Usually, I take satisfaction at having found a missing person, of being able to remove a file from my desk. But what if Madeline didn't speak before the 3 days were over? Well, at least I'd retrieved her. James would do his best. And now I could go see the judge. Chapter 5. The Alberts' house was an elegant 3-story on a well-kept street, situated between 2 others of the exact same type, with mullioned bay windows and rounded stone steps rising to the door. As I approached, my thoughts darted to other cases that began in homes like these. One from last May, a beautiful, bored young woman who stirred up a jealous rage between 2 suitors, one of whom subsequently murdered her in the carriage belonging to the other. Another from 2 years earlier, an MP's son, abducted from outside his gambling club, whose corpse was missing a finger that once sported a gold and diamond ring. Invariably, the parents would tell me the victim was a wonderful person, beloved by friends, modest and kind in the case of the daughters, or clever and good-natured sons, and unfailingly generous to her maid, his valet. As the truth emerged, it inevitably proved James's thesis that there are 4 motives for murder, fear, revenge, passion, and greed. Cases involving the progeny of well-to-do families tend toward the latter, too. In Rose Albert's case, it could well be either, or both. I climbed the steps and raised the knocker. A maid showed me into the judge's study, a spacious room with a fireplace, shelves of leather-bound books, and 2 desks, one large and one small. The judge stood beside the larger one, its green leather surface stacked with papers and books. Gone was the stunned look I'd seen at the yard. His face was flushed, his jaw rigid, his eyes cold. Was he angry about what had happened to his daughter, or angry at my presence? It wouldn't be the first time someone forgot that they'd asked me to come at a particular time. "Good evening, Judge." He scrutinized me. "You're the yard man, Corbin." "Corrivan. Michael Corrivan." "What happened to your face?" I'd almost forgotten the scratches. "Nothing. I fell." His mouth pursed with annoyance. "I suppose you want to begin by probing into our private concerns." You'd have thought I was swindling him out of money instead of discovering who killed his daughter, but this is the shape that some people's grief takes. Calmly, I replied, "I do have some questions. My first is, have she or anyone in the family received any threats?" "Threats?" He drew back. "You mean a threat to her person and a demand?" I nodded, but I already saw my answer. "God, no." He shook his head so vigorously the pale flesh under his chin swayed. "Nothing like that." "All right. Then I'd like to ask you about Miss Albert. I know this is difficult." I paused. "But believe me, I am on your side." He considered that, muttered an acknowledgement, sat down in one leather chair beside the fireplace, and waved me into the other. "You must tell me precisely how she died," he said. "Don't spare my feelings. I've no need of that." People say this often, and I rarely take them at their word. Words such as suffocated, raped, and strangled raise pictures in the mind that last for years. I avoid the words when I can, and choose gentler versions of them when I can't. However, being a judge, this man had the power to discover anything I could tell him. Better to have him hear most of the truth from me, so he didn't think me a liar. I kept my eyes on him. As I said before, according to the examiner, she was choked. Her wrists were bound and her forearms cut. There wasn't much blood, which suggests he did that after she died. There were no signs of struggle, and nothing to indicate he assaulted her in any other way. His face paled, and 2 red spots appeared on his cheeks, as they had at the yard. I could see him assembling the image. As much as to steer him away from it as to gather information, I decided to broach a question, an easy one to begin. "Tell me about your daughter. How old was she?" His right hand twisted a ring on his left pinky, so the black stone vanished, reappeared, vanished again. "She didn't have any enemies," he said. "That's where these things often begin, don't they? But she's just a girl." "Begging your pardon, but often it isn't an enemy who does something like this. It could be an unsuccessful suitor, a jealous friend, even someone who admired her from afar and fancied that he'd been rejected." I observed a skeptical frown beginning to form, and I added, "I've seen all of those before." "Well," he huffed, "Rose isn't flirtatious. She's never done anything to incite someone to violence." "All right. Then could you tell me about her friends? Who might she talk to if she were afraid or worried?" His hand flicked dismissively. "What would she have to be worried about?" To break this unhelpful pattern, I took out my pencil and pocketbook and found a fresh page. "Let's begin with last night. Was she home?" I already told that man Vincent she was at Lord Harvey's. She left our house around 2 o'clock with Lucy to prepare and dress. You know how long it takes young ladies. Having never been a young lady, and never having had sisters, much less those who went to fancy parties, I didn't. But I said only, "Is Lucy another daughter?" He frowned. "Her maid." My heart lifted, hearing that Rose had taken a maid with her. I'd asked to see her next. "How long has Lucy been with you?" 6 years. Her previous employer wrote her an impeccable character. He shook his head. Not a cross word between them. There never was. When did the ball begin? 9 o'clock, with supper and dancing. He plucked at the end of the leather chair arm. Rose was staying the night. It's too much trouble to come home, and it gives them time to gossip afterward, I suppose. He still spoke of her in the present tense, so I fell in with it. The Harvey's daughter is a particular friend? Yes, Edith, the Harvey's second daughter. The first is unmarried and abroad for a year. I see. I jotted the name down in my book. And did Lucy come home? He nodded. Before supper, said Rose was dressed. Is Rose engaged to be married? No. He turned up his broad palm. Oh, she has plenty of suitors, young men standing in line at balls to sign her dance card, sending her absurd bouquets of flowers. He spoke with paternal pride until he halted, dropping his hand limply back onto the chair arm. His face went slack as he remembered that this would no longer be true. I gave him a moment, for I knew this ripple of acceptance of his daughter's death was only the first of many that would go on for weeks, even months. At last I murmured, You said she had many suitors. He turned to stare into the fireplace. The flames illuminated the lines around his mouth, between his brows, across his forehead. Her mother would remember their names, but she's overcome with grief and cannot be disturbed. Does Rose have any siblings? 2 brothers, Hugh and Peter, both at university. His expression changed again. He's just remembered he'll have to tell them, I thought. And the last time they were home? He glared. Surely you don't suspect them of... No. I only wondered if she might have confided in either of... They haven't been home since Christmas. Neither is the type to correspond. A log cracked in the fireplace and drew his gaze. The fingertips of his left hand clawed the end of the chair's arm. It must be a habit of his, like turning the ring, for the leather looked worn. Now would have been the moment for me to pull out the sketch of the man in the locket, but I left it in my pocket, partly because I guessed the maid would recognize him, and partly because if the judge didn't know about the locket, chances are he didn't know the man was courting her, and I wanted to speak to him before the judge did. Did the Thames have any special significance for your daughter or your family? I asked. He dragged his attention away from the fire. The Thames? It's strange that she was in a boat. I thought of what Sergeant Connell said about her being like a bit of cargo. He looked nonplussed. I can't think of any reason it would mean anything special. She's seen it, of course, not that it's much to see. Is anyone in your family a merchant, for example? Or invested in any of the industries with warehouses along the wharves? Nothing like that. He rested a heavy elbow on the leather chair arm, denting it, and kneaded his eyebrow between his thumb and forefinger. My first thought was my own cases, verdicts that made people angry. But my cases in recent months have been ordinary, with reasonable resolutions. He turned his palm up again. And if someone felt he'd been badly served, why wouldn't he attack me, or one of my clerks for that matter? We'd be easier to find, for one thing. Have any of your cases in the past several years, say, had anything to do with the Thames or companies on it?" His eyebrows rose. "Oh, I suppose if you look hard enough, probably a quarter of my cases have something to do with the Thames. Warehouses, shipping companies, anything manufactured, the mails, the unions, taxation. Any that gave rise to a special bitterness toward you." I waited as he groped backward in his memory, and at last he said, "Well, last year there was a case concerning a tea company. It happens sometimes that a possible motive appears early on, tempting as a well-baited hook. I knew better than to leap at it. Nevertheless, I asked for the particulars. "You know about the Food and Drugs Acts," he replied. "Yes, of course." "Last year, the Yellow Star Tea Company was accused of adulterating their tea, and under the new law, they were found guilty and fined. They claimed that a single batch of tea had been doctored without their knowledge, and the custom house inspectors tipped to arrive that particular day." The judge shook his head. "But they'd cut their tea with hawthorn leaves and sand before, and in the end they had to take responsibility for the goods in their warehouse." I noted the name of the company in my pocketbook. "And when was this?" He considered. "Last September, I believe. Early September." "Any other cases that stand out in your mind?" A log snapped, and his shoulders convulsed involuntarily. "I'll think on it." There was a knock at the door, and a maid appeared. "Begging pardon, Judge, but Mrs. Albert asked that you come straight away." We both stood. "Let me know what you need," he said briskly. "Money, information, anything. Find out who did this. We won't sleep until we know." He brushed past me and was at the door before I reminded him that I wanted to speak with Lucy. He turned back, his eyes narrowing, as if considering any potential damage this might do. But after a moment he nodded. "Mary, show the inspector to the parlour and fetch Lucy." As he left, I turned to Mary, whose eyes were red-rimmed and frightened. "I imagine this is terrible for all of you," I said. "Wretched," she whispered. She led me to the next room and bobbed a curtsy. There was no fire in this room, and the air held a chill. I wished I could have stayed in the study. No doubt the judge didn't want me snooping about his desk. But my feet were cold, and I hadn't eaten anything but 2 pieces of bread with butter all day. I would have done a lot for another hot cup of coffee. "You wish to see me?" I turned. My first thought was that Lucy was not attractive. Perhaps 30 years of age, of medium height, with a square jaw, mouse-brown hair, a sharp nose, and a strained expression. But as she came forward, I saw that her eyes were a beautiful shade of grey, fringed with dark lashes, and she was examining me thoughtfully. With relief, I saw this was someone who had her wits about her, someone who could be helpful to me, if I could gain her trust. "You're Lucy." "Lucy Marling." "Inspector Corwin." I crossed behind her and closed the door. "Could we sit? I might want to write some notes." We took the chairs by the unlit fireplace, and I waited while she adjusted her skirts. I knew that Lucy would probably be released from service, as there were no other sisters, so she would need a good character from the Albert family in order to find another position as a lady's maid. She would only tell me the truth if she believed I would not betray her confidences to the judge or his wife. I began my usual speech. "Often, in these cases, out of love and affection, the family and friends are concerned to protect the victim's character." I raised a hand to forestall the familiar protest. "An instinct I wholly understand. But sometimes, as they describe the victim's virtues, they forget to mention peculiarities of temperament or habit, which are in fact most helpful. They emerge after it is too late." I paused. "For example, 2 years ago, a wealthy young man went missing. He was found murdered in Whitechapel 3 days later. Had his friends only told us that he went to boxing clubs, we'd have known where to look, and he might still be alive." Her eyes widened. "Not that Miss Albert visited boxing clubs, of course," I added, with my usual haste. She said nothing, only looked away, as if she'd spied something out of place on the fireplace mantel and needed to study it. "Miss Smarling," I said pointedly. Her eyes returned to mine, with an intensity about them that seemed at odds with her wandering gaze. "What you say here will never be repeated," I continued. "You won't suffer for speaking honestly. If, however, I find that you knew information that you did not give me—" Colour came into her cheeks. "I quite understand," she said, in a tone of rebuke. "Of course I will help you." In my experience, a maid often knows things about her mistress. For example, if her mistress carries on a private correspondence, or has a weakness for wine, or recently quarrelled with a friend. Very deliberately, she looked away, then back at me, and then away again, so insistently that I turned in my chair to see the object of her interest. But there was only an elegant metal lattice work above the fireplace, on the wall shared with the judge's study. My eyes darted back to find her nodding, and her chest rose and fell with a relieved breath. "Please, what questions can I answer for you, Mr. Corrigan?" "Like the birds?" "Well, no. I spelled it for her. It's from the Gaelic. O'Corriban, a common surname in County Armagh." She smiled briefly. "My grandmother was from Dungannon." Both towns were west of Belfast, and within a day's drive of Lough Neagh. I let a moment pass so as not to seem abrupt, but before I could steer the conversation into the proper channel, she bent her head over the pouch at her waist, saying, "Oh, you needn't put your pocketbook away. I know writing helps me remember things properly." I stared in surprise, for I hadn't taken my pocketbook out. From her pouch emerged a pencil, which she took in her right hand as she stretched her left hand toward me. She'd come prepared, I realized, my pulse quickening at the thought of the information she seemed intent upon conveying. "Thank you." I fumbled in my pocket. I do prefer to write things down. I opened to a fresh page and handed the book to her. "Now, most useful for me to know," I said, mindful of the need to both hold a normal conversation and give her time to write. "Our first aspects of character. Was she easy to work for, or was she spoiled and selfish? How did she spend her leisure time? Was she in love? Was there anyone who might wish her ill? Who were her closest friends? You may address any of these questions in any particular order, whatever you think most important." "Oh, goodness, all of that." She began to jot some notes on the page. "She wasn't difficult at all. I know people tend to speak well of the dead, but she truly was a young woman of fine character, rather serious, although she did love to read novels, both English and French." She considered a moment, then made another note in the book as she continued. "She played piano beautifully, and it was her solace, for sometimes she worried about her mother, who has been ill." She was still writing as she concluded. Not wanting to let too much silence fall, I asked, "Have you been told how Miss Albert died?" The pencil paused, and her eyes met mine. "We were told she was found in a small boat on the river." "That is true," I said. I didn't want to reveal the specifics of her cut skirts, but I added, "Some aspects of the attack suggested it might have stemmed from a thwarted passion." Her lips parted, and her cheeks paled so quickly I thought she might faint. The pencil fell to the carpet, and I retrieved it. She took it back with trembling fingers. Whatever deception Lucy was enacting for the benefit of her employers, her horror was not part of it.
"I see,"
she whispered. "I'm sorry," I said. "But this is why I wanted to know particularly about her suitors." The pencil quivered in her hand.
Well, there were several last year, but none that seemed very serious. The usual sorts."
"The usual sorts?"
"Second sons, looking to trade their titles for a fortune. Dissolute fops who lose money at cards or the racetrack. Young men who flirt thoughtlessly." Her lip curled. "Miss Albert had an eye for spotting them, but I can't imagine any of them doing something like this."
"There was no one she admired in particular?" I drew the man's sketch from my pocket and unfolded it, turning it toward her so she could see. She drew in a quick breath and made another note on the page.
"Not that I recall, but Lady Edith might know. She's her closest friend."
I refolded the sketch and stowed it back in my pocket. Lady Edith Harvey. The party was at her house, wasn't it?
"Yes."
She bent her head and wrote a few more lines. I was becoming desperately curious and had to resist the urge to reach for my book. The more she wrote, the better for me. I still needed to keep up the pretense of conversation. "Please tell me about last night," I said. "I want to be sure I understand. When did you arrive and leave?" The pencil continued across the page.
"We arrived some time before 3:00, and I left at 6:30. Miss Rose wanted to be sure I left before dark, as I was walking."
"She wouldn't have the carriage bring you home?"
She looked up in surprise. "Oh, she would have, but I prefer to walk. It's not far, and it was a nice evening."
"It was raining," I reminded her.
"It was only sprinkling, and I had an umbrella. I enjoy the fresh air."
So Lucy snatched at liberty once in a while, like all of us. "And when you left, Miss Albert was planning to stay the night?" She nodded.
"I said goodbye to her, and she said she would be home tomorrow. Well," she corrected herself, "today."
So, the last Lucy saw of her was at 6:30. Can you think of anything else I should know? Anyone who might have been angry with her? Anything that might help me find out who did this? The two vertical creases between her brows deepened.
"No, I'm afraid not."
But as she spoke, she wrote one last line.
"I should return upstairs. There is a great deal to do in preparation for the funeral."
I stood.
"Good luck, Inspector,"
she said, and handed me the notebook. I glanced down. She'd filled nearly 2 pages in her tidy, slanted script. "Thank you," I said sincerely. "You've been most helpful."
"I hope so."
Her eyes were moist with tears, and her voice caught.
"Miss Albert didn't deserve it. Not that anyone would, but—"
"I understand," I replied. "One more thing. Where can I find the Harveys?"
"Grayson Square, here in Mayfair. Number 4.
I waited until I was at a pub, with some shepherd's pie and a cup of strong coffee in front of me, before I opened my notebook and read what she'd written. "Rose, neither spoiled nor selfish, noble character, intelligent, and devotedly loyal to friends, could be outspoken, blunt on occasion. May have offended someone? unhappy and angry about constant squabbling among family members. Mrs. A in bed with ailments, some feigned for attention. Iron heiress, money in trusts established by her father prior to marriage. The judge and Mrs. A estranged, possibly a mistress. Sons Peter and Hugh at Cambridge. Hugh caught last year cheating on exams. Ask Lady Edith about Anthony Thurgood, man in your drawing. Ask A.T. about Sir Percy Dukehart. R. didn't like or trust him. For God's sake, squabbling, adultery, cheating, distrust, all in one family. More intrigue than in one of Belinda's novels. I reread Lucy's notes twice to be sure I understood them all. As I closed my pocketbook, I was struck with admiration for Lucy's powers of observation, her ability to provide the most salient facts, and her skill in managing two trains of thought simultaneously. If she were a man, I might have asked her if she was interested in a career at the Yard. Chapter 6. The next morning when I finished breakfast, it was only 8:30, which usually would be too early to intrude upon the Harvey family. But these weren't ordinary circumstances, and I had been called worse things than rude, so I started out. As I drew near Mayfair, curiosity made me detour past the Beckford house, my steps slowing as I turned off Kinsley Lane and walked beside the iron fence. Like all the other houses on this street, it was quiet, with a few lights behind the shears. Nothing amiss at all. Except, of course, that the mistress was in hospital, and the husband had no idea. I continued on my way. The exterior of the Harvey residence in Mayfair was very much like the Albert and Beckford houses, although Grayson Square had an enclosed park with a manicured lawn and gardens in the middle. But as I stepped inside the Harveys' foyer, I noted differences. The rugs seemed thicker under my feet, the chandelier sparkled more brilliantly, and the gilt frames around the portraits were suitably heavy for male ancestors who appeared weighed down with wisdom and dignity. Belinda might have described it as the difference between old money and new. I was told the family wasn't finished with breakfast yet, but Lady Edith would see me shortly. I was taken to the parlour, and within minutes a young woman of about 20 entered the room with her aunt, Lady Harvey, a dark-haired woman of 35 or so, with a sour expression, a set of spectacles on a gold chain, and bony, ringless fingers. At first, Lady Edith made me think of a good-natured puppy, rather plump, with toffee-coloured hair and large brown eyes that were red and swollen with weeping. A crumpled handkerchief wadded in her hand was as obvious a sign of misery as a property in a play, but the grief in Edith's face seemed sincere. Lady Harvey gestured for me to sit down, and so we all did. I saw them both take note of my wounded face, but they were too well-bred to comment. "I gather that you've heard about Miss Albert," I began. Lady Edith nodded, and tears welled up. "We heard last night." "I understand you two were friends." "She was my dearest friend," she managed chokingly. "She truly was." "My dear, try to control yourself. Hysterics won't help the inspector." Lady Harvey leaned toward me, and in her eyes, no tears there, I noticed, was the gleam of sly interest veiled by simpering sympathy. "What happened to poor Miss Albert? All we know is it was something dreadful. Was it an accident?" "I can't say much yet," I explained stiffly. "But no, it doesn't appear to be an accident." Lady Harvey sat back, dissatisfied. Lady Edith's eyes were fearful. "Did he hurt her very badly before she died?" That question told me she loved her friend, and I told a lie I've squared with my conscience plenty often. "We don't think so." a glimmer of relief.
I just can't imagine anyone wanting to hurt her.
Lady Harvey gave a derisive snort. At that, Lady Edith whirled.
Aunt Louisa, I know you didn't like her, but she's gone. And I don't want you sniffing at everything I say. It's unkind. And whatever you think, Rose was my friend, and I want to talk to the inspector alone.
I looked at her in some surprise. Not such a puppy, after all. Lady Harvey drew herself up.
There can be nothing you would say to the inspector that—
But in fact I would much prefer it, I broke in. In cases such as these, the more unique accounts I hear, the better. Would it be possible for me to speak with you afterward, Lady Harvey? The expression on her face could have curdled milk, but she rose and left the room, closing the door behind her with exaggerated, offended care. I turned back to Lady Edith, who had risen several notches in my estimation. I'm sorry about Miss Albert, truly. She slumped in her chair, as if the spine she'd momentarily shown had deserted her. Her chin trembled.
Oh, Inspector, have you ever lost a friend? Someone you trusted?
My breath caught. I might have nodded out of sympathy, but in fact I'd been nearly Lady Edith's age when my closest friend, Pat Doyle, died. Yes, I have.
It's the strangest thing, isn't it?
Her eyes filled with tears again.
Rose and I told each other everything important, and I keep thinking, I'll feel better if I can only tell her what's happened. But after a moment, I remember she's not here to tell. In a whisper, she added, You must think I sound mad.
Not at all, I assured her. It takes time to get over the shock. A grateful nod.
What happened to her? Please, Inspector. What I've been imagining is beyond dreadful.
The softness in those brown eyes warned me. I couldn't tell her everything, but I would tell her something. She was attacked and put into a small boat, which, as far as we can tell, drifted down the Thames and was caught in the shallows early yesterday.
They put her into a boat? In the middle of the night?
Her expression was horrified.
She must have frozen. Or was she already—
Hastily, I steered the conversation away. We still aren't sure, but she was dressed in a blue brocade gown, with pearls and—
Oh, yes,
she broke in with an eager look.
That's the dress she wore to our party.
I drew out my pocketbook, relieved that she was amenable to being redirected. Now to begin with a few uncomplicated questions. Were there many people at your party? Did you have all your friends and acquaintances? The tension eased from her face.
Certainly not all of them. Perhaps 200 people for dancing and dinner, and cards in the smoking room for the gentlemen who preferred not to dance.
Who did you dance with? Her eyes widened.
Is that important?
It might be, I said. Anything you can tell me about that evening might matter. She thought back.
Well, I danced with Lord Blandford and Mr. Wallace and James Brandon.
Her cheeks grew pink with a telltale blush. Is he a particular friend of the family? I asked innocently.
He's a beau of mine. Rose liked him very much.
And did Miss Albert dance most of the night?
Of course. She's always one of the prettiest in the room.
She said this without a note of jealousy. Who were her partners?
She looked disconcerted. Well, I can't remember all of them, but her dance card might be upstairs.
My heart jumped. Later, I'd asked to see the room where Rose had stayed, but Lady Edith was doing very well here. That would be helpful, if it could be brought down. Lady Edith went to the wall beside the fireplace and pulled a velvet cord. A moment later, the maid who appeared was sent to retrieve the dance card. I asked, "What time did you last see Miss Albert?" Her answer came hesitantly. "Perhaps just before 2. The room was still crowded, but I saw her speaking with Mr. Haverling by the pillar near the alcove." I scribbled down the name. "Who is Mr. Haverling? One of her suitors?" A tiny smile. "No, he's a dear, but he must be at least 45. He's her family solicitor, and ours as well." Ah, the family solicitor. So were he and Rose making pleasant conversation, or discussing a legal matter? The maid returned with the card. "Thank you, Hester." Lady Edith handed it to me. Every line was filled. Rose didn't dance with any man more than once, and the name Anthony Thurgood did not appear. But I would wait to ask Lady Edith about him. "Could you show me where the ball was held?" "Of course. The decorations are being dismantled, but I can show you the room." I followed her out into a hallway and through a pair of enormous carved doors. Coming toward us were 2 men carrying wooden music stands, and I stepped out of their way. The room was at least 60 feet long, with a high ceiling painted with naked pink cherubs and winding vines and what-not. At the far end, a cluster of chairs stood among some greenery. On the left wall, 4 sets of French doors led out onto balconies, and halfway down the right was an alcove flanked by marble pillars. Lady Edith crossed the room and positioned herself with her back against one of them. "Rose was standing here, and Mr. Haverling was facing her." "Could you tell me what they were talking about? Whether it was merely pleasantries or something more significant?" "I was dancing and only caught a glimpse of them." Her voice broke. "She looked rather serious, but not upset or angry." I would definitely be speaking with Mr. Haverling. "And what time did you come upstairs?" I asked. "Around 4 o'clock. Her room was dark, so I let her alone and went to sleep." "Could you show me her room?" "Of course." She took a few steps toward the front staircase and then halted, her expression uncertain and apologetic, and I liked her all the better for her transparency. "Take me up the servants' staircase," I suggested. "I'd like to see it." Relief flashed across her face, followed by a small, grateful smile. "It's quicker, anyway," she said, and led me upstairs and then to the second closed door on the hall. "This is where Rose stayed." "May I?" I turned the handle. It was a pretty room, with peach-papered walls and a high ceiling edged in white trim. The furniture was bare of objects, and the bed stripped, leaving no sign of Rose's presence. I stifled my disappointment. "The maids cleaned it," Lady Edith said, "but here are her things." An elegant satchel stood on a chest at the foot of the bed. I unbuckled it and rooted around inside, finding nothing unusual, mostly silken undergarments. I looked up to find Lady Edith flushing a deep crimson. I closed the satchel. "Where are her clothes from home?" She opened the armoire. "Here's her day dress." She looked around the room. "The only thing missing is her wrap." "What sort was it?" "A cape trimmed with mink. There was no reason for her to wear it downstairs, of course." "Is it possible someone took it?" Her eyes widened. "Of course not. Our servants are honest, and besides, well, they wouldn't risk it." So, it was likely Rose had come up here to fetch her wrap, which meant she wasn't taken from the house without warning. "And her jewelry?" I asked. "Did she wear it, or was it brought over?" She drew a sharp gasp. Her eyes widened, and both hands went to her mouth. I waited a moment. "Lady Edith?" "Was she still wearing the necklace?" she whispered. We found a silver locket with her initials. Is that what you mean? She shook her head vehemently, went to the writing desk, took out a piece of paper, and dipped a pen in an inkwell. She sketched deftly, then turned the paper toward me. It looked like this: pearls and small sapphires, here along the chain. She pointed to them with the nib of the pen, and then to the pendant the size of a shilling. And this is a sapphire, with diamonds all the way around. I shook my head. She wasn't wearing that when we found her. She uttered a soft moan as the pen fell from her fingers, releasing a blob of ink, and she groped backward for a chair. Mystified by her distress, I ventured, "I expect it was valuable." She drew a breath. "Yes. Not that it matters, but it was mine." I started. "Yours?" "It went perfectly with her dress." She looked at me pleadingly. "I wore her jewelry sometimes, too." This complicated everything. Had the necklace been what the man was truly after? And was it just Rose's bad luck that she was wearing it? Had she been murdered to hide the thief's identity? But then why the cut skirts and the boat? My heart sank at the thought of the number of people at the party who might have been tempted to steal it from around Miss Albert's slender neck. "Did you lend anything else? Earrings or a bracelet?" She shook her head, her forehead screwed up in distress. "It wasn't that sort of necklace. You wore it alone." "Do you have any idea exactly how much it was worth?" She flushed. I'm not sure. At least several £100, I expect. My grandfather purchased it years ago." "And there's no chance Rose left it here in the room?" "I don't think so. One of the maids would have mentioned finding it. As I said, they're all very trustworthy." "Several £100 trustworthy?" "Do you have a photograph of it?" I asked, hardly daring to hope. "No, but there's a painting." She led me back downstairs, through the foyer and across the way into a different parlour. This one was a delicate green, with flowery curtains and the sort of chairs that I'd never dare put my full weight onto. She pointed to the portrait above the fireplace. "My grandmother," she said. The necklace was stunning, even in the painting. I compared it with the drawing in my hand. It was a fair copy. I held up the paper. "May I keep this?" "Of course." She laid her hand on my arm and begged, "Please don't tell anyone it's gone. It may turn up." I stared. "Won't your family ask about it?" She shook her head. "I don't think so. We're all so completely stunned about Rose. Besides, I'm not sure my parents even saw her once she dressed. They may not know she was wearing it." I tucked the drawing into my pocket as we walked back to the parlour. "I assume you have footmen who might have seen her leave." "Mr. Dilts and Mr. Green. I'll send for them." Within minutes they appeared, a matched pair, tall with brown hair. "Did either of you see Miss Albert leave the party?" I asked. In unison, "No, Inspector." "And at least one of you was at the front door the entire time?" They nodded. "Then how the devil did she get out of the house? And when? And what would have lured her away from the party, caused her to come upstairs, fetch her wrap, and dodge out of the house by a back door?" "But she did receive a message late," Mr. Dilts volunteered uncertainly. Lady Edith looked surprised. "A message?" "A carriage pulled up, and I took the envelope." He flushed. "Perhaps I should have brought it to Lady Harvey, but the man said it was urgent, and he gave me a crown to deliver it to Miss Albert directly." "Where did you find Miss Albert to give it to her?" I asked. "I'd seen her go upstairs not long before." His flush deepened. "A light was on, so I guessed she was still awake, and I slid the letter under her door." "And there was no letter found among her things?" I asked. No envelope? Mr. Dilts looked at Lady Edith, who called for the maid Hester, and I asked the question again. No, sir. She must have took it with her, she replied obligingly. Was there a fireplace in her room? Hester looked disconcerted. Of course, sir, but I didn't see even a scrap of paper among the ashes. Honestly, sir, I'd have noticed. All right. A message Rose either burned thoroughly or took with her. A message from whom? Everyone left us then, and I drew out the sketch of Anthony Thurgood, unfolded it, and handed it to Lady Edith. She had a picture of this man in her locket. Would you say it's a good likeness? She gasped, and tears welled and rolled unheeded down her cheeks. At last she answered, Yes, that's Anthony. Was he at the party? No. Her chin trembled. Were they sincerely attached? She gulped. They were secretly engaged. Secretly engaged? That could lead to all sorts of trouble. Lady Edith pressed her handkerchief to her eyes, then wadded it into her right fist. Her father doesn't like him, but Rose's birthday is in 2 months. She was to inherit some money, and they could be married. What's your opinion of him, Anthony Thurgood? Is he a good sort? Oh, yes, she said earnestly. They've known each other for years. He's a true gentleman. Do you think he's heard of her death? I asked. Oh! Her expression grew horrified. I suppose he hasn't. Her family wouldn't. I wonder if I should... I'll be tactful, I broke in. Where can I find him? He belongs to the Pemberton Club, just off of Pall Mall, she said. He might be there later. I don't know where he lives. The Pemberton Club, for young, prosperous, working city men. Poor Anthony, she whispered. I'll see him as soon as I can, I promised. Could I speak with your aunt now? She pressed the handkerchief to her mouth and hurried out of the room. Lady Harvey perched on her chair as warily as a squirrel with a nut. I don't know why you'd bother with me. I'm only an old maiden aunt. No doubt you'll have pried everything useful out of my niece. God help me. Into my mind came the thought of Styles. He'd have charmed her within minutes. I adjusted my expression and did my best. Lady Harvey, as I am sure you know, sometimes people can see only a friend's best qualities. It takes someone wiser, someone at a distance, to give an unbiased account of her true character. The stern lines around her mouth softened. I've heard that Miss Albert could be outspoken, I hinted. She snicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. If by outspoken you mean selfish and flirtatious, yes. She pinched at her skirt, adjusting its folds. That girl tried to ruin my niece's life. Ruin her life? That wasn't Lady Edith's impression. The disparity set off a burning prickle at the back of my neck. Yes, ruin, her dark eyes snapped. A girl like Edith, she's amiable enough, but she's no beauty. My, what a loving aunt, I thought. Which is why, she continued, last year we were all delighted that Sir Percy Dukehart showed such interest. He danced with her at least twice at every ball, paid calls, even remembered her birthday. And then suddenly, one night, Rose resolved to lure him away. She danced and flirted and sat whispering to him in a quiet corner, and Sir Percy never came near Edith again. My niece still has no idea of that woman's disloyalty and defends her at every turn. She clenched her bony hands. Mind you, Rose didn't care for Sir Percy. Oh, no. She just couldn't bear the idea that my niece would be engaged first, little minx. That certainly didn't correspond to Lucy's report of Rose's character. However, I knew better than to express disbelief. That does sound selfish. Yes, it is. Her mouth puckered like a drawstring bag pulled tight. Of course, Rose ignored him afterward. Now the poor man is going to be snared by that awful Melinda Fenton. I noted down her name. When is the last time you saw Miss Albert at the ball? She sniffed. Perhaps midnight? I don't recall. She was nothing to notice, you understand. Plenty were more beautifully dressed. I closed my pocketbook. You've been so helpful, Lady Harvey. Most people aren't nearly as observant. She thawed another degree. Thank you. One last question. Do you know where I might find Mr. Haverling? She raised her eyebrows. Goodness, why do you want to see him? Her disdainful tone told me what she thought of the solicitor. According to your niece, he spoke with Miss Albert. I'll fetch you the address. She returned a moment later with a paper. I thanked her profusely, and she bid me goodbye. I went straight to Mr. Haverling's chambers, where I learned he arrived at his desk early in the morning, but departed by 11 for his appointments. From there I went to the Duke Cards, but Sir Percy was also unavailable, although it took the butler nearly 20 minutes to ascertain this fact. I left a message that I would return the next morning, and that Sir Percy should not depart until I'd spoken with him. It was too early to seek Mr. Thurgood at his club, and I'd forgotten to ask where he worked. So, with these 3 men unavailable, the easiest plan was to examine the motive as conspicuous as a fish flailing at the end of a line. I patted the pocket with Lady Edith's sketch of the necklace. It was time to visit a jeweller I knew. Chapter 7. Philip Jurel, born Philippe Diarel, native of Marseille, owned a jewelry store on Dowell Street in Hatton Garden. We'd become acquainted when I'd recovered some stolen jewelry for him, and we became friends when Jack Bones Brogan, head of a ruthless gang in 7 Dials, wanted to buy a necklace for half its value, and I convinced him otherwise. In exchange, whenever I needed to know anything about jewelry, I came to Philip. I rang the bell to be admitted. A new young woman opened the door. She wore a ready smile that broke and reformed uncertainly. I kept forgetting about the scratches on my face. "May I help you?" she asked. "I'm Inspector Corrivan from Scotland Yard. Is Mr. Jurel in?" She took a quick breath in and blinked before answering. "Of course. Won't you sit down?" She gestured toward a gilt chair. It was one of those spindly ones, like at the Harveys, so I remained standing. A moment later, Philip came toward me with both hands out in welcome. Just under 40, his black hair still dark at the temples, with a waistline that betrayed his love of fine food, he was impeccably dressed, down to his polished shoes. "Michael, mon ami." He took notice of my face, but only raised one black eyebrow. Come in, come in." I followed him through a heavy wooden door, past the workshop where 2 men bent over tables, their hands occupied with silver tools. Philip's office was meticulously tidy, with a gilt-edged desk, a Turkish carpet, and an enormous cabinet whose drawers were labelled in a code only he understood. "Some coffee?" he asked. Through the closed door, I heard the bell ring. Mindful that I was potentially keeping him from a customer, I refused. "Is something wrong?" he asked, a note of anxiety in his voice. I hastened to reassure him. No, nothing to do with you personally, or I assume not." I took Lady Edith's drawing out of my pocket. "Do you recognize this?" He put on his spectacles, studied the paper for a moment, and looked up in surprise. "It's the Thierry necklace. owned by the Arvey family. Why do you ask?" I sat back in my chair. "It's gone missing." He sucked in his breath. "And what's more," I continued, "the last person to wear it was a woman who was murdered after the Harvey ball on Monday evening. I think it was taken off her body, but I'm not sure if she was murdered for the necklace or if the necklace was merely, an afterthought." He blew out his breath in a disbelieving puff and removed his spectacles. "No, there's no possibility whatever this necklace was an afterthought." "How much is it worth?" "Something between 2,000 and 2,500 pounds. My mouth went dry. One could build a house for that sum. "Are you sure?" "Yes. Why?" "Lady Edith said she thought it was worth several hundred." "Perhaps so. In the 40s, when her grandfather took advantage of some fool who'd lost a fortune in the railway shares and was desperate for ready money." Both eyebrows rose and his chin dropped. "I never told you that." I nodded my assurance. "Even then it was underpriced," Philip continued, "especially given its provenance." "Why? Who owned it?" "One of Count Thierry's mistresses, a courtesan and a friend of Josephine de Beauharnais." He went to his bookshelf. "Attends. I can show you better than that sketch." He ran his forefinger along the spines and pulled down a thick book. On the cover, the title was stamped in gold. Couliard, Paris. "How do you say that?" I asked. "Couillard," he pronounced. "Pierre Couillard studied with Nito." "Who?" He sat down in his chair, put his spectacles back on, and began turning pages. I watched his hands, small and nimble, jeweler's hands. From where I sat, I could see page after page of drawings of elaborate necklaces, coronets, earrings, bracelets, and rings. Marie-Étienne Nito and his son Francois began the jewelry firm of Chaumet in 1780. They were the official jewelers to Napoleon. I had one of their daggers in the front case last year. He looked up. "You admired it?" "I remember. Pierre Couillard apprenticed with Nito for a while, and then opened his own firm in 1804. His son, and then his son carried it on. They still have their shop near the Place Vendôme." He paused to study a page. "Is that the necklace?" I asked, leaning over. "No, just one of my favorites." He turned another page. "Ah, here it is." On the left page was a block of printed matter in French. On the right was a coloured drawing of the piece. The date was underneath, 1810. Now I could see how elaborate it was, and the pendant appeared even larger. "The sapphire is enormous. Is that why it's so expensive?" "Well, partly, but the workmanship is exquisite." He pointed. "These are sapphires from India, but they're cabochon, a special cut." He made an inverted cup with his hand, rounded rather than faceted. Couliard was known for using cabochon stones in his work, and the diamonds here are set in a technique called pavé, like cobblestones on a street, fit closely together, comme ça. He interlocked his fingers. So each adds to another's brilliance. It's extraordinary work. I pushed the book toward him, and Lady Edith lent this out like an umbrella. Well, according to you, she didn't know its value. He replaced the volume on his shelf. What could someone do with a necklace like this? I asked, once he'd taken it. What could someone do? His eyebrows shot up. I've no idea. It could never be worn in public. It's far too well known. And it couldn't be sold legitimately. It would be recognized in an instant by any jeweler who could afford to purchase it, and he'd contact the police. Assuming he had any ethics, I said. Bah, Even without them, he shook his head, a jeweler would report it, so he could claim the reward. Perhaps so, I admitted. But if a jeweler contacted his local division, I wouldn't necessarily have heard at the yard. He rolled his silver jeweler's loop between his palms. There are those who help families sell off their jewels discreetly. The thief might inquire of them. But if the thief knew he couldn't sell it whole, who'd break it apart for him? His eyes flashed. Merde! No one with any reputation. To do such a thing would be like cutting a Renaissance painting into strips. But it could be done. He spread his hands. May we? Any jeweler could dismantle it and recut the stones, so they'd be unrecognizable. Who'd do it? He pressed his lips into a thin line. Philip, I won't cause them trouble. I'm only looking for the murderer. His sigh expanded and deflated his entire ribcage. There is someone who will know if the necklace has appeared. I'll ask. Thank you, my friend. I stood up. Let me know what you hear from your man. Chapter 8. By the time I returned to the yard, it was nearly 4 o'clock. Sergeant Cole stopped me on the way in with a letter, and as I recognized Ma Doyle's handwriting, my insides clenched in preparation for a blow. The last time Ma had sent me a message at work, back when I was on the river police, was the day Pat had been killed. I tore open the note, ripping the paper in my haste, and had to piece the sentences together. Mickey, could you come see me soon as you can? Not to worry, we're all grand. Ma. My sudden, sharp fear dulled, but still, it had to be something important. I usually took Sunday tea with the Doyles at least once a month, and I'd planned to go this week. But whatever Ma needed didn't sound like it could wait. I headed back out and found a cab to Lehman Street, where I disembarked and walked east, crossing over into the chapel. It was easier and shorter to walk to the Doyles' house than to direct a cab down the few navigable streets. When my real Ma vanished, I was not quite 12. For the first few weeks, while I searched Whitechapel for her, friends looked after me. But soon I realized it wasn't fair to take food out of their mouths when my Ma had taught me reading and ciphering, and I was strong for my age. So I took to star-glazing for a man in Chicksand Street. Johnny, the Crow, would keep watch while I'd break him to a shop, sliding the blade of my knife along a window's edge to form a crack in the shape of a star, and soundlessly removing the pane. Then Danny would take everything worth stealing. What we brought in was usually enough for food in our bellies and a corner to sleep in. Things went on that way for a while, until one day I came upon 3 rat bags beating a 4th lad in an alley. I might have walked by, except that they were calling him Dirty Irish. I don't even remember whipping out my knife, but I found myself holding the tallest one from behind, the blade pressed against his throat, and me hissing in his ear, "Let him bloody be, or I'll cut you." All of them froze. We stood measuring one another, until the one I gripped said a surly, "All right." "Now, get on, all of you," I said. I took my knife from the tall one's throat and shoved him, but maybe because my thoughts were on the bloke in the dirt, I didn't push as hard as I should have. His hand slashed a blade toward my face, and it seared my forehead, but my knife was still at the ready, and I stabbed his shoulder hard enough that he screamed and dropped to the stones. Then the one with the cap was on me, his fist flying toward my head. I ducked and spun, coming round as he pummeled my back with blows heavy and hard enough to halt my breath, but my knife, reaching low, found his thigh. And they were gone, shouting curses as they went. Bent over, with my hands on my knees, I gulped for breath. The boy was bleeding from his nose and mouth, but more angry than afraid. Bloody buggers, he spat. As I straightened, he studied my forehead. He was about my age, a few inches shorter, but sturdy. My name's Pat Doyle, and that's bad, he said, tapping his own head above his eye. Come on, my ma'll fix us. As I followed him down narrow alleys, jiggering left and right, he asked where I lived and how I learned to handle a knife like that. When I merely shrugged, he gave a sidelong look out of eyes as Irish blue as my own, and let me be. Finally, we reached a shop with a set of stairs leading to the living space above. After his ma had seen to our cuts, he asked if I could stay for dinner, and then, later, if I could stay just for a while. I could tell this troubled Mrs. Doyle. Don't worry, Mum, I said. I don't need charity. I'm all right. She tipped her head. How old are you? Round 15, I hedged. You say you're all right, she said. Doing what? When I didn't answer, her face fell and she sighed. Please, Ma, I'd be dead as Francis if it weren't for him, Pat said soberly. After a minute, she pulled Pat close, kissed him hard on his forehead, and nodded at me. Thank you for taking care of my boy. Couldn't have borne to lose him. After supper, as the fire died down, we gathered around the bed she shared with the twins, Elsie and Colin, and she related one of the legends of the warrior Cuchulainn. My mother was Irish too, but I'd never heard any of the old stories. Over the years, Ma Doyle told us about Lugard, Arltach, and the Banshees, and the fairies, and Johnny Friel. And though Pat and I would smile indulgently, pretending the tales were just for the twins, I loved hearing them. Her voice lilted the words into the air, and they hung there for us, sparkling as spinning coins. If I have any ability whatever to tell a story, it comes from her. Moving in with the Doyles put an end to my star-glazing. Ma Doyle made that clear from the start. But she hadn't flourished in Whitechapel by sitting about, and her children did their part. I was expected to work in the shop, run errands, teach Elsie her sums. I might groan about sweeping the floors and toting heavy bags of tea from the wharf to the storeroom, but I took a secret pride and pleasure in it too, knowing that I was no burden. A year or so later, 2 of Ma Doyle's nephews were finally old enough to help with the shop, so Pat and I went to find work at the docks. We loaded cargo for 10 hours at a time, until I was promoted to lighterman, moving cargo by small boat. It was hard work, but it changed me into a young man who could sling 100 pounds from a dock to a deck without thinking about it. And maybe that was a good thing, and maybe not. Because one day, Seamus O'Hagan came down to the docks, saw me carrying one of the burlap bags of tea over my shoulder, and asked if I wanted to make some extra money. Doing what? Fighting. His dark eyes held mine. You done much? No. Willing to learn? By then I worked it out that he was talking about bare-knuckles boxing. It was dead illegal, and when the police raided the places, they put the boys away for weeks in rotten chapel prisons. With me being Irish, they'd be twice as glad to do it. How much? Share of the profits. I'll guarantee a quid a week to start. He spat his tobacco to the side. Being new, and with those shoulders, those hands, you'll make more. 4 quid each month? I didn't even try to hide how much I wanted that money. I knew what it would mean, to Ma Doyle, to me, to all of us. He saw it in my eyes, and smiled. Why me? I pointed my chin toward the docks, where dozens of other men were working, most of them stronger than I was, though they were older, too. He handed me a scrap of pasteboard with an address. Don't say nothing to no one. Just come tonight at 8:30. I didn't like the looks of him. His eyes were like a snake's, hard and shining. But I was only 17, and his choosing me out of the lot pleased me more than it should have. The whole rest of the day the pasteboard burned in my pocket. At 6 o'clock I told myself I wasn't going. I'd fought plenty on the streets, but I didn't know anything about fighting in a ring, and it could be a trap. I could get killed, knifed, left for dead, with nobody knowing where I was. And I knew nothing about this man O'Hagan. I'd never heard of him. I wished I could ask around about him, but that would have tipped my hand. At 7:30, I saw Ma worrying over the sums in her books, and decided I'd go. What was the harm? If I didn't like what I saw, I'd leave. At 8 o'clock, I remembered the snaky glint in O'Hagan's eyes, and changed my mind again. But then I watched little Elsie mending her skirt with bits of thread and her single precious needle that she secured every night in a scrap of brown felt. Saw Pat run his crust of bread around the edges of his plate to sop up every last drop of gravy. Thought about what Ma Doyle had done, taking me in, probably saving my life. And 8:15, saw me out the door. Sometimes I still wonder what my life would be if I hadn't. Bare-knuckles boxing gloves are dark, ugly underground layers, filled with the smell of rot gut and sweat, and more blood than a dirt floor can soak up. But it was intoxicating, entering that room, seeing men eyeing me sideways, and then, as O'Hagan came to greet me, looking me over with what appeared to be approval, the air was charged with men greedy for a fight and for betting. O'Hagan put me in the ring, and I won 3 matches out of 3 that night, against blokes who were smaller than I was. The odds were in their favour, though, because I was new. I won 2.6 that night, and I was hooked. Easiest money I ever saw. I did that for nearly a year, until one afternoon O'Hagan told me he needed me to throw a match, lose on purpose. "What the hell? Why?" I demanded. Truth be told, I had lost only 1 match ever, and I was proud of my record. My fists were fast, and I'd never been knocked on my head, and I was large and strong enough to take on almost anybody. "Odds are no good anymore. You win so much, nobody'll bet against you." He spat tobacco at my feet. "You ain't making me money. Gotta do something to change it." I hated the idea. Still, last month the Doyle's roof had leaked so badly that the rain had come through, mouldering the rug and falling down into the storeroom, spoiling 3 barrels of tea. I planned on putting this month's boxing money towards a new roof. By the time I was standing outside the ring, I'd reconciled myself to throwing the match, just this once. O'Hagan had put me up against a tall, wiry kid named Devlin, who looked a lot like I did when I first came. In another year or 2, he'd fill out and be a good, dependable fighter. But just watching the way his bare shoulders moved, I knew he was no match for me now. One of the other fighters, Murphy, tapped me before I stepped out and muttered, "Make sure you get in a punch or 2, so it's not obvious." Startled, I turned. "What?" His snort ended in a mocking grin. "You think you were winning your first matches by yourself?" The words hit me like a blow, hollowed me out. His eyes widened. "Jesus, you're more fool than I took you for." The shame of it rolled over me like a tide. Had I won any of those early matches on my own? Surely I had. The look of approval on O'Hagan's face when I beat Joe Kelly and Tommy Mackey and Lem Shanahan. Yet perhaps not. As I caught sight of O'Hagan sliding past the bookie, nudging him with an elbow, the cold truth hit me. I was nothing but a beast to be worked, a means to fill their pockets, and for a second I thought to myself,
It needs to be just business for you too, Mickey. Just do what you're supposed to do. Lose the match, collect your money. Then you can get out for good. But when I got into the ring, I was stupid. I try not to judge myself too harshly now. I was young, hot-tempered, and hurting with mortification. Within 10 seconds, my intention to throw the match was gone. Devlin swung a good first punch, and I went after him with everything I had. If it had been a day I was tired from working the docks, he might have managed to land a few blows. But that night, Devlin didn't stand a chance. He was on the ground in 20 seconds, back up, then motionless on his back another minute after that. With the back of my hand, I wiped the corner of my lip, tasted salt and blood, and looked over at O'Hagan. He stood against the wall with his arms across his chest, his expression stony. Turning aside, he spat tobacco out of his mouth. I knew what I'd done. Still, I'd earned him plenty. I figured he'd give me another chance, like he'd done when I lost to Gahan. I approached him, and under cover of wiping my face as I put my shirt back on, I muttered, "I'll throw the next one."
Get the hell out.
Suddenly, Ma Doyle's face appeared in my mind. I knew exactly how she'd look when I told her my boxing money had evaporated. Disappointed, though she'd try not to let me see. I felt a wave of remorse. "Look, I'll throw it next time, I swear."
I said, get out.
His face was implacable. Surprised, I blurted, But I need the money."
You feckin' idiot, he hissed.
"I'm short on earnings this month, and now I'm even shorter." I blew out my breath and drew myself up. "What about my quid for this week?" He barked a laugh. "You're lucky I don't beat the shite out of you. Now, for the last time, get out." Stunned by how quickly everything had changed, I climbed out of that hole and went home. When I told Ma Doyle what happened, her jaw slacked with dismay, just as I knew it would. But a moment later, she patted my arm. "We'll manage the money, Mickey. I just don't want him coming after you." She sighed. "It's a bloody hard line he took, to toss a boy after one mistake, after all this time. But some folks are made of granite. You can't move 'em, no matter what you say." "I told him I'd throw the next one. Hell, I'd throw any match he wants, now that I know everyone does it." She clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. "Well, the O'Hagans have always been rubbish Irish. No loyalty to them." And as she used to say, loyalty was what separated the potatoes from the rot. By the next morning, my shock had worn off and been replaced by anger. For days after, I had raging fantasies of revenge, of reporting O'Hagan to the police, of running him up against the granite force of the law. Ma caught me meditating on it, and she asked, "What has you scowling so?" I was on the floor, a chair turned over in front of me, reattaching a wooden leg. "Nothing." She put a hand under my chin to make me look up at her. "O'Hagan. Wish I could hurt him back," I admitted. Ma looked troubled. "Ah, Mickey, you know better. That's how you'll end up dead." Her expression softened, and she knelt beside me. "I know it hurts, but he's not worth it. He wasn't anything, wasn't family, wasn't a friend." She shook her head. "We both know he didn't do right by you, but I'm glad you're done with it. Something else will come along, you'll see." Her words comforted me, and my anger began to subside. That might have been the end of it, except 2 days later, the police raided the boxing hall, arresting the lot of them, including O'Hagan. They relished catching one Irishman with his hands dirty and a pile of money and books that implicated another dozen.
O'Hagan figured I'd been the one to rat him out for revenge. On the afternoon he was put in prison, Ma Doyle found me at the docks and thrust some coins into one hand and a sack with my clothes and some food into the other.
O'Hagan's passed the word you ratted on him.
But I didn't, I protested.
You swear?
She gazed up at me searchingly.
I swear. I know you were right. Revenge isn't worth dying for.
She sighed with relief.
Then, God willing, the truth will out someday. But you need to go tonight, Mickey. Send word where I can reach you.
She gave me a quick embrace, a murmured blessing, and a push toward Lehman Street, from whence I found my way down to Lambeth, where my size and strength proved to be assets in the Metropolitan Police, too. Once in uniform, I was able to ask a few discreet questions. I learned that young Devlin didn't recover from the fight, not right away. His father discovered how he'd been injured, and it was he who'd reported O'Hagan to the police. I sent word into the chapel, and eventually a message came back from O'Hagan conceding I was probably telling the truth, but he still blamed me for beating Devlin in the first place. That was over a decade ago, and we'd never exchanged a word since. Still, an unspoken deal had emerged. He knew I could have arrested him a dozen times over, but I hadn't, and I'd been in and out of the chapel dozens of times since then without incident. However, there were those who believed I'd been an Irish rat and would have enjoyed knocking me about, so whenever I crossed Lehman Street, I kept my hand near my truncheon. I pushed open the door to the store, where as usual 6 customers gathered. Mrs. Wynne caught sight of me, and her face broke into a smile, which I returned, but I didn't want to embark on a conversation. A quick glance around told me Ma wasn't here, but I caught Elsie's eye behind the counter, and she flashed a smile. "Is Ma in back?" I mouthed, nodding toward the storeroom. She shook her head and pointed at the ceiling. I exited and headed up the stairs, turned my key in the lock, and let myself in. "Ma!" I called out. She came out of the bedroom, both her hands out to me.
Why, Mickey, thanks for coming.
Is everything all right? Her hazel eyes widened.
Oh, aye. Like I wrote, we're all grand.
Her words rolled a hot wave of relief over me.
But Lord, Mickey, what happened to your face?
She stood and turned my chin toward the window.
You haven't been boxing again, have you?
Of course not. I bent over to kiss her cheek. It's nothing. I'm fine. She gave an appraising look, as she used to when I'd come home scraped up, but she relented.
All right, then.
She held me close for a few seconds past when I'd have released her. I felt a softening inside me, and, why not admit it, a relief at being held by the closest thing I had to a mother on this earth. I gave her one final pat on the shoulder and pulled away to unbutton my coat. I studied her covertly as I hung it on the wooden rack. Her coppery hair was thinning slightly at the temples, and her round face had a few more wrinkles, but she looked well for all that. Whitechapel has a way of breaking people, but Ma Doyle wasn't the sort who broke. She thrived, both because her shop sold candles and sundries at a fair price, and because Ma Doyle knew how to offer tea and sympathy without giving offence.
Can I fetch you a cuppa? She asked. It's cold in here. The wind's coming straight through the glass.
As I followed her into the kitchen, she added,
Were you on the river today?
The question startled me.
I was, yesterday. Why? You smell of it, like when you and Pat used to work at the docks.
I studied her for a moment. She didn't often mention Pat, but his name slipped out as if she'd been prepared to say it. I raised my sleeve to my face and sniffed.
I do. Sorry.
I took out 2 clean cups and saucers from the shelf as she put the water on to boil. She peered up at me. "You look tired," she said. "Wraithy." "I'm all right, Ma." I leaned against the wall. "I'm glad to see you. You know I am. But what's the matter?" "Let's fix our tea, and then I'll tell you." The kettle whistled, and she brewed the tea strong to stand up to the milk. We carried the cups back to the chairs, and after a hot gulp spread warmth into my belly, I settled the cup in the saucer and waited. Her brow furrowed with something between perplexity and a sort of practicality that I recognized. It meant that she had a problem. She'd worked out a solution, and that solution involved me. "It's my sister's boy. You remember Aileen passed 5 years back?" I didn't realize it had been that long, but I nodded. "Well, her husband died last month, and so Harry's come down to live with me." I raised my chin toward the back bedroom. "Is he here?" "Nay, I sent him out with Colin, so I could talk to ye first." She sighed. "I thought him being here would be fine, but it ain't." "Why not?" She shook her head. "He doesn't belong in Whitechapel, Mickey. He wasn't here 2 days afore I knew that." "Is he too good for it?" My voice had an edge. "Nay." She drew out the syllable as she leaned back in her chair. "He's just... well, he's clever, like you, only not clever enough to hide it." She gave a rueful smile, but then the humour vanished from her face, leaving only concern. She held her tea carefully in her lap, with both hands. "I hate to ask it. You already do so much, Mickey. Don't think I don't see you slipping summit to Elsie and Colin when you come." I closed my eyes briefly and shook my head. "Spare coins, Ma." I sipped at the tea, which was beginning to cool. "What can I do? Talk to Harry? Perhaps give him some advice?" "Well," she hesitated, "I was hoping you might keep him with you for a bit." The tea went down the wrong way, and it took me half a minute to stop coughing. "Ma, I'm hardly ever home. I can't just adopt a boy." "He's not a boy. Leastwise, he's near to 16, although he doesn't look at it from certain angles. Can't you keep him?" She tipped her chin in the general direction of the yard. "Find him some copying or messenger work till we figure someone else for him." Her brow furrowed. "He's already been beat twice. You know how it is." Yes, I knew. Pat and Francis had both died in the chapel, and they were smart and tough enough to have a fighting chance. I also knew it was more than fair. Ma asking me to keep Harry for a while, after she'd kept me for years. For most people in the chapel, sleep and food and safety and work were like 4 aces, held close to take a fat pot in a fast-paced game. But from the first night I entered her house, Ma had made it clear that game wasn't played at her table. She dealt all 4 aces into my palm, the same as she dealt them to Pat and Elsie and Colin, never once making me feel like she regretted taking me in, no matter how many times she had to reuse the leaves for tea. I managed a smile. "Don't worry, Ma. I'll figure out something." I set aside the cup and saucer and stood to retrieve my coat from the rack. She stood as well, looking up at me with a face full of affection. "Thank you, Mickey. I wouldn't ask if I could think of someone else." "When do you want to send him?" "Tomorrow, around midday." She hesitated. "Mind you, he ain't much to look at, but he's a good sort once you talk to him." "Don't worry, Ma," I said again. I settled a kiss on her cheek and opened the door. "We'll be fine." When I arrived back at the yard, there was a messenger just arrived, with a note addressed to me. Quiet, but better. Was expecting you today. James. I heard the rebuke and let out a groan as I checked the clock. 6:30. How was it so late? And I still needed to find Anthony Thurgood at his club. In that moment, I made a decision. The case of Madeline Beckford was officially solved. She'd been found. All that remained was to wait for her to talk. No doubt it would be best if I visited her regularly, convinced her to trust me. But with Vincent pressing me on the Albert murder, I had no time. My eyes sought Styles. He was just the person for such a task. Pretty young maids and old harridans, they all unbent for him. James had met him several times and found him a smart, likable young man. Styles, I said, come outside for a minute. Obligingly, he set aside some papers and took up his coat. We stepped into the darkening yard. The sounds of wheels and horseshoes came through the arch. It wasn't raining, but the cobblestones were shiny, and light from the sconces seemed to reflect from one to the next. Pave, I thought, like the diamonds. Is something the matter? Styles asked curiously. Briefly, I explained how I'd found Madeline Beckford and why I'd taken her to hospital instead of home. She isn't talking at all? There was an odd note in his voice, and I guessed why. He was loyal, but he was also more conscientious about rules than I was. Not yet, I said. I just want to buy her some time. I understand. Vincent told me to concentrate on the murder of the judge's daughter. I paused. He suggested I give you some of my unsolved cases. I didn't agree to that. He let me see his relief. But I was hoping you might see Madeline in my stead. I rocked back on my right heel. I need to see Anthony Thurgood at his club tonight. The man in the locket. All right, he said amiably. I'll see her before I go home. Grateful for his willingness, I nodded my thanks and added, I doubt Thurgood knows Rose is dead. They were privately engaged, but he's not on speaking terms with the family. Poor bloke, Styles winced. I don't envy you breaking the news to him. I didn't tell him that of the two, I'd rather face a grieving lover than Madeline Beckford. It wasn't because she'd attacked me. That was nothing. There was something about her desperation that edged too close to memories that I'd rather let lie. Chapter 9. From St. James's Street, I walked east on Pall Mall toward Trafalgar Square, looking up at the flags of the gentlemen's clubs, the Army and Navy, the Marlborough, the Guards, the Oxford and Cambridge for alumni of those esteemed universities, the Athenaeum with its Doric columns where James belonged. The entrance to the Pemberton Club was around the corner on Wincher, and when I climbed the steps, I saw the brass placard below the lamp to the right of the door. Members only. Others please apply to the side. Below was a neat arrow pointing to the right. I went around the corner a second time and rang the bell. Inspector Corrivan from Scotland Yard, I said to the man who opened the door. May I ask your name? He frowned. It's Loomis. What can I do for you? Is Mr. Anthony Thurgood here? It's important business. I'll see if he's in. He pointed to a wooden ladder-back chair and headed down the hallway. I ignored his gesture and followed in his wake. Through the open door, I glimpsed a billiard room with wooden panels, a marble-edged fireplace, and oil paintings hung at regular intervals. A chortling laugh The click of one ball hitting another, and the smell of cigar smoke wafted out as the door closed behind him. It was only a few minutes before Loomis re-emerged, followed by a young man who resembled the portrait. Mr. Thurgood was perhaps 25 years of age, tall and fair, wearing clothes that were proper but not showy. He had a pleasant face, a high brow, and a small scar on his chin. His expression was open and forthright, and he politely stubbed out his cigar in an ashtray before he approached me. What had appeared as smirky in the portrait was in person a modest, close-lipped smile. If he had killed Rose Albert, he was a superb actor, but my guess was he hadn't even heard the news of her death. "I'm Anthony Thurgood. May I help you?" he asked. "Inspector Corrigan. Is there somewhere we can talk privately?" His smile faded, and his expression became wary. "Very well," he said shortly. "Come through." He led me to a room not much bigger than my office at the Yard. It was cold, for the hearth was empty. The wool carpet had worn spots where the threads showed through. 2 lamps shed soft light upon an elaborately framed map of Africa on the wall. He stood facing me. "Loomis said you were Scotland Yard. What do you want?" "When is the last time you communicated with Miss Rose Albert?" His eyes flashed. "That is a private matter. Who asked you to—" "I'm not here on anyone's behalf," I broke in, "and I'm not here to cause trouble for you. But something's happened, and I need to know when and where you last spoke with her." He sat down in one of the leather chairs, his eyes steady on mine. "I saw her 3 days ago. We met in the park. Why?" I sat, too. "Did you send her a message at the Harveys' party 2 nights ago?" "Of course not." His brows lowered into a scowl. "Why'd you ask?" I couldn't put it off any longer. "Mr. Thurgood, Miss Albert was found yesterday morning in a small boat on the Thames River. She'd been killed sometime after 2 o'clock in the morning, after she left the party at the Harveys' house." He froze, with his lips parted, and his pupils went wide and dark, a marker that is difficult to feign. "I'm very sorry," I said. His chest heaved with quickened breaths. "You're mistaken. She spent the night with Edith." "I'm afraid not. Her father has identified her." His eyes suddenly sparked with fury. "Is this his idea of a joke? Because he found out about us?" I shook my head. "This is no joke." His chin came up. "Show me your identification." I drew out my warrant and gave it to him. He studied it, and his whole body slumped. As he dropped his head into his hands, my warrant fell to the floor. "Oh, dear God! Oh, dear God!" When he raised his eyes again, they were brimming with tears, and he suddenly looked very young. "How did she die? Did they hurt her?" I didn't hesitate. "We believe she was unconscious." "How?" It came out breathlessly, a dead syllable. "She was choked." A rasp came from the back of his throat. The door opened with a high, dry creak. A short man with a round face, holding a cigar in his right hand, appeared in the doorway. "I say, Tony, is everything all right?" He had a naturally cheerful countenance, but as he looked from Mr. Thurgood to me, his expression became mistrustful. "What's this about?" "It's Rose, Sam," Mr. Thurgood said. "This man says she's dead." He looked as stunned as Mr. Thurgood. "My God, what happened? I'd no idea she was even ill." Sam closed the store, snuffed his cigar in an ashtray, and pulled a chair near his friend. "She wasn't ill. She was killed the night before last," I answered. when it became clear that Mr. Thurgood wasn't going to explain. "I'm from the yard." Sam's face was incredulous.
"Who'd want to kill her?"
"We're not sure," I said. "She was wearing a very expensive necklace that she'd borrowed from Lady Edith Harvey for the night, and it could have been a theft. But that doesn't explain why someone would take her to the Thames and put her in a boat."
"A boat?"
Sam stared.
"What sort of boat?"
"A small, lighter boat, such as rivermen use to move cargo." Sam blinked several times rapidly, opened his mouth, and then shut it again. "Were either of you at the Harveys' party on Monday night, even for a short while?" I asked.
"What? No."
Mr. Thurgood shook his head.
"Rose and I weren't appearing anywhere in public together. We didn't want anyone to suspect."
"Where were you?" I asked.
2 nights ago."
He strained to remember.
I was here, I think."
"He was here. We were playing cards," Sam supplied. Mr. Thurgood's expression grew desperate.
"Look here. Are you certain it was her? There could be no mistake?"
I wished I could answer differently. "I'm sorry. They found her locket with the initials and your picture inside. That's what helped us identify her."
"Was it silver?"
Mr. Thurgood's jaw sagged, and he swallowed hard.
"Heart-shaped, with her initials?"
I nodded.
"I gave her that."
He dropped his head into his hands again, letting out a low, feral moan.
"Did this happen because she promised herself to me?"
"I don't think this had anything to do with you," I replied. "But I have questions I need to ask." Sam's hand came up and rested on Mr. Thurgood's shoulder. "Can you think of anyone who would have wanted to hurt her?" I asked. Mr. Thurgood's head was still down, but he turned it from side to side. "I'd like you to tell me about Rose, how you met, and what sort of plans you had," I said. He looked up at that and glanced over at his friend. Sam rose and gave his friend's shoulder a squeeze.
"I'll be in the smoking room."
He closed the door quietly behind him. Mr. Thurgood's eyes were suddenly wet. His lips trembled and his jaw clenched, trying to hold them still. Tears spilled in uneven traces down his cheeks.
"This entire past year, we've been trying to solve our problems, trying to figure out how we could marry, how we would manage, where we would live. My God, those weren't problems."
Yes, death had a way of making every other consideration seem small. "Mr. Thurgood, I know the last thing you want to do is talk to me, but with every passing hour, the chances of learning who did this wane. I need your help. I didn't know her, and you knew her better than anyone, so I need details." He looked incredulous.
"Details?"
"Yes." He let out a bark of a laugh.
"You mean like she took marmalade on her toast? Or she played the piano like an angel? Or just finished reading Anna Karenina?"
His voice rose in anger.
"What sort of detail can I tell you that will bring her back? You tell me that, and I'll bloody give it to you."
And then his head dropped a third time, and his narrow shoulders shook with sobs.
"Oh, God, just leave me alone."
The raw pain in his voice put my heart into my throat. This was one of the worst parts about investigating murders, asking people to speak logically when they were still feeling the first violent stabs of grief. "All right," I said quietly. "Where can I find you tomorrow morning?"
22 Snowdon.
It came out between gasping breaths.
"Top floor."
I stood. "Thank you, Mr. Thurgood. I'm very, very sorry." I told Loomis to fetch Mr. Thurgood's friend for him and left. On the street, The night air drove its chill straight into my bones. I'd be willing to swear that Mr. Thurgood had nothing to do with Rose's death. I was beginning to believe Philip had been right. Despite the peculiar display the killer had made of Rose, the motive had to be the Thierry necklace. I was tempted to visit Philip again in the morning, except I'd been told to call upon Mr. Haverling early, and I'd made appointments with Sir Percy and now Anthony Thurgood. Perhaps afterward. And I'd send a note to the river police to inquire if anything had been discovered once they took the lighter out of the water. I trudged home and fell into bed, my sleep broken by uneasy dreams. Chapter 10. 20 years ago, after the portion of the Fleet River running along Farrington Street was covered over to make space for railway tracks, parts of Soho were rebuilt with long streets filled with two-story terraced houses, having shared walls and no pavements, so the doors opened right onto the cobbles. My house in Soho was in the middle of one of those long streets, and though it was small, it was plenty for me, with a kitchen and a fair-sized room with a hearth downstairs and 2 bedrooms up. Ma Doyle had helped me furnish the place, so it wasn't as spare as I'd have left it. In what she called the parlour, I had 3 comfortable chairs and some tables, a bookshelf, and 2 pictures. My kitchen had shelves filled with dishes and the like, and we'd fitted both bedrooms with beds and washstands. I'd even put a stove in my bedroom. Still, my room was cold in the mornings. Bracing myself, I pushed aside the bedclothes and, shivering, pulled on my trousers and shirt before washing my face. Hastily, I fixed myself coffee, drinking it black and as hot as I could take it before I stepped out into the chill air. Rather than going to the yard, I went straight to Mr. Haverling's rooms. The curtains were open behind the diamond-paned windows, revealing several sources of lamplight and the purplish shadows of people moving about. The door opened as I lifted my hand to the brass knocker, and a young man on his way out directed me upstairs. When I gave my name to the clerk, I was shown immediately to a back office, as if I were expected. 3 windows dropped the pale morning light upon a wooden desk, enormous and tidy, and a figure stepped away from a bookshelf to greet me. He was a tall man, as tall as I, but gaunt, and he moved deliberately, with a cane in his right hand, to counter a pronounced limp. "Mr. Corrigan, I am Edgar Haverling." Despite what I'd heard from Lady Edith, he did not strike me as a dear. He had shrewd, penetrating brown eyes under thick brows, greying hair and thin lips, as if they were perpetually sealed against betraying a confidence. He remained standing, and did not ask me to sit down. "You're here about Rose," he said. So I'd missed my chance to see his first reaction. "You've heard, then," I said. "Her father sent for me yesterday." A tremor shook his frame, down to the knobby fingers holding his cane. No, he might not be a dear, but he had a heart, and quite suddenly I wanted to gain this man's confidence. But before I could speak, he said deliberately, "Mr. Corrigan, as a solicitor charged with administering trusts and drafting wills and such, my chief stock in trade is my discretion." My heart sank. "I understand. But as the Albert family's solicitor, in this office, I must adhere to that role." There was an odd tone in his voice, and he reached for his coat. "Therefore, let us go for a walk." My head snapped back, as if to dodge a surprise left cross out of nowhere. I stared dumbly as he headed for the threshold, then replaced my hat and hurried after him, wondering if I'd understood. Did the very act of leaving his office free him from his usual constraints? Well, that was a peculiar notion, but I would abide by it. As we descended the stair to the street, I realized that, like Rose's maid Lucy, Mr. Haverling had anticipated this meeting. No doubt he planned to provide information to a certain limit, which I would press. But for now, I'd see where he led us. "Lincoln's Inn Fields?" he asked. "Of course." With his limp, he walked slowly, but seemingly without pain. Or perhaps he was accustomed to an old injury. "Do you have any notion yet as to who killed her?" he asked, his eyes on the pavement in front of his feet. "Are we speaking in confidence?" "We are, Mr. Corrigan," he replied soberly. "I'm gratified. Your character was verified by someone I trust." I eyed him for several steps, but that hawkish profile gave away nothing, except that there was no point in asking. All right. I would give him a bit of truth and hope for an even exchange, like 21 shillings for a pound sterling. "Lady Edith told me you spoke with Rose at the ball." "Yes." The wariness of the syllable warned me that the topic of their conversation was too valuable a coin to ask for just yet. Well, I'd lay out a shilling or two. "Do you remember the necklace she was wearing?" He shot me a sideways glance. "The Thierry necklace. When we found her body, it was gone." That news caused an infinitesimal hitch in his step. "The judge didn't tell you?" I asked. "He did not." "So, far as I know, Lady Edith hasn't called attention to having lent it. She is hoping it was, misplaced." He gave me an incredulous look, and I snorted softly in agreement. "Ahem," he coughed. "And do you think Rose was killed for it?" "I don't know. It's worth several £1,000s, and any of the 200 guests could have seen it." I paused. "I'm doing my best to search for it quietly, but frankly, the murder makes little sense. Why not just demand the necklace, wear a mask to hide his identity, and let her go?" "Just so? Why create such a spectacle?" His eyes were intent. "The boat as an eciclema." An eciclema? I never heard the term. "In Greek tragedy, it's how a murder was revealed. The dead body was rolled onto the stage on a wheeled board. For example, Eurydice, in Sophocles' Antigone." We paused at a corner, where he deliberately placed the ferrule of his cane into a small divot in the pavement. "I've been wondering about Miss Albert's possible ties to the river," I said. "Do you know about a case involving the Yellow Star Tea Company?" We stepped off the curb. "Yes, and the judge reminded me of it. But the owner, Quinn, is a lawful businessman. He paid the modest fine and hired extra guards to prevent further mischief. It was months ago. I can't see its relevance." I was inclined to agree, and the case dropped down my list of motives. At the corner of Lincoln's Inn Fields, Haverling pivoted right to take the perimeter. To my mind, it was his turn to lay down a few shillings, and as we passed a branching path, he said, "Rose would have reached her majority in a few weeks, and her Aunt Lavina willed her a birthday gift. Rose wanted to clarify the conditions for receiving it. There is only one, which is that the funds be placed in a trust for her, which her future husband cannot touch. Because otherwise any money she brings to the marriage becomes the property of her husband, yes," he finished. "Is the sum worth killing for?" "Well, it's not insubstantial. The shares and investments are valued at approximately £1,500. Less than the necklace, but still 6 times my annual salary." If Rose doesn't claim the inheritance, it goes to her younger brother, Peter. He raised a hand, and before you ask, he paused and considered his words. He plans to obtain a living with the church. I frowned. That's not an alibi. Trains run frequently from Cambridge. He could get to London and back in an afternoon. He's weak-willed, nervous, trust me. He doesn't have it in him. What about her other brother, Hugh? Did the aunt leave anything to him? His lip curled. He'd never see a farthing. She didn't care for him. Clearly Mr. Haverling didn't either. Was that all you talked about? Her inheritance? That was the only topic of substance. He turned off the perimeter toward the middle of the park. It was cool under the trees, and there was a rich, loamy smell. Mr. Corrigan, I'm the last one to tell a man how to proceed, but have you considered that the two crimes, the theft and the attack, might not be related? The two don't fit together easily in my mind either, I acknowledged. It seems a thief would be as stealthy as possible, and the murderer could hardly have called more attention to himself. But it seems an unlikely coincidence otherwise. I suppose so, he said heavily. We walked on, circumnavigating a garden that would be filled with roses in June, but at the moment held only bare sticks and placards with Latin names. What can you tell me about Anthony Thurgood? I asked. I watched him carefully as I added, I understand they were secretly engaged. His response would indicate how far Rose Albert had taken him into her confidence. He appeared relieved. Indeed, they were. Have you spoken with him? Only briefly, last night. When I see him again, I'd like to know if I can trust him. Rose could only have loved a man of character, Mr. Haverling said. He is an architect, you know, for one of the building firms. He loved Rose sincerely. I think whatever he tells you is the truth, so far as he knows it. All right. He paused where two paths met under the trees and gazed up at the branches. In the course of your investigation, you may discover unpleasant truths about the family. Here it is, I thought, the pound sterling. I'd ask you, he murmured, to be discreet with what you discover. Rose didn't approve of her family's behavior, but she wouldn't want her death to bring it all to light. Well, I won't report anything irrelevant, but often the truth will out, as they say. His expression grew bleak. Do you believe that? I don't. To my mind, the idea of a single truth that will naturally emerge is suitable only for idealists and scholars. For the rest of us, a partial truth is sometimes the best we can achieve. Sometimes, I agreed. But I tend to poke around until I stop finding new facts. Yes, I imagine you do, he said dryly, and sighed. Well, if you uncover a rumor that the judge has had a long-standing affair with the actress Marie Dupree, you needn't continue to poke around, as you say. It's true. Did Rose know? Yes, but I doubt it's relevant. Marie has been his mistress for years now. He scraped his cane absently across the gravel. You may also discover that Hugh spends his allowance gambling and carousing, and if it weren't for his grandfather's legacy, he'd be thrown out of Cambridge. And Rose's mother has affairs with her medical men, 3 so far. Anything else? I asked mildly. His eyes met mine. Isn't that quite enough? There was yet another question, but I took my time in framing it, for it had become clear to me that Mr. Haverling felt affection for Rose, if for no one else in the family. What sort of person was Miss Albert? Can you think of anyone who'd have wanted to hurt her? As he turned to gaze at the church across the way, the bells began to toll the hour. He waited until they'd finished. When at last he spoke, his voice trembled. She was one of the finest young women I've ever known. Intelligent, candid, loyal to a fault. The world has lost a light, Mr. Corrigan. He met my gaze, and I saw his eyes were moist. I am paid to be her family's solicitor, but I am proud to say I earned the right to call her my friend. The depth of his feeling left me without words. Good day, Mr. Corrigan. He nodded farewell, and I watched as he made his way to the margin of the fields. I followed slowly, reflecting on all I'd learned. This conversation had nudged me away from the necklace and back to something closer to home for Rose, especially that phrase, loyal to a fault, so at odds with Lady Harvey's story about Rose's duplicity toward Lady Edith. Well, perhaps Sir Percy would enlighten me. Chapter 11. I was shown into a room where Sir Percy sat, among the stale odours of the previous night's scotch and cigars. My first thought was that women would find him handsome, tall and lean, with dark hair, high cheekbones, a well-cut mouth, and a jaded expression in his grey eyes. He reminded me of a painting of a Greek tyrant that Belinda had once shown me in the National Gallery. In my mind, I set his visage beside Lady Edith's sweet round face, but I couldn't make them fit together at all. We sat in 2 chairs upholstered in crimson velvet, and he drew out a polished silver case, offered a cigarette to me, which I declined, and lit one. His fingers were long and elegant, like the rest of him, and did not tremble. I began. "Have you heard the news about Miss Albert?" His expression was instantly sorrowful. "It's awful, isn't it?" He tapped the cigarette into a green glass ashtray at his elbow. "I'd just seen her the night before. It's the strangest thing, to think that's the last time I'll ever see her. She was quite beautiful." But he said it as if he were praising a museum piece. There was no hint of the thwarted lover here. "You speak as if you admired her." He puffed on the cigarette before he answered. "Well, I'd only met her a few times, but she seemed a good sort, and she could play the piano astonishingly well, no tinkling or crashing through chords." "So you would say you were friends?" I said. This did not match what Lucy Marling had led me to believe, or what Lady Harvey had said. "Acquaintances, rather. She's a close friend of the Harvey family, and I'm a close friend of the Harveys." He waved the cigarette. "So I've seen her a few times at their house, the way people do." His manner was as decently regretful as you'd expect from someone who was sorry that a woman had died, but he wasn't pretending to be terribly grieved, which is what I'd have expected if he felt guilty. Still, I sensed he wasn't being truthful. I shifted against the back cushion. "On the night of the party, did you happen to notice what she was wearing?" His eyebrows arched upward. "What she was wearing? That's really not in my line, I'm afraid." "So, you don't remember her jewelry?" There was no spark of interest, only puzzlement. He tapped his cigarette into the tray, and his gaze flicked to the clock reflexively. "No, but you could ask Edith, she'll know." "Can you think of anyone who might want to hurt Miss Albert?" "Sorry, didn't know her well enough for that sort of confidence. Everyone's ready to claim a friend. Admitting that someone is an enemy is much more intimate, don't you think?" He pointed the cigarette at me. "So I'd say Edith is probably the best person to ask about that, too." "One more thing," I said. "What do you think of Mr. Haverling?" He barked a genuine laugh. "Haverling? You can't think he had anything to do with this?" When I didn't answer, he smirked and stubbed out his cigarette. "I've spoken with him only once or twice in my life. He's deplorably stiff, humourless, taciturn. But I suppose that's a good thing in a solicitor." "At what time did you leave the Harveys' party?" He smiled serenely. "Couldn't say. I was quite drunk, you see. It's one of my several vices. But I left with my friend Andrew Pascal. He'll vouch for me, as can my butler, Warner." He tipped his head toward the door. "You can ask him on your way out." I took the hint, bid him goodbye, and found Warner waiting for me. He confirmed that he'd waited up for Sir Percy on Monday night. He didn't look particularly happy about it, and it had been after 3 o'clock when he'd seen Sir Percy to bed. I kept my voice low. "How was Sir Percy when he arrived home?" Warner's lips pressed closed in disapproval. "Soused?" I asked. A wordless nod. "Standing?" He sighed. "Barely." Then he bid me good morning. I had a feeling there was something to Lady Harvey's story about Rose and Sir Percy, but it seemed unlikely that it had been Sir Percy's hands around Rose's neck. Still, I would follow Lucy's direction and ask Mr. Thurgood about him. 22 Snowdon was one in a row of a dozen old houses in the process of being renovated into flats. The square foyer was crowded with coat racks, umbrella stands, and tables littered with newspapers and packages. I climbed the 3 flights up and knocked. The door opened, and Mr. Thurgood stood before me in the shirt and trousers he'd worn the previous night. He looked exhausted, and his eyes were red-rimmed, but he nodded civilly and led me to a sitting room that faced the street. He gave me my choice of 2 leather chairs, and after I sat, he took the other. "I'm sorry I was rude." "It was terrible news." He nodded mutely. Through the window came the sounds of carriages, horses, hammering, and workmen's shouts. He rubbed the heels of his hands into his eyes. "I need a drink. Will you have one?" I hadn't taken spirits in months, but the question still tugged at me both ways, made me want a drink and made me cringe, remembering where even one could lead. "Not for me." He poured himself 1 finger of scotch from a decanter on the sideboard and came back to me. His hands were shaking as he took a sip. I could smell notes of wood smoke. Good scotch. I swallowed down the spittle that came to my mouth. "Tell me about Rose. When did you first meet?" I asked. He rolled the glass between his palms. 2 years ago, at Lord Lewis's party, to raise money for one of his wife's charities." "At his house?" "Yes. I danced with Rose twice, and then she asked me to take her out onto the balcony so she wouldn't have to dance with Lord Wallace." He gave a brief, pained smile. "She had a way of doing that." Of ducking a commitment, I wondered. Of doing what, precisely? Of not suffering fools. Lord Wallace is a drunken boor whose hands go where they shouldn't. He set down his glass. But she'd inconvenience herself in all sorts of ways for the people she loved. His voice dropped, even if they didn't deserve it. "I've heard about her family, the actress and the doctors and the gambling." He nodded bleakly. "Tell me more about you and Rose. When would you meet?" He blew out a breath. "Oh, I'd escort her home after her piano lesson. I'd see her at parties. I'd call at her house. But I thought you kept your attachment secret." "Not at first." He took up the glass and swallowed the remainder. "I was just one of a half-dozen blokes, but at some point her father did notice, and told Rose he'd never give his consent." "What did he have against you?" He waved his glass in a semicircle toward the room. "This? I'm decidedly middle class. It's not as though the judge has a title, I said.
Precisely, which is why he wanted one for his daughter.
Ah.
In a few weeks, she'd inherit some money from an aunt, he continued. With what I make at Barry and Banks, it's enough for us to marry, and then she would come to live with me. His expression changed, as if he was retreating into memory, and I wasn't ready to lose him yet. Lady Edith said she and Rose were in the habit of wearing each other's jewelry. Is that true? His right shoulder rose and fell. I suppose. Rose lent her some jeweled combs once. Why? Instead of answering, I asked the question I'd saved for last. And what can you tell me about Sir Percy Ducard? It was as if the air in the room had suddenly thickened. He stood and poured himself another scotch, keeping his back to me. Why do you ask? I heard that Rose didn't trust him, but I also heard that Rose and he were briefly flirtatious. He gave a snort and went to the window. Mr. Thurgood. I rose and stood at his elbow. Did any affection ever exist between Sir Percy and Rose? No. His answer was decisive. Did Rose know something about him that left him open to blackmail? He tensed, and I knew I'd guessed correctly. His fingers were white around the glass. Mr. Thurgood. She told me in confidence, he muttered. I'm not breaking it. I scuffed one heel against the floor. I've seen men kill for far less than social and financial ruin. Do you know Sir Percy well enough to swear that he wouldn't hurt Rose, or pay someone else to do it? He turned to me, his expression full of horror, and I pressed my advantage. Does Sir Percy have a mistress? A gambling habit? What is it? I'm not leaving until you tell me. You're rather a bully, aren't you? He snapped. I squirmed inwardly, but remained silent. He spun back to the window. He prefers men. In Sir Percy's circles, it would be fodder for relentless gossip, though it mattered little to me. How did Rose know? She was in a maze at a garden party last year, and she came upon him with someone. He drained the glass and glowered at me. There. I betrayed her. Are you satisfied? I let that go. Did Sir Percy know she knew? That is why he stopped courting Edith. My mystification must have been evident, for he sighed and continued. Edith has a dowry of £10,000 per annum, but Percy would have made her life a misery. So Rose promised Percy she wouldn't tell anyone what she knew, so long as he stopped pursuing Edith, which he did. Afterward, people said Rose had stolen Edith's bow. He dropped his glass onto the wooden sill with a muted clank. It was wretched, all the gossip, but Rose couldn't clear her own name without humiliating Edith, and she knew the fuss would die down eventually. So, Rose had borne social ridicule for her friend's sake. Does Edith know all this? I asked. He hesitated. I'm not sure Edith was told the particulars about Percy's predilections, but she knows Rose was trying to protect her. And Sir Percy is pursuing Melinda Fenton now. Her father owns copper mines, poor girl, he said without irony. Would Sir Percy kill Rose to keep her from telling Miss Fenton? He shook his head. Word is he pursues these women to pacify his mother. He has no intention of catching any of them. Why would he? Perhaps because he needs the money, I thought, or the veneer of respectability, if rumors about him and his friend Andrew are circulating. I plucked my hat from the table. I'll find whoever did this. He didn't reply. As I reached the door, I heard his voice behind me. I'd trade, he said hoarsely. I turned and saw his eyes, full of agony. I'd undergo
anything she did to keep her alive. I loved her. Into my mind came the image of Belinda instead of Rose in that boat, and something clogged my throat and kept me from replying. He turned back to the window, and I shut the door behind me. The carpet on the stairs muted my footsteps. From the flat on the lower floor came the clink of metal pots, the murmur of voices, a laugh. I took a deep breath as I reached the street. My suspect list was growing. The hundreds of party guests who saw the necklace, Sir Percy with a wealthy marriage to lose, Rose's brother Peter, and though unlikely, the judge, because Rose knew about his mistress. Years ago, I might have discounted the possibility that a father would kill his own daughter to protect himself, but I'd seen it before. Never mind that the father had been the one to report her missing and seemed shocked at her death. I'd seen that before, too. Chapter 12. It was after 4 o'clock when I finally returned to the yard. Sergeant Cole beckoned me toward the front desk. "Inspector, you have a visitor. Been here since 11. Says you were expecting him." He raised an eyebrow. "Name's Harry. Ma's nephew. I'd completely forgotten. Damn everything." "Where?" I asked. Cole pointed toward the side hallway. I rounded the corner and saw the boy sitting on the bench, his head tipped back against the wall, his eyes closed. Ma was right. He wasn't much to look at. Lanky, with dark hair that fell unevenly across his forehead, a pale face with a pointy chin, and slender hands that lay listlessly on the hat in his lap. His woolen coat had been good when it was new, and his boots were scuffed but stout. As I drew close, I saw he had dark lashes that would have been pretty on a girl. His left cheek bore remnants of bruises, and I remembered Ma saying he'd been beaten twice. I took care to scrape my heels as I approached, so I wouldn't startle him, and he opened his eyes. They were brown, and after he took me in, they narrowed in annoyance. "Harry Lish?" I asked. A sullen look. "I suppose you're Mr. Corrivan." His voice was at that awkward stage, breaking high, then low, but I understood immediately what Ma had meant about him not belonging in Whitechapel. His enunciation betrayed public schooling, and his manner was what Belinda would call refined. I nodded. "Come with me, lad. Sorry to keep you waiting." He stood up stiffly, and I wondered if he had injuries other than the ones on his face, or if he was just sore from sitting on that bench all day. We entered my office, and he looked about. Suddenly I was aware of what it must look like to a stranger. Stacks of papers, 2 plain chairs in front of a scratched desk, a window too filthy to let in much light. The look on his face was more curious than disdainful, but still, I didn't care for the scrutiny. "Sit," I said, gesturing toward the empty chair. He sat down on the edge, his hat again in his lap. His gaze was steady, not challenging exactly, but not lacking in confidence either. He didn't look like someone who would put up with being beaten if he could help it. "Tell me about yourself," I said. His narrow shoulders rose and fell. "I imagine you know the salient facts. My mother died 5 years ago, and my father 5 weeks ago. I've come from Leeds to live with my aunt, but she doesn't want me." "It's not that she doesn't want you," I retorted. "Ma Doyle is as generous as they come. She just thinks you don't belong in Whitechapel, and my guess is she's right about that." At my sharp tone, his prickliness wilted, and he looked down at his hands. "I suppose," he said wearily, "but I haven't anywhere else to go." "She thinks you might do well here," I said. He looked up at me. "Do you have people other than police working here? I only saw one boy the whole time I was waiting." A few, yes. Messengers, mostly.
Oh.
Do you have any idea what sort of work you'd like? I leaned back. I don't suppose you want to be an inspector?
No. I want to be a doctor. I want to help people.
I tried to pretend that didn't rankle. I like to think I did help people. But the news of the Yard scandal had no doubt made the front page of the Leeds papers, too. All right, then, I said. What can you do?
Well, the usual, I suppose. Writing and ciphering, and I took a prize last year for reading the Aeneid.
When I didn't reply, he added condescendingly,
It's a poem by Virgil, in Latin.
My annoyance flared. There's no cause for that. I'm trying to help you. His cheeks colored, and he looked away. And then came a loud feminine shriek from the main room, followed by a string of what sounded like French, broken by sobs. "Where's Landau?" Sergeant Cole's voice boomed over the woman's cries. "Not here," replied Mansell, the clerk. "She'll just have to wait till he's back."
"What's wrong with her?"
Harry asked. "I don't know. I don't speak French," I replied. Harry's pointy chin tilted.
"I do."
I was already rising from my chair. "Would you talk to her?" He followed me to the woman, who was about 25, with dark hair and a look of terror on her face. Her eyes darted between Harry and me as we approached.
"Pardon, madame. Je parle français,"
the boy began. With an expression of immense relief, she broke into yet another torrent of breathless French. It sounded like nothing on earth to me, but as Sergeant Cole, Mansell, and I watched, the boy listened, nodded, and patted her hand, which clutched his like a lifeline. Finally, as she wound down, he turned to me.
"She and her husband were at Piccadilly train station when two men approached them. One had a knife that he poked at her husband's side, like this," he demonstrated, "and the other held her by the arm and dragged her away, saying that if she screamed, her husband would be killed. So she went silently. Then he put her into a railway carriage, one of the second-class carriages, and waited until it pulled away. She got off at the next stop and asked a hansom cab to bring her to the police."
In French.
"La police is the same," he said simply.
"Ask her about the two men. What did they look like, English or French? Did she recognize either? And what's her name?" Harry issued a series of questions, after which she spoke at length, gesturing all the while, though her hands trembled. He relayed her answers.
"Her name is Madame Teresa Bonneville, and her husband's name is Edouard. They just arrived from France 3 days ago and are spending time with friends here. She didn't recognize either man, but one spoke to them immediately in French, so they must have guessed she and her husband were from France. From their accent, she's sure they're not English. They were both shorter than you, with dark hair and plain clothes, perhaps 30 years old. One had a mustache and a beard, and the other only a mustache. He had a red mark here." He pointed to his right cheek, and wore a cap pulled down. I nodded approvingly at her and turned to the sergeant. "Can you give Harry materials to write all that down? I'll send someone to Piccadilly right now to see if anyone saw anything, or remembers the two men who took a third man with them." I paused as the sergeant handed some paper and a pencil to Harry. "Could she give us a description of her husband?" He turned back to the woman and spoke briefly. In response, she pulled out a locket and opened it. Thank God for lockets, I thought. She gave it to Harry, who handed it to me. Inside were a brown curl and a miniature. This was more than we usually had to go on when looking for missing persons. As Inspector Lee headed off to Piccadilly with the locket, the woman sat back against the wall to wait, and I steered Harry back into the hallway where I'd first found him. "Why didn't you mention you could speak French?" He met my gaze. "You didn't ask."
I rolled my eyes. Sometimes it is the responsibility of the person being questioned to volunteer helpful information. He looked abashed. Honestly, I didn't think it would matter. I waited for more. Oh, and I know how to ride and care for horses. I learned that on a farm in Leeds. You're a horseman? Not really, but I like treating them. The veterinary let me assist when he had to stitch a mare once. He paused. I helped when she foaled. Then I remembered he wanted to be a doctor. He knew Latin, was a tad pretentious. A bell tinkled in my brain. James Everett might get on with this boy very well. Not to mention I'd planned to stop at the hospital anyway. Well then, I said, where are your things? Just here. He gestured toward a valise under the bench. That was all he owned. Pity for the boy pinched at me. I remembered what it was like to carry so little, to wish I had more than a single case tethering me to the world. But instinctively I knew he'd feel humiliated by my sympathy. So I said only, let's find some supper. And then there's someone I want you to meet. Chapter 13. At a pub over some pie, I told Harry we'd be stopping at St. Anne's Hospital on the way home. He frowned suspiciously. Why? For 2 reasons. One of them is that my friend James Everett runs a ward there. He's a doctor who reads Latin, and I think you two might get on. So, you'll push me off on him then? He asked. I swallowed the pie in my mouth. If you want to put it so. But you'll need to do something during the day. And you'd like that better than being a messenger boy at the yard, wouldn't you? That won a small nod. If you hate it, well, we'll find something else. Our pies eaten, I set a few coins beside my plate, and we started for the hospital. You said there were 2 reasons, Harry said, trotting to keep up with me. What? Oh, there's a patient I want to see. I walked faster, partly to keep him from asking any more questions, and within a few minutes we reached the gate. I rang the bell, and Owen appeared. Ah, Inspector Corrivan. Hello, Owen. This is Harry Lish. Evening, Owen said pleasantly. Is Dr. Everett still here? I asked. On the ward, probably, but he should be done soon. We found James in his office. He was making notes for a patient's file and asked us to wait. Harry inched toward the leather-bound books on the shelves and scrutinized the anatomical model of the heart until his eye was caught by a framed diagrammatic sketch of a head on the wall. He walked toward it as if mesmerized. At last, James laid aside his pen. Hello, Corrivan. Styles is here, so I wasn't expecting to see you. He gazed at Harry, who stood raptly before the illustration. And who is this? Harry Lish, I said. Ma Doyle's nephew. Harry didn't even turn. Ah, James said. How is Mary? The last I saw her was at Christmas. She's fine. Wondered if I might find some useful employment for him. There's nothing at the yard. However, he can write and cipher and knows Latin and French. Wants to be a doctor. James rose and crossed the room to stand beside Harry. What do you think of it? A friend and I composed it together. Harry looked uncertain, but James smiled encouragingly. Well, Harry said, it's much better than the ones I've seen in books. You've not only all the bones and muscles, but the nerves too, and the cavities, all together, and labelled so clearly. He couldn't have said anything that would please James more. The charm of it was, Harry was sincere. Would you like to see the hospital? James asked. Corrivan was exactly right to bring you here. I can always use an observant young man, if you've any interest in patience." Harry's eyes widened.
"Yes, sir."
"Follow me," James said. "One of my students will show you about." Harry shoved his valise behind a chair and departed with James, who returned a few moments later with a bemused look. "When did this happen?" "Ma sent for me yesterday. His mother's dead, his father died recently, and Ma's his closest relation, or at least the only one who'd take him. But Whitechapel doesn't suit him." "No, it wouldn't," James said decidedly, and sat back down behind his desk. "So you are to play nursemaid?" "Hardly." I took my usual chair. "He's sort of a prig, and prickly. Thought you two would get on." I gave a sly grin. "He's a clever lad, and you shouldn't hold his book learning against him," James retorted. I leaned back into the cushion, which rustled behind me. "Can you truly find something for him to do here?" "Of course. I can have him write up patient notes and assist the students." He lifted his hands from the arms of the chair, resettled them. "Speaking of cases, I imagine you want to hear about Mrs. Beckford." I stifled a yawn. "Yes, although I'm not sure how much time I can devote to her. That's why I sent Styles. Vincent has assigned me a peculiar case of murder." "What do you mean by peculiar?" he asked. Murderers were the topic of an entire chapter in the book he was writing about disorganizations of the brain. I gave him a quick summary, and as I concluded, he let out a low whistle, removed his spectacles, and polished them with his white handkerchief. "Rather like poor Aslog." "Who?" "She was the Viking wife of Ragnar, a legendary Danish king," he said. "The Norsemen often placed their royal or wealthy dead in boats, along with their valuables." He replaced his spectacles and peered over them. "You should remember. Belinda took you to see the tragedy of Aslog and Ragnar last year at the Criterion. In one of her bootless attempts to civilize you, I suppose you slept through it." I snorted. "Never mind that. Tell me about Mrs. Beckford." James's eyes gleamed. It was clear that Madeline had become more interesting since her arrival. "Well, I still believe her mind is disordered, but not in the usual way or for the usual reasons." He leaned forward. "Did Mr. Beckford ever mention his wife speaking French?" "Not that I remember." "Nothing about a French governess or time spent in France?" "No." He wore his triumphant three-corner smile. "She hasn't spoken a word during her waking hours, but she's done something I've never seen before. The first night, she uttered noises in her sleep. The nurses always transcribe any spoken words, but the nurse couldn't decipher more than garbled noises." He reached for a desk drawer and pulled it open. "However, while Mrs. Beckford napped today, a different nurse realized she was speaking in French." This was an unexpected development. "Did you ask her where she learned it?" His eyes widened in alarm. "Of course not. Introducing the workings of her sleeping mind to her woken self could muddle everything. Not to mention the poor woman will feel she can't go to sleep for fear she'll reveal something she doesn't intend." "Well, what did she say?" "Nurse Ames isn't fluent, but she picked up a few bits. I'll read it." He consulted the paper he'd taken from the drawer. "I wish she'd made a record of the original French, but instead she translated it as well as she could. It's better than nothing." "Quite." He adjusted his spectacles. "Here it is. I'm sorry I saw." He glanced up. The last word was unclear. I nodded and his eyes dropped back to the paper. The other 3 words she could make out were kitchen, knife, and the name Pierre. And then Mrs. Beckford woke screaming, and the nurse administered a sedative to calm her. So, now we must learn who Pierre is, I said softly, and why she's sorry, and what the devil she saw. Well, that's your task. I've discovered that she speaks French. Surely that's worth something. I admitted it was. He folded up the paper and slid it back into the drawer. And Harry speaks French? Fluently, yes. Perhaps eventually I might borrow him for a few nights. Apparently, James had decided that Mrs. Beckford would be staying. I concealed my relief. So long as Harry's willing, I agreed. There was a knock at the door. "Come in," James called. Styles appeared, and his eyes widened as he saw me. "Oh, hello. I didn't know you were here." "I'm just waiting for Harry," I said. "I saw him with a young doctor," Styles said with a grin. "They're visiting all the patients on the men's ward, with Harry asking plenty of questions." "I'll bring him to your place tonight after he's finished here," James said. "No reason to hurry him." "I was planning to stop at Belinda's," I said. "Well, I could take him home with me," James said dubiously. "No, I'll see him at home." I didn't want to miss my Thursday evening with Belinda, but I didn't want Harry to feel unwanted either. I shrugged into my coat and nodded farewell as Styles held the door open for us. I waited until we reached the street to ask how Mrs. Beckford was. "I didn't see her when she first came, so I can't rightly compare, but they say she's better. She's eating and sleeping now." Styles drew on a pair of gloves. "She's skittish as a colt, though." It was growing dark, and the wind was beginning to howl around the corners. I pulled my hat lower on my head and balled my hands inside my pockets. "Inspector, I'm sorry if I seemed reluctant to visit Mrs. Beckford." I concealed my surprise. He'd seemed willing to me. "I had a reason." He looked embarrassed. Then his face became resolute. "When you told me about Mrs. Beckford not speaking, well, it reminded me of my sister Cathy." My steps slowed. "I didn't know you had a sister." He looked uncomfortable. "3 of them, actually, beg pardon." "Not at all." "She's married now, with a son." He cleared his throat. "But when she was 13, her best mate Lily slipped in the street, and a cart full of hay backed over her, killing her. Cathy saw the whole thing." The horrifying image leapt into my mind. I could tell by Styles' bleak face it was in his, too. "Cathy didn't say a word for 2 weeks, would scarcely eat or drink." His eyes were sober. "She'd wake in the night, screaming and thrashing about. We'd all take turns keeping watch and holding her. After a while, it seemed to pass, but she still jumped at every little sound. That's what Mrs. Beckford's like." We began to walk again. "Dr. Everett said it would be best if she could see me every day. Then she'll talk to me when she's ready." "Every day?" I repeated, chagrined. "But you have plenty—" "I don't mind," he broke in. "If there'd been anybody who knew how to help Cathy, I'd have wanted him to." I shook my head. "You're a good man, Styles." He flushed. "And I want to meet Mr. Beckford." We'd reached the corner where we'd go opposite ways, so we halted. "What reason could we give?" I asked. "He's not going to like his case getting handed off." He had his answer ready.
We can tell him I found a railway porter who saw her on a train leaving London, and I'll try to pick up her trail." I frowned. "But Styles, the case is solved. It's bad enough I'm keeping it from Vincent. If he found out that you're taking time off your other cases to—" "He won't. Besides, the case isn't really solved. Not until we know what made her run in the first place." His expression was earnest. "Perhaps someone will tell me something they forgot to mention to you." He grinned. "Or I could make friends with one of the maids. You always say they know things." "That's true," I allowed. "And it might be a good way for you to meet a nice girl." He looked alarmed. I'm not looking to—" And then he saw I was chaffing him. "We can go tomorrow morning," I said. "I'll tell him I'm still searching hospitals and asylums. We'll say you're an expert on trains. Study your Bradshaws tonight. The towns on each line, the timetables. Make sure your story's convincing." He looked startled for a moment, then took a long breath in. "I'll do that." We bid each other good night, and while I waited to cross the busy street, I watched him walk north with his easy rolling gait. I thought about his entire family taking turns to keep vigil over his sister, and it struck me not for the first time that Styles and I had very different pasts. Perhaps that's why he was less wary and watchful than I was, quicker to laugh. I could already imagine him talking to a maid at the Beckfords' house, making her smile, gaining her confidence. He had a way of listening to a witness so attentively he wouldn't see a freight train roaring through the room, while I tended to let my eyes flick around to every moving thing, just in case. Chapter 14. I made my way to Belinda's house in Belgravia. Other men might have called her my mistress, but I didn't think of her that way, primarily because neither of us was, or had ever been, married, and Belinda didn't want to be. Besides, far from being a kept woman, she could have kept me. Born Belinda Gale, daughter of a wealthy gentleman, she wrote novels and plays, and had made more money in 7 years than I would ever make as an inspector. Several nights a week she entertained at home. Writers and artists, scientists and musicians all attended her soirees. But Thursday evening was always ours, and I needed to see her tonight, badly. It had only been 2 days since Rose's body was found, but it seemed much longer. And Belinda had a way of reassuring me that behind every crime was a true story, as discoverable and logical as the one that led to the burglary at her home nearly 3 years ago, when we met. I had arrived that night to find the wood-panelled library upended. The only object still in place was an enormous desk, inlaid with brown leather, which took up the middle of the room. The window facing the street had large panes, one of which was broken, which is why the curtains billowed and rippled in the breeze. The electrified chandelier overhead swung gently, flinging light around the room. The wall of bookshelves had been emptied, the contents thrown on the floor. Papers, newspapers, writing instruments, and inkwells were everywhere. The intruder had been desperately looking for something, or intent on wanton destruction. Standing amid the chaos, I wondered what the man of the house did for work when I heard behind me, "Obviously someone entered through the window." It was a woman's voice, low and musical. I turned to find the source, and from a Queen Anne-style chair in the corner rose a woman of about my age, tall and slender, with pale skin and expressive, watchful eyes. Her hair was dark brown and pulled into a net at the back of her head to keep it out of the way. She was dressed in a grey silk dress, and she looked much like any well-to-do wife of a barrister or a businessman or a banker. She came toward me through the wavering light. "My name is Mrs. Gale." I surveyed the room.
And this is your husband's library? Is he at home?"
"It is my library," she corrected me, "and my husband is not at home because I do not have one." I am accustomed to people correcting me, with either annoyance or disdain, which I resent, though I try not to show it. But her voice held a note of wry humor, and my only feeling was a peculiar elation that she was unmarried, which was ridiculously presumptuous. Nevertheless, to my mind came the image of her dressed in much less, with her dark hair down around her shoulders. Heat rose to my cheeks, which she misinterpreted. A shallow dimple appeared. "Don't be embarrassed, Inspector. It's not the first time someone has overestimated my husband." "Underestimated you, you mean?" A smile tucked the corners of her mouth, and a few wrinkles appeared at the sides of her beautiful hazel eyes, and for several seconds I found myself uncharacteristically tongue-tied and unable to present a coherent thought. Fortunately, her case was easily solved. It took only a fortnight to discover the culprit, the leader of a fervent religious group that objected to the presence of the firebrand Annie Besant at Belinda's evening gatherings, after which I had no reason to see her ever again, except that by the end of those 2 weeks I was falling desperately in love with her. She took my attentions lightly for months, until the day I asked her if she would engage herself to me. That was when she explained her qualms about marrying. Her beautiful, brilliant mother went mad 3 years after marriage, and Belinda and her father lived in a state of perpetual worry and heartbreak for 12 years, until the poor woman hanged herself. As a result, before he died, Belinda's father had cautioned her repeatedly against taking the irrevocable step of marriage, eliciting a vow from his deathbed that she would allocate at least several years to ascertain the stability of a man's character, and always keep her trust fund in her own name. Belinda made me swear we would be discreet, and our companionship had unfolded, slowly, until now, when she kept her Thursday nights for me, and I kept my promise to her, having revealed our attachment to James with her permission, and to no one else. By the light coming from a gas lamp, I used my key to let myself in the back entrance. I barely closed the door behind me when she was in my arms, whispering my name. We had dined by the fire, and now I sat on the divan, a cup of coffee warm in my hands. Though Belinda had drawn the heavy patterned drapes, I could hear rain slapping at the windows. "Is the coffee hot enough?" I turned to see Belinda standing there like a ghost, in that white lace peignoir she wore to bed, when she wore anything. With a start, I realized she'd styled her dark hair in a way that looked a good deal like roses. "What's the matter?" she asked. "You have a peculiar look on your face." I didn't answer, and she held out a hand. "It's getting cold, even with the fire. Come back to bed, Michael." She's the only one who calls me that, and I've always liked the way my name sounds when it comes off her tongue. I'm Mickey or Inspector or Corrigan with everyone else. I shook my head. "I can't stay tonight, love. I don't want the boy there alone. And I knew damn well if I got into her bed again, I wouldn't leave." "All right, but bring him next time. I'm curious to meet him, after what you've told me." She curled up beside me, extricated the cup from my hands to take a sip for herself, and gave it back. "Now, tell me why you have that expression on your face." This was a game we played sometimes. The novelist in her poked at me, wanting to discover my movements, turn the events of my day into the beginning, middle, or end of a story. Sometimes I'd talk to her about a case, although usually I'd wait until I was near to solving it,
preferring not to display my initial fumbling and stupidity, so I didn't want to tell her about Rose Albert. However, I knew she hated it when I was too secretive. I had to give her something. Unfortunately, I had an incident at hand. I saw Blair on Tuesday, at Wapping. Merely seeing the immediate sympathy in her eyes caused my discomfort to resurface in a way that made me want to squirm. "Did he speak to you?" she asked. "Not much. I wasn't there long. I think he wanted me there to look at a lighter." I paused and added dryly, "And to make clear how much he still despises me." She gave me a keen look, but her voice was gentle. "If he despised you, he wouldn't have cared that you left. And it's been a long time, Michael. The fact that he asked for you, perhaps he's coming around to forgiving your defection." She smiled. "Although why he thinks the Yard and Wapping are on different sides remains a mystery to me." "Well, I'm not sure he did ask for me. It's just a guess." I shrugged. He might have said more if Styles hadn't been there. It was bloody awkward. A short laugh escaped. Poor Styles. He picked up on Blair's cold shoulder straight away. Wasn't sure what to make of it. She rested her arm along the back of the couch. "Did you explain?" "No." She shook her head bemusedly as I took a sip of the coffee. It was lukewarm, and I must have grimaced because she reached to take the cup. "I'll get us more." I could feel her holding back the advice she'd offered more than once, that I should someday talk openly to Blair about why I left, but Belinda didn't know the entire story. I told her I left Wapping because I discovered some of the river police had been taking bribes from the officers at Custom House, knocking them about when they didn't pay, and I didn't want to get caught up in it. The truth was, I hadn't left because of the bribes. I didn't take them myself, but I understood it was the way things were done on the river. I'd left because I was nearly certain that Blair, who valued loyalty above all else, had lied to protect two of his river policemen, Pye and Wick, who'd done more than knock about one of the Custom House officers, a man named Kevin Walsh. They'd murdered him. But there was nothing I could do about that. The proof I had wouldn't stand up in court, not against the word of Blair, Pye, and Wick. So I had left Wapping, letting Blair think I went to the Yard because I was, as he put it, getting above myself and being a disloyal Paddy. Sometimes I let my mind play with the possibility that Blair was innocent, that Pye had lied about Blair giving him and Wick false alibis, that Belinda was right and I could clear the air, or at least make Blair think less badly of me by telling him the truth about why I left. The difficulty was, if he was innocent, he'd rightfully be insulted that I'd ask if he'd lied to cover up a murder. He'd despise me for that act of disloyalty, so I wouldn't gain much. However, most of the time I accepted what was likely the ugly truth. I knew Blair well enough to believe he'd protect Pye and Wick, especially as, practically speaking, letting them stand trial for murder wouldn't do anything for Kevin Walsh, and would merely lose Blair two experienced men who knew the river. And if Blair was guilty, he couldn't admit it. A murderer could be charged for decades after the crime. No, there was no possibility I could broach the topic, not even now. Belinda returned with 2 cups of steaming coffee this time, instead of 1 for us to share. Her expression as understanding as if she'd followed my train of thought right along with me to the unhappy conclusion I arrived at every time. "I'm sorry, Michael." The warmth in her eyes and the curve of her soft mouth made my heart turn over in my chest. Thank God for her, I thought, not for the first time. It matters less than it once did. I took the cups carefully from her hands, set them on the table, pulled her into my arms, and buried my hands in her hair. James and Harry would just have to wait. Chapter 15. When I arrived at the Beckfords, Styles was already there, waiting at a discreet distance. I rang the bell, and the butler, Quincy, a stolid, taciturn man, opened the door. Upon recognizing me, his usually expressionless face betrayed dismay and concern, which roused my curiosity. But he hastily smoothed away the signs of disquiet and brought us into the study. Stephen Beckford and I had spoken at least half a dozen times, and this is where we'd met on each occasion. A fireplace, boarded and mantled in veined white marble, filled a fair portion of one wall. A desk occupied a corner, and in the centre of an enormous Turkish carpet stood a round table with a green felt surface for cards. The room smelled of cigars. That morning, both brothers, Stephen and Robert, were present. They looked very much alike, though Stephen was older by a year. They were both above average height, clean-shaven, and what most would find handsome, with high foreheads, light brown wavy hair, and brown eyes under well-shaped brows. Robert remained seated, but Stephen rose with a hopeful expression. His right fingers twitched at the front of his coat. "Inspector Corrigan." He turned to his brother. "You remember, Robert?" I nodded a greeting. "Is there any news?" Stephen asked. "Possibly," I said, feeling less comfortable at my deception, now that we were face to face. Stephen's face was pleasant, though his smile seemed strained, and there was a tension about his frame. I gestured to Styles. "I want to introduce you to Inspector Styles. He may have found a clue to Mrs. Beckford's whereabouts." Stephen looked at me with concern. "Are you giving up the case, then?" "No," I said. "But Styles is better than Bradshaw's for knowing branch lines and closures, and he knows most of the porters and railway servants at the stations." "Ah." Stephen gestured towards a group of 4 chairs near the window, and we all sat. Styles spoke up. "I found someone who thought he saw your wife board a train out of London." "And you only discovered this now?" Robert broke in. "Inspector Corrigan spoke with people at railway stations soon after she vanished, and no one remembered seeing her." Styles' tone was apologetic. "Yesterday I was at Euston on another matter, and found a porter who was absent that day. The man remembered someone matching your wife's description. He noticed her because she wasn't wearing a wrap, and seemed upset. She departed from track 7 at around 6 in the morning, just after he began his shift. That track services trains for Birmingham, and on the London and North Western, and it wasn't an express." Stephen's brow furrowed. "So she's left London." Styles nodded. "Can you think of any place she'd go? Perhaps someone she knows out that way?" "What are the towns?" Styles replied obligingly. "Boxmoor, Bletchley, Woolston, Berkhamsted, Rugby, Coventry, Birmingham." Stephen shook his head. "I don't know. I believe she had some distant relations near Bletchley or thereabouts, on her mother's side." He'd never mentioned them before, but I kept my expression bland. Styles drew out his pocketbook and a stub of pencil. "Do you know their surname?" Stephen shook his head. "She seldom spoke of them. Bronwell, Bromwell, something like that." Styles made a careful notation. "Another thing. Could you tell me, does your wife speak any other languages? Possibly French?" "French?" Stephen considered it. "Well, a few phrases, the way we all do, but not fluently. Why?" "The porter thought she sounded foreign," Styles said. "Probably just garbled," Robert said. "She wasn't in her right mind." Stephen shot a look at his brother. A warning at his brother's derisive tone? Robert's shoulders twitched, and he sat back in his chair, fiddling with a ruby ring. Styles made another note in his book. A plain-faced, thin maid of about 25 entered and placed a silver tray loaded with cups and a shining urn of coffee on the side table. "Shall I pour, sir?" Robert scowled. "We didn't ring." Her blue eyes blinked in confusion. "I beg pardon. Mrs. Wilkins said I was to bring coffee when—" "It's all right, Harriet," Stephen interrupted mildly, and turned to us. "Would you like some?" I refused, but to my surprise, Styles said, "Yes, please. Kind of you. I've a chill this morning." "Seems odd that the porter suddenly remembered her," Robert spoke up. "And how would she pay for her ticket?" Stephen added. "I wondered that myself," Styles said. "Did she have anything that she could pawn, a ring or a brooch?" "Her wedding ring, I suppose," Stephen sighed, a forlorn look on his face. "I hope she wouldn't do that." Styles put out his hand for the coffee and smiled at Harriet, who returned the smile weakly. Clearly Robert had flustered her, and her work-worn hand shook as she passed the cup and saucer to Styles. Some coffee would have fallen onto the carpet had Styles not slid his sleeve underneath it unobtrusively, catching the drops on his cuff. Harriet's expression was stricken. "It's my fault," Styles said quickly. "My mum always said I was clumsy. I'll come out with salt." Harriet's voice was breathless. Styles gave her a ghost of a wink, enough to reassure her, and she looked grateful. "That will be all," said Stephen. As she left the room, he turned to me. "Are you still looking here in the city?" I nodded. "The advertisements have yielded nothing. I've been searching establishments, working outward from here. It takes time." Stephen placed a hand over his eyes. When he finally dropped it, his expression was somber. "We'll continue to pray for her safe return." "One other thing," Styles said. "Have you had any problems with servants the past 12 months? Kitchen staff or any of the footmen?" I knew what he was thinking. Kitchen, knife, Pierre. Stephen looked thoughtful before answering. "Well, yes, rather. We had to let 3 of our servants go, nearly—" "Oh—" Stephen looked as if for confirmation at Robert. "It was June or July of last year, I believe." This was yet more new information, although it seemed there might be a nugget of truth to it. "Oh? Why was that?" Styles asked. "Well, the footman decided to return to the country. He said the London air didn't agree with him. And the 2 maids—" He shook his head ruefully. "They were young and rather flighty, I'm afraid. Our housekeeper, Mrs. Wilkins, caught them several times lying abed and dawdling at the shops when they should have been working." "Do you recall their names?" Styles asked. Stephen looked vaguely flummoxed. "Mrs. Wilkins would know, but she's away," Robert replied. "Ah," Styles said, and made a note in his book. "I can come back this afternoon to ask." No, Stephen said. "I remember Joseph Town, Ellie Price, and, Annie Mackay." Robert fidgeted in his chair. "You'll begin searching for Madeline in the towns up north, then?" Styles seemed not to notice the attempt to steer the conversation, but nodded obligingly and set his half-drunk cup on the tray. "There's a train leaving at the top of the hour, and I don't want to miss it." We bid the brothers goodbye, and I followed Styles out to the street. The day was cool, with a damp air that chilled my bare neck and hands. The street was mostly empty, except for a few solitary men, one of whom was tall, with a firm stride and thick hair prematurely gone silver. I recognized him. but I couldn't think of why. 5 more paces, then I looked over my shoulder, in time to see the man start up the steps to Stephen Beckford's door. Ah, I thought. So that is who Quincy expected when he opened the door to us. Styles was saying, "Robert was making Stephen uneasy. And did you notice Harriet?" "The maid." I raised an eyebrow teasingly. "Yes, she seemed sweet." His mouth quirked briefly. "She went pale as a ghost when she looked at Robert, and at one point he stared at her, as if he were giving her a warning. Not for the first time. I thought it was often better to have 2 sets of eyes in the room." "You think you might become friendly with her?" He looked uncomfortable. "Well, I don't want to pretend I like her, just to get her to talk to me." "Styles, I'm not saying you should profess love to the woman. Can you arrange to meet her when she's off work? Take her for tea?" "Of course, but I'd have to tell her straight out that I had some questions for her." I merely grunted in reply, because suddenly I remembered who the silvered-hair man was. "She wasn't supposed to bring the coffee for us." "What?" I jerked my head backward toward the house. "Mr. Taft, a private detective of sorts. He specializes in finding people, although not always to their benefit. We just passed him." Styles stopped in his tracks. "A private detective? Why would... Does Beckford think we're not doing our jobs properly?" I shrugged. "He might." Styles' brows were knit so tightly they almost touched. "Was Stephen's manner different than other times you've seen him?" "A bit edgy. Said things he hadn't before. He's never mentioned relations in Bletchley." "Yes, they weren't in your notes," Styles said. "I sensed he wasn't being truthful." I hid the smile tugging at my mouth. "You acted as if he'd just given you the best clue yet." He gave a sudden sneeze, pulled out his handkerchief, and swiped at his nose. "I've been looking into Beckford's affairs. Did you know their shipping company isn't doing as well as it once was? Last month, there was an incident involving pirates in the Indian Ocean." "What would that have to do with Madeline?" He heard the skepticism in my voice and gave an easy smile. "I'm just looking for anything out of the ordinary. And did you notice Harriet said that Mrs. Wilkins asked her to bring the coffee, but then Robert said she was away?" I hadn't noticed the disparity at the time, but Styles was right. Robert was trying to keep Stephen from talking about the servants. "I wonder if it's because they're in enough financial difficulties that they're not paying servants their wages." I nodded. Could be why those 3 left. We paused together at the corner before we parted. "I'm on my way to Wapping to see if they found out anything about the lighter," I said. "I'll ask about the Beckford's company for you. Blair might have heard something, if they're in trouble." "Thank you," he said, and began to turn away. "You don't trust them, do you?" I asked. He met my gaze, and his young face was somber. "I see Madeline every day. I don't know if they're responsible, but that sort of raw fear has a cause." He has a point, I thought, as I watched him walk away. And in my experience, raw fear leaves little room for dissembling. It usually points close to the truth. Chapter 16. The River Police Division seemed surprisingly empty for a Friday afternoon. At the front desk sat young Sergeant Mason, and his face lit up when he saw me. "Inspector Corrigan, hello." "How are you, Mason? How's the missus?" His mouth screwed sideways, like he was trying not to smile, but couldn't help it. "She's all right. Just had twins on Saturday." "Good Lord, that woman's a wonder. His grin broke out. "Believe me, I know. I'm luckier than I deserve." "Corrigan." Blair stood in the door of his office. "Say hello to her from me, would you?" I said to Mason, and headed toward Blair. "Your director sent you?" he asked. "No," I replied, surprised. I began to close the door, but he waved for me to leave it open, making it clear I wouldn't be here long. He winced as he sank into his chair, and despite his hostility, pity twinged at me. He wasn't young anymore, and he worked hard. He didn't invite me to sit, so I remained standing. Why would Vincent send me? He snorted. Damned if I know why the commission has him overseeing me. My mind leapt back to that first morning here at Wapping. My impression from Styles had been that Blair had requested some yard men, but perhaps I'd misunderstood, or Styles had misunderstood Vincent. Blair saw my perplexity. They didn't just reorganize the yard, he spat. When Vincent came in, the commission told me I have to notify him of any murders that come through here. Doesn't accomplish a whit, except make everything take twice as long. Well, that explained why Styles and I had been sent, but I wasn't about to be drawn into a discussion about it. When I remained silent, Blair lifted his hands from the chair arms and slapped them back down with an air of resignation. Any idea yet why she was killed? I gave him a brief outline of what we'd uncovered thus far, ending with the possibility that the necklace might have been the motive. We haven't discovered a firm connection to the river yet. He rubbed a hand over his mouth. We pulled the boat and cleaned the bottom. There's a T burned into it. A T, I repeated, sketching the letter in the air. You're sure? Couldn't be an X. The shipping company of Wilmot Helmsworth marked their lighter boats with that letter, though usually they burned it on the port side. He scowled. See it for yourself. I was thinking it could be Tarrington's if they've started marking theirs. They're upstream, and they've got enough boats that somebody could take one without it being noticed. His expression hinted at a reason buried underneath the guess. Tarrington's was one of the most successful merchants of textiles, cloth, lace, and the like, but there were plenty of merchants with names that began with the letter T. He pursed his lips and cocked his head. Was planning to send a man up the wharfs to see if anybody had a boat missing. Figured I'd have him start there. He looked at me aslant. Unless you want to go? I felt like a fish that was being offered bait. I didn't object, but I wanted to know whatever Blair knew. Why Tarrington's? Any circumstances out of the ordinary? Any circumstances out of the ordinary, he mimicked my tone. Jesus, Corrigan. Vincent's public school airs rubbing off on you. I let that go. Why Tarrington's? He leaned back in his chair, his thick fingers rapping a restless tattoo on the chair arms. 6 months back, Tarrington was caught weighting their bolts. Adding sand to the tube around which the cloth or lace was wound was a common trick to boost the price. I heard. Someone tipped customs, didn't they? I asked. He nodded. Preston's? That was Tarrington's biggest rival. That's what people figured. And then last month one of Preston's docks was torched, along with 4 of their lighters. He picked up a pencil, tapped the end on the desk, waiting for me to follow his thought. Do the Alberts have a connection to either of the merchants? He rocked sideways, and the chair creaked in protest. I don't know. Might be something. I took a backward step, with the feeling of wanting more distance from the problem in front of me. Here I'd been speaking to jewelers and tracking down all the people in Rose's life, and her murder might be the result of a textile company feud. Had the judge ever presided over a case involving Terringtons or Prestons? Or did the judge own shares in either of them? That might be a question for Mr. Haverling.
There's something else.
Blair set down the pencil.
We found a scrap of silk slipper caught on a spear of wood, like it was ripped off in a struggle. Means she was probably alive when she was put in.
There was a cough at the door. We both turned. It was a young sergeant in uniform, looking anxiously at Blair.
Sergeant Wickley asked me to fetch you to the London docks. They've seized one of the boats. Guns under the gin barrels, just like they said. Bill O'Lading says Belgium.
My ears pricked. Guns bound for Belgium. Blair stood up and pulled his coat off a peg on the wall. I raised a detaining hand into the air. Wait, I have a question for you. Won't take a minute. The sergeant hesitated, then, at Blair's nod, left us alone. What can you tell me about Beckford imports? I asked. He looked up from buttoning his coat, glaring with resentment at the thought I'd been keeping something from him.
Why? You got reason to think maybe this lighter could be one of theirs?
No. Different case entirely. Beckford's wife went missing a few weeks ago. I paused. I heard pirates attacked one of their ships a few months back. His expression altered, and in his eyes was a flicker of something, interest perhaps, or just the memory of the days when I'd come into this very office and tell him some odd fact I'd found. After a moment, he nodded cautiously.
2 of their ships, last December, near the Maldives.
Anything else? He shook his head.
The business is sound, so far as I've heard.
I nodded my thanks. I'll visit the wharves in the next couple of days. But where's the boat? I want to look at the mark.
In the shed. We lock it now.
He pulled open a drawer and handed me a key.
Turn it back when you're done.
I followed him out onto the rain-soaked wooden pier, where he departed with the sergeant, and went to the long shed, turned the key in the padlock, and opened the door. The air inside was as musty and mouldy as I remembered. Through the dirty windows came a grey light that revealed 2 tattered canvas stretchers and shelves full of tools, extra parts for police boats and the like. Most of them were in rusty heaps. Rain leaked through the metal roof, and rats scurried at my step. I wondered briefly if there was really a need to lock the shed. The boat hung from 2 hooks. As Blair said, the T was burned into a plank at the bottom of the boat, close to the centre line. I crouched down to look at the rest of the bottom, but could see no other mark. I examined the T closely. The lines were sloppy, as if hand-done, with an uneven, bowed line for the top of the T, and a thickening at the bottom of the letter. But it was unmistakably a T, not an X. I left the shed, returned the key, and turned west for the hospital, my thoughts darting around in circles. Until an hour ago, I'd been following 2 possibilities: that Rose Albert's murder had to do with either her personally or the Thierry necklace, with a case involving the judge a plausible third. But what if the boat was a means of conveying a message from one merchant to another, and Rose's dead body was just a way to make that message clear? The thought that a young woman had been used for such a purpose made my insides churn. The rain slid down the back of my neck, because as usual I'd forgotten my umbrella at the yard. A chill, half from cold, half from fatigue, slithered along my bones. I'd fetch Harry from the hospital, go home, and get myself to bed as soon as I decently could.
Chapter 17. Saturday morning when I woke, Harry's bed was made. Yesterday's shirt,
hung from a nail in the wall, and he had already left to spend the day at the hospital. After gulping down some coffee and a slice of bread with butter, I headed to the river. Terrington's warehouse was a prosperous affair, made of sturdy red bricks and with plenty of windows. I asked the foreman about the T on the lighter boat, but he said they didn't mark their boats that way, and he showed me the small brass tags screwed into the port side. I hadn't seen screw holes on the lighter we found, and these boats were in much better repair. The Preston Company's lighters were slightly larger and had 5 thwarts rather than 4. I stopped in at the Yellow Star Tea Company on the off chance, but they marked their lighter boats with numbers carved along the prow. If Rose Albert's murder indeed had anything to do with these companies, the boat provided no obvious link. I spent another few hours walking up and down the wharves, inspecting lighter boats, to no avail. In all likelihood, the boat belonged to a riverman for daily hire. The theory that the necklace was the cause of Rose Albert's murder began to re-emerge as the most likely. Still, I checked the wharves on the other side of the river tomorrow, or the next day, just to be sure. It was well past 3 o'clock when I found a pub where I could eat and read the papers. I took my time about it, and then, as dusk fell, I walked the half-mile to the hospital. James wasn't in, but Harry was in James's office, tucked into an armchair and reading a thick volume. I reminded him that we were dining at Belinda's and we didn't want to be late. He rose with a scowl and buttoned up his coat. "I don't understand why I'm going at all. I'm sure you'd rather I didn't, and I'd rather stay here, and—" "Belinda wants to meet you," I interrupted. "She said so." "Why?" "Because she's that sort of person," I said. "Don't worry. You'll like her. Much better than you like me. Now stop complaining. You have to eat dinner, so you might as well try to enjoy it. And I'll thank you to be polite, as she's probably gone to some trouble about it." He rolled his eyes, said not another word, and kept a sulky half-step behind me the whole way to Belgravia. When we arrived, Belinda opened the door herself. Harry muttered a greeting under his breath, but rather than taking offence at his rudeness, Belinda treated him as if she found him delightful. Within minutes he began to thaw, and by the time we were seated at Belinda's elegant table, he was behaving civilly enough. She was dressed to please any man, and certainly a 15-year-old boy, in a lovely olive silk that warmed her complexion and brought out the green in her eyes. She asked him what he thought of London, whether he'd been to any of the museums yet, whether he liked his work at the hospital. She was genuinely interested. It's the novelist in her. But the effect was flattering, and Harry was succumbing to her charm. Finally, she asked what he was reading now. His eyes brightened. "Mostly what I find on Dr. Everett's shelves. I just began a wonderful treatise by a medical man named Carpenter." "William Carpenter, the physiologist?" With almost malicious pleasure, I watched as Harry's fork dropped with a clatter onto his plate. He snatched it up, flushing, and looked at me suspiciously. I raised my hands in a gesture of denial. "He's a friend of mine," Belinda continued, as if she hadn't noticed. "Perhaps you'd like to meet him." "Oh," Harry said breathlessly. "Well, I would, but only after I finish his book. It's rather dense going." "Well, he's rather dense too, quite oblivious in company." Her dimple appeared. "And when you're not reading medical treatises, what do you enjoy?" "Oh, I enjoy novels," he added with apologetic haste. "But I don't think I've read any of yours yet." "That's all right. Whose do you prefer?" "Well, Wilkie Collins, The Moonstone, is one of my favourites." She smiled. Harry's eyes widened. "You know him, too?" "We're acquainted. The artist Henry Charles Brandling was a friend of my father's. Henry accompanied Wilkie on a tour of Cornwall years ago." His capitulation was complete. He sat back in his chair, open-mouthed. She smoothed the napkin in her lap. "After dinner, I'll show you the library. You're welcome to borrow anything I have, with only a few exceptions." "Thank you," he said with some difficulty, and then turned what was left of his attention to the fish, which seemed to be slipping about his plate under his fork and knife. "And where were you today?" she asked me. "Out and about." Her eyes flashed surprise at my evasion, but after a moment she turned to Harry. "Have you been to see the river yet?" "Yes, on Thursday." Harry gave up on the fish and laid his silver utensils aside. "I thought it was ugly. Made me think about the name. There's a Middle English word, Temis, which means dark. And the Celts called the river Temesis." A glance, half defiant, in my direction before looking back at her. "I think words are interesting, the way they cross languages." "And the word tamas means darkness in Sanskrit." She rested her silver on her plate. "Sometimes tamas is translated as indifference, which feels appropriate to me. I find the Thames cold and impervious to human suffering." "It isn't a person," I said. "It feels like one to me," she retorted. "It's as much a part of the city as anyone." "And what is the city but the people?" Harry added. She smiled. "His heart's his mouth, what his breast forges, that his tongue must vent," Harry finished. She turned to me. "It's from Shakespeare's Coriolanus." I grunted. "Of course it is." When we finished our trifle, Belinda rose from the table, and we proceeded to the library. She pressed the switch on the wall to light the chandelier. "Cool," Harry said under his breath, and scanned the shelves. "Are these all yours?" "Many of them were my father's before he died." She touched his shoulder. "Why don't you see if there's something you'd like to borrow?" He muttered his thanks without taking his eyes off the volumes. Belinda and I headed to the parlour and took our usual places on the divan in front of the fire. She removed her slippers and curled her feet underneath her, graceful as a cat. "He's a very interesting young man," she said. I grimaced. "I suppose. He doesn't have much to say to me, but he and James get on like a house afire, and he's fallen hard for you." "The two of you don't get on because you're too much alike," she said. A chuckle escaped. She gave me an odd look. "Why do you laugh?" I stared, incredulous. "Belinda, he's been through years of schooling. I don't speak French, and I've certainly never taken a prize for my Latin. I don't even like to read, except the papers, and he'd rather do that than anything. He wants to be a doctor, and I'd take up, well, anything before I'd work in a hospital. And I'm quite certain he wouldn't fare too well in a boxing ring or on the docks." Her eyebrows rose. "Do you really need me to tell you what I see?" "Yes." "I see a boy who is clever, proud, and stubborn. Not to mention both of his parents are gone, and he's coming out of Whitechapel with next to nothing." I stiffened at her pointed tone. "My guess is that Mary Doyle thought you'd be the one person who would understand him. Plenty of people come out of Whitechapel without much." "For goodness sake, Michael," she huffed in mild exasperation. "Did it ever occur to you that Mary wasn't doing this only for Harry? She probably worries about you being alone." "I don't need company." "Perhaps not, but besides, I don't have time for him." She drew back at my sharp tone. A searching look, and then, "You were down on the river today, weren't you?" Sometimes I'd give a good deal for her to have less intuition. "For a while." "Don't make me drag it out of you, Michael. That's the second time in a week. And you despise going there. What is it? She wound a curl of hair around her finger. Is it a new case? Just another one of many. I pulled one of the stiff, tasseled pillows out from behind me and pushed it aside. Tell me what's happening with the governess and the little French brat. A flash of resentment came into her eyes. Don't do that. What? Put me off, of course, as if I could be distracted simply by you asking about my novel. Why won't you tell me what's bothering you? Your story is more interesting, I replied, hoping she'd laugh and let it go. She fixed her eyes on the fire, a frown creasing the skin between her brows and frustration compressing her mouth. I felt a wave of irritation. Yes, I was unsettled, but I didn't want to part on a quarrel, and Harry and I would leave soon. It's nothing, I said. I have a pile of cases on my desk, and I don't like it. She turned back and propped her head on her hand. But you always have a pile of cases. Is everything all right with the Doyles, Elsie and Colin? Harry's excited voice came from the doorway. I found this. We turned to see him holding a book, his eyes bright. I've been wanting to read it for ages. He turned the spine toward us. Darwin's On the Origin of Species. Is it truly all right for me to borrow? Of course, Belinda smiled. But the excitement slid off his face as he looked from Belinda to me and realized something was amiss. Before the silence became uncomfortable, I pushed myself to standing and bent over, brushing her cheek with my lips. It's time we were going. You stay here where it's warm. Good night, Belle. Good night. Her tone was remote, and I knew exactly what that tilt of her chin meant. Goodbye, Harry, she said more warmly. I hope I see you.
Sometimes.
After the cozy parlour, the hallway was cold by comparison, and I shivered as we headed down the stairs and past the kitchen. Harry trailed me silently. These nights with Belinda were the most wonderful few hours of my week, and yet as I let us out the back door, locking it carefully behind, I had a sensation of relief. I loved Belinda, of course I did, but she liked to haul thoughts and feelings out into the light to examine them, and sometimes mine were wily and furtive, and wanted to be left alone in the dark. Chapter 18. First thing Monday morning, I found an envelope that had been slid under my door. Inside was a card that held 2 lines. In Philip Durell's tidy script, 237 Stafford. Go early. Ask for Walter. Trust him. I found the address easily, though it wasn't the jeweller's shop I expected. It was a private house. At a few minutes after 8, I rang the bell and waited. A curtain at the front window swayed, and after a moment I heard the turn of a key in the lock. The door opened to reveal a thin, stooped man of about 65, with a shock of white hair. He studied me for a moment, his pale blue eyes keen. Good morning. I'm Inspector Corrigan. Philip told me to ask for Walter. The tension eased around his mouth, and he waved me inside and shut the door. There is no Walter. That is just so I'd know it was you. My name is Benjamin Fiedler. I thought meeting here would provide the most privacy. He led me into an impeccably furnished parlour, and we sat. In situations like this, when I have no idea at all what someone might say, and unsure of what I might be expected to know, I keep my mouth shut and wait. He rested his knobby hands on his knees and studied me. After a moment, he said abruptly, Philip wouldn't tell me what you'd done to deserve the level of trust he has for you. I gave a look of apology. Well, if he wouldn't tell you, I'm afraid I can't either. Another pause, his eyes on me, unblinking as a bird's. I won't reveal who gave me this information. Indeed, I wouldn't be meeting you, except that Philip said it was a matter of life and death." His mouth twitched, as if he doubted the truth of that. I kept silent. His words came as if rehearsed. "The Thierry necklace will shortly be found, safe and entire, at the Harveys' house." He saw my surprise. Though his mouth had clamped shut, suggesting he'd say nothing more, I felt compelled to ask, "Did someone bring it, or stones from it, to you to sell?" "No." "But the person went to someone you know," I guessed. He frowned unhappily. "Philip assured me you wouldn't press. Is it not enough to know that it will be returned?" I sat back in my chair, thinking hard. The necklace must have been taken by someone, and not merely misplaced or lost. But that still didn't answer the question of whether the thief had taken it from around Rose's neck, or whether she had left it behind at the Harveys. "Trust him," Philip had written. He meant not only that I could trust what Benjamin would tell me, but also that Benjamin would be discreet. "Like you," I gestured with an open hand, "I am limited in what I can say, but I will tell you what I can, so you'll understand why I need to know." A cautious nod. Lady Edith Harvey lent the necklace to a friend for the party. The young woman left the Harveys' party and was found murdered the next morning. She wasn't wearing the necklace when we found her. His eyes widened, and his word came out in a hoarse whisper. "Oh." "Philip is certain the necklace was the motive for her death," I continued, "but I'm not. What I need to know is whether the victim left the house still wearing the necklace and the thief took it from her, or whether she left it behind. I'm sure you can understand why that's important." He answered slowly. "If she left the necklace behind, she was killed for a different reason." I nodded. He blinked several times, thinking for a long minute. "If I tell you that the young woman left the necklace behind, would that be sufficient?" "I would appreciate if you could tell me why you think so." I paused. "I won't repeat it." "Very well." He interlaced his fingers. "The morning after the party, the necklace was found in one of the upstairs rooms, by someone who took it and gave it to someone else, who brought it to an unscrupulous jeweler who deals in stolen goods." "Go on." Perhaps he was reassured that I didn't ask for any names, for his manner eased. "The jeweler recognized the piece immediately, but he agreed to take it apart, cut the stones, and return part of the profit. You see, even removed from their settings, the gems are recognizable. And there is one stone in particular, the pendant sapphire, that is of a very unusual color and size." He paused. "A deal was struck, and the person agreed to return the next day. But the jeweler guessed the family would pay a higher reward for the necklace than he could earn by selling the individual stones, and selling those stones would take months. He would be required to dribble them into the market, and take the considerable risk of being caught. So instead, the jeweler planned to contact the family, naming the person who brought the necklace to him as the thief. I noticed Mr. Fiedler was careful not to reveal the person's sex. But that didn't happen." He shook his head. "An assistant in the shop understood what the jeweler was planning. He thought it was a dirty trick. So before the person brought the necklace back, the assistant came to me to ask what he should do. I told him that he should warn the person immediately, spiking the jeweler's gun. Last night, the necklace was returned, intact, to someone who could replace it in the house. A maid, most likely, or a footman." He sighed heavily. Mr. Corrigan, most of us are honest men, pursuing an honest trade. I understand. I put on my hat and stood. One more thing. How often would stones like those in the necklace come on the market legitimately? Once a year? Once a decade, if that. He walked me to the door and said goodbye. Standing alone on the pavement, eyeing the morning bustle of pedestrians and carts and carriages, I gave a groan of disappointment. I hadn't realized how much I'd wanted the motive to be uncomplicated theft. I spent the next few hours down on the docks on the other side of the river, asking about the tea on the bottom of the boat to no end. Finally, I headed to the yard, where a message awaited. I must speak with you urgently at my office. Haverling. I had a feeling I knew what he would say, but I went. Immediately upon arriving, I was ushered into his office, though he remained seated behind his desk. Please. He gestured toward the chair opposite. I beg your pardon for not rising, but my leg is giving me trouble. I'm sorry to hear that. The leather chair creaked underneath me. He folded his hands deliberately. I wish to convey to you that you need not pursue the matter of the necklace any more. It has been found. As he observed my expression, his own altered. But you already know that. I only just heard today, from a confidential source. He swallowed. So, the necklace was a red herring. A what? A kipper, a fish cured in brine. He gave a wave of his hand. The scent is so strong that it can distract a hound from the scent of a hare, even temporarily. It's used in training the dogs, you see. A short laugh escaped me. So, I am the hound. He looked apologetic. Anyone would have thought the necklace was the hare, Mr. Corrigan. As you said, it's an unlikely coincidence otherwise. But now I need to find the proper hare. He spread his hands. I am at your disposal. I sat forward. The fact that she was put into a lighter boat surely means something. Does the Albert family have any special interest in the Thames? Perhaps in a company such as Terrington's or Preston's, whose warehouses are on the river? He frowned. Textiles? He shook his head. Not that I know of, but... I held my breath. Rose's grandfather made his money in steel, and his two daughters, Rose's mother and her Aunt Lavina, were given significant shares in the Baldwin Company. Rose's inheritance would have included some of her aunts. Baldwin, I repeated, sifting through my memory for what I knew of them. They supply materials for buildings and railways. And bridges, he added. Baldwin's just obtained a contract for 2 bridges west of Chelsea Reach. My ears pricked. Those city contracts were coveted and lucrative. There had been several scandals on occasion when they'd been obtained through bribes or other inducements. Does the judge control Mrs. Albert's shares? Naturally, although by a special provision they revert to her if the judge's death precedes hers. And what is Aunt Lavina's surname? I asked. Baldwin. She never married. A knock at the door, and a young man put his head in. Mr. Haverling, I've your next appointment. I pushed myself out of the chair, and we bid each other goodbye. The building contracts for the city were awarded by the office of the Home Secretary, the third most powerful office of the government. Had the judge, seeking to inflate the price of his shares, influenced a cabinet member in order to obtain that contract? And was Rose murdered because she had discovered what he'd done? This was no small hare. The thought of investigating someone in the Home Secretary's office for corruption, much less murder, brought to mind a picture of a bloody, enormous tiger whirling on me, its claws unsheathed, and its teeth shining like knives. Chapter 19. James sent a note to the effect that Harry would spend the next few nights at the hospital, so he could monitor Madeline as she slept. I woke up alone on Tuesday morning, made myself a strong cup of coffee, and drank it hot while I dressed and arranged my thoughts. As often happens, a good night's sleep had renewed my spirits and produced some ideas about people I might ask about whether the judge or Baldwins had exerted improper influence on the Home Secretary's office. Thus, I was almost cheerful as I reached the yard. I might even have been humming under my breath, until I saw Styles waiting for me at the door. He had a rigid set to his shoulders and wore a wretched expression. I felt my grin fade as I approached. "Styles, what is it?" "There's been another one." "Another what?" "Another dead woman in a boat." His face looked grey in the morning light. "Vincent says we're to go to Wapping." One day, when I was 18, working as a lighterman, I fell out of the boat. As the current pulled me sideways and down, the icy river shocked me stiff, and the grey world trembled and vanished as I sank. Old Tim Miller was close enough to see it happen, so when I surfaced, sputtering and flailing, there was his long oar a few feet in front of me. Hand over hand, he hauled me toward him, till he could grab my shirt and drag me aboard, where I sat shivering and retching river water. His mouth was a rictus over his black teeth. "River almost got you there." And from that day on, my thoughts were irrevocably changed. My original concern, to transfer the most cargo the quickest so as to earn the most pay, had altered to include preserving my life while doing it. The appearance of a second victim reoriented me the same way. The fairly straightforward question, "Who killed Rose?" became overlaid by others. Why these two women? What did they have in common? Was the fact that they were both found dead on Tuesday morning part of a pattern or coincidence? And given what Haverling had told me, did both of their families have connections to Baldwin's or someone in government? My thoughts in tumult, I went to my office, removed my coat and sat at my desk. I took up the folder of notes I had compiled about Rose and the necklace and the judge, and saw it for what it was, a stack of paper that might contain a few pieces of useful information, relevant in hindsight, but by and large, I could toss most of it in the dustbin. I dropped my head into my hands, and then a chill raced along my bones. Le loup, I thought. The wolf. Le loup was what drove me to drink spirits so hard that afterward I promised Belinda I wouldn't touch them ever again. I hadn't even noticed that Styles had followed me into my office. Now he stood looking down at me from the other side of the desk. "I thought of him too, Inspector, but these women weren't clawed or left in alleys." He shook his head determinedly, though there was uncertainty in his eyes. Styles and I had worked on the case last fall. The first murder happened on a Saturday night, during the second week of the Yard trial. 2 more murders followed on subsequent Saturdays. The man killed women who worked at music halls and theatres in Soho, strangling them and putting claw marks all over their bodies. The women looked nothing alike, had never known one another, and were aged 18 to 32. Why those 3? Why the scratches? To make it worse, a greasy newspaperman named John Fishel got hold of the story. After the first murder, he found 2 witnesses who, after being plied with whiskey, claimed they'd seen a suspicious-looking Frenchman near the music hall. The next day the Beacon printed, "Frenchman Murders Innocent Woman" on its front page, which spurred attacks on French stores and churches and only added to our caseload. After the second murder, officials saw the claw marks and crafted the headline, "Le Loup Terrorizes Soho." And after the third, "Yard Shields Le Loup. Corruption Continues." That was the worst week I can remember, with crowds of people outside the yard screaming and threatening to kill us. And then the murders stopped. I like to think Le Loup ceased killing because he was afraid Styles and I were on the verge of catching him, but we weren't even close. Styles broke the silence. "Rose Albert isn't a music hall girl." I didn't answer. The image in my mind was no longer a tiger. It was a wolf, laughing, his teeth bared and bloody. And given my utter failure last time, what were my chances of catching him, or a man like him, now? We didn't talk much as we set off for the dock at Wapping. This time Blair had 3 of his own men with him. They greeted us with silent nods, while Blair ignored us, his eyes narrowed against the wind, watching. The cold wind sheared right through me, and I was relieved when the police boat appeared a few minutes later. From the dock, I could see this lighter was less weather-beaten than the first, and slightly longer. This time, no one had covered the woman with a blanket. The connection to Rose's murder was obvious. This woman, fair-haired and pretty, was slightly younger, but she wore a dress for evening. Her hands were bound, and her skirts were sliced and bloody near the waist. At the bottom of the boat were sodden leaves and petals, which made me think of James's comparison to the Viking funeral. The debris might have been intended to represent valuables. Styles muttered into my ear, "She's a mite younger, but—" I know. There was dread in his eyes, probably the same dread he saw in mine. Dread that this was a second instance of a new, modern kind of London crime, something more virulent than simple murder, and we at the yard weren't ready for it. Chapter 20. Identifying the second murdered woman took 3 days because of a misunderstanding. Jane Dorstone had been visiting friends, the Leverings, where she planned to stay until Thursday, but she had left them unexpectedly after the theatre on Monday night. So while Jane's parents assumed she was with the Leverings believed Jane was home. On Thursday, when the Dorstones realized Jane was missing, Mr. Dorstone went promptly to the Mayfair division, and, at Vincent's request, they brought him to us without telling him that his daughter might be dead. Vincent and I received Mr. Dorstone together in his office. Vincent sat behind his desk, of course. I stood by the bookshelf, from where I could observe Jane's father. He was a tall, slender, rather effete sort of man, with a weak mouth and chin. After he sank into a chair, he tugged first at one cuff and then the other, as if he wanted to pull them farther over his wrists, though the tailor had made them fashionably long. "I'm sorry to ask you to repeat your account for us," Vincent said. "How did you discover your daughter was missing?" Mr. Dorstone stroked his moustache with one forefinger before answering. "We received a note at breakfast from Isabella. It was addressed to Jane, which was peculiar because Jane was to stay with her until today, so my wife opened it." "Do you have it with you?" I asked. He pawed at both inside pockets, but came up empty-handed and appeared distressed. Sorry, but I remember what it said. Isabella asked if Jane could accompany her to a luncheon tomorrow, and she asked about Sidney." "Sidney?" He looked uncomfortable. "My son, he's, been ill. Isabella is fond of him." "How old is Sidney?" I asked, imagining a younger brother.
Mr. Dorstone stroked his moustache again. 25? Not the answer I'd expected, and my ears pricked to the tone in his voice, guilty with an undertone of defiance. I'd have to find out more about the brother. What did you do after reading Isabella's letter? Vincent asked. I went to the Leverings' house, of course. His head tipped at an angle, as if his world was askew and he was trying to set it straight. Isabella said Jane left on Monday night, directly from the theatre. My carriage drew up, and the driver handed her a message. Your carriage? Vincent echoed. Yes. His voice cracked. Isabella was certain of it. We keep our carriage at a livery down the street. Someone must have taken it out, though it's been returned. We would need to know when, but Mr. Dorstone wasn't the one to ask. I slipped in my question. What is the livery address? Marlton Hughes, number 20. It's at the corner. Do you have a usual driver? I asked. Joseph, but it was his night off. So you were home? Well, no. I went to my club, as usual, by cab. He frowned worriedly. Look here, there's no need to ask questions of Joseph. He wouldn't hurt Jane for the world. Of course not, Vincent replied. Which show did they see? I asked. Mr. Dorstone stared. Why on earth would that matter? He means which theatre, Vincent interposed, so we know where she disappeared. Oh. He looked nonplussed. I don't know. Something new. Uncommon courtship, I think. A most unlikely courtship, Vincent said to me. It's at the Winchester. He turned back to Mr. Dorstone. And where do the Leverings live? Reading Street, number 14. In Mayfair. Another connection to Rose. Could you please tell us about your daughter? I asked gently. How old was she? I almost bit my tongue at the was I'd let slip, but he appeared not to notice. She's 17. And what does she look like? Blonde hair, very pretty. Grey eyes, about so tall. He gestured to his shoulder. What did she wear to the theatre? He looked at me blankly. Oh, I've no idea. Isabella might know. And how does she occupy herself? I asked. He shook his head. I don't know. She makes calls. She goes to church every Sunday, of course. She enjoys reading. Rose had liked to read, but that hardly ranked as even a tenuous connection. Which church do you attend? St. Martin in the Fields, the steepled church in Trafalgar Square. And is your daughter engaged? I asked. A brief hesitation. No. The syllables stretched long. Mr. Dorstone, Vincent interjected, is there anyone who ever formed an attachment to her, welcome or otherwise? He sighed. She refused Samuel Gordon when he asked for her hand last year. I believe he was unhappy about it. And now it seems Robert Eddington is on the verge of proposing. That is, he has shown every sign, but he hasn't asked her yet, and it would be humiliating for her to... We won't say a word, Vincent promised. Besides which, both of them are very proper young men. He frowned. And she certainly isn't the sort to run off to Scotland. She isn't silly. There was a silence, and then Vincent withdrew the sketch of our second victim and slid it across the desk. Mr. Dorstone, is this your daughter? He stared at the drawing, and then looked from me to Vincent. Look here. His voice wobbled. What sort of game are you playing? Mr. Dorstone. Vincent's voice was sober. There's no game. If this is your daughter, and mind, it is just a drawing, she was found dead in a boat on the Thames on Tuesday morning.
That blow silenced him, and he sank back into the chair, his face frozen. I felt the stab of sympathy I always have at this moment. "Before we can be sure," Vincent added, "we'll ask you to identify her at the morgue." He paused. "I'm very sorry, so very sorry. It's a terrible thing." Mr. Dorstone's head snapped up. "Oh, it isn't her," he said, with absolute certainty. There was a long silence, and at last Vincent stood up. "Mr. Dorstone, I pray that is so. But then it's another young woman's family that I need to notify. Could you please come with me?" "Of course. Her poor family." He rose and followed Vincent out the door with alacrity. Neither of them gave me a backward look, which was fine. I knew where I'd be the rest of the day. I went to my office to get my coat. Bold, I thought, as I headed out, temporarily stealing the father's carriage. So is that how he took Rose, too? Pulled up in a carriage she'd recognize. And what sort of message had Jane received that would cause her to leave her friend so abruptly? That her brother Sidney was ill? Had that been how the murderer had lured Rose as well? Told her someone was ill, perhaps her mother? I needed to talk to Isabella Levering, and I wanted to do it before she heard that her friend Jane had died. We'd already lost 3 days. Chapter 21. Isabella Levering looked to be about 18. She had an ivory complexion, a small nose and mouth, and a chin like an inverted triangle. It's the kind of face that people say is elegant and fashionable, though it makes me think of a cat. But thank God, Isabella's character seemed neither sly nor kittenish. Her blue eyes were serious, and her manner constrained. She fiddled with the fabric of her skirt, repeatedly drawing it together in pleats between her fingers. While I'd been given permission to question her alone, the parlour door had been left ajar, for propriety's sake. "Miss Levering," I began, "you sent a letter to Jane this morning." She nodded. "But you knew she'd left you Monday night, on an urgent matter. Why would you wait so long to write to her? Were you not concerned?" I heard her inhale, and her small white teeth caught her lower lip. "You have an idea where she went, don't you?" I asked. Her expression was pleading. She wanted to help me, but she was also trying to be a loyal friend. "I'll tell Miss Dorstone that I pressed you insistently," I said. "She can blame me." Her gaze darted to the open door, and her voice dropped to just above a whisper. "The message was from Sidney. He asked her to come." "Come where?" Her eyes whitened. "I thought you knew. He's in a sanatorium." "A sanatorium?" I repeated. Well, that might explain Mr. Dorstone's discomfort. How long has he been there? "A little over a year, though he came home at Christmas." "Do you think Jane was telling you the truth?" "Oh, yes. She looked worried and sad, and when she looks like that, it's usually about him." "Does her brother write to her often?" Her gaze slid away. "Miss Levering." She sighed. "He sends the letters here, and I pass them to her." "Which sanatorium is it?" I asked, praying that it was somewhere close. "Seton Hall, in Surrey." My heart jumped. I knew of the place. It had been in all the papers several years before, when it was established by a medical man who, having made his money selling pills and ointments, wanted to offer a place of rest for those suffering from tuberculosis, consumption, and nervous ailments. Believing that the year-long miasma in the Thames Valley brewed disease, he built his sanatorium beyond its reach, but still close enough to be convenient to London by train. Jane could have been there and back in a matter of hours. "Her mother would be furious," she continued.
Sometimes Jane tells her mother that she's staying here so she can visit him. Her Aunt Mary lives in the next town.
Why is Sydney in a sanatorium? Her pained expression could mean only one thing. Did he try to destroy himself? I asked.
He cut his wrists, she whispered.
My mind jumped to the cuts on Rose and Jane, just above the wrists. She leaned forward with that pleading look again.
He wrote to Jane in August, begging to see her, but her mother hid the letter, and Jane didn't even know he'd written. So when his message arrived this time...
Of course, I said. She had to go.
You must understand, Inspector. He's not insane, and he's not weak, like Jane's mother says. He just thinks too much.
I heard the voice of a devoted sister in those words. Jane is very fond of him, isn't she?
Of course.
Miss Levering's hands were knotted so hard the knuckles were white.
He's a wonderful person, brilliant and kind, and he shouldn't be in there.
The tremble in her voice told me that Jane wasn't the only one who loved him. Something nagged at me, a connection my mind was trying to make. But Miss Levering was looking at me expectantly, and I steered my thoughts back to the questions at hand. When Jane visited Sydney, did she usually stay for several days?
2 days at most, which is why I thought it safe to send the letter this morning.
I took out my pocketbook, scribbled a few notes, and looked up. One other thing. Was Miss Dorstone wearing any special jewellery the night you went to the theatre? It was a slim chance, but there was no harm in asking. Perhaps the person who had killed Rose and Jane had first taken notice of them because of it. She nodded.
A cameo brooch that belonged to her grandmother. She always wore that.
But nothing expensive?
No. Jane wasn't much for gemstones.
I closed my pocketbook and rose. Thank you, Miss Levering. You've been very patient. Her fingers were twisting at each other.
When you see Jane, please tell her to visit me immediately. I hate being caught out like this.
I put on my hat to cover my guilt at deceiving her, bid her a hasty goodbye, and made my way to the street. As I walked toward the livery, I replayed the conversation in my mind, pausing at the moment when Miss Levering described Jane's affection toward her brother. The connection my brain had been trying to make was this. Jane was loyal to her brother, the way Rose was loyal to her friend Lady Edith. I couldn't see how that would be of interest to a murderer, but in addition to them both being young, attractive women, loyalty was another of the slender threads linking them. A thicker thread was that both women lived in Mayfair. And then it occurred to me. Mrs. Beckford lived in Mayfair as well. On the night she ran out, she was dressed in a beautiful gown. She was only a few years older and pretty, the way Rose and Jane were. So was there a chance that Madeline had been the murderer's first intended victim, but had managed to escape? The thought halted my steps in the middle of the pavement. What day of the week had Madeline vanished? It was a Wednesday, wasn't it? I pulled out my pocketbook and searched feverishly through my notes. Yes, it was Wednesday. The night Beckford always went to his club and the theatre with his friend Spear. My momentary consternation diminished. I replaced my pocketbook and walked on. With each step, it seemed less plausible Madeline was connected to Rose and Jane. The traits they had in common were shared by hundreds of other women in Mayfair. Madeline was married, not engaged secretly or otherwise, and according to her husband, Madeline had run out of the house of her own accord, not been lured away by a cab driver. She'd been mentally disturbed for weeks before the attack, unlike Rose and Jane. And how would Madeline have escaped a powerful man who was able to overpower these other women? Frustrated, I scrubbed a hand over my scalp. It was wildly unlikely, and in any event, impossible to find any meaningful connections to the other victims until Madeline began speaking. and for now I had plenty of people to see. Sydney Dorstone, naturally. Perhaps also Aunt Mary. But first, the driver of the carriage. Chapter 22. The livery in Malton Mews looked large enough to house a dozen horses and 4 or 5 carriages. Entering through the side door, I found 4 men playing cards at a rickety wooden table. At each man's left elbow sat a small pile of coins. At each man's right hand was a tankard of ale, no doubt from the pub directly across the way. I entered and introduced myself. I have some questions about the Dorstone carriage. It went missing for a while on Monday night. They looked at one another, and then up at me. "Dunno," one man answered for all of them. "Weren't any of us." "I just want to know what time it left and came back. Can you help me there?" Still no answer. They studied their cards. I leaned between 2 of them, putting my hands on the table. "It won't hurt you to have a yard man in your debt, and I'll buy your pints." The thin one with brown hair met my gaze. "I come back from driving Mr. Swales to Houston at 9:30, and it was gone." "When did you leave to pick up Mr. Swales?" His eyes slid away guiltily, and he muttered, 7 or thereabouts, and it were here." It took no more than 20 minutes to drive to Houston, which probably meant he'd picked up a fare on his return journey, using his employer's horses. But I merely thanked him and nodded approvingly, and he looked relieved. "And when did any of you see it again?" I asked. The man to his left grunted. "I got here next morning just afore 6 and saw it." The first man spoke up again. "There was a man hanging about Monday." He thrust his chin toward the pub. "Stood by the door watching. Something made me think he weren't from here." "What did he look like?" "About as tall and broad as you, maybe 40-some, dark hair, so long." He gestured to the top of his shoulders and then tapped his cheek. "Thick beard." "Do you think he might have been the one to take the carriage?" He thrust out his lower lip. "Maybe. He was looking." "You might try asking over at the pub," the 4th man hinted. "Might be he got thirsty." "Might be." I turned away. The pub stank of spilled beer and burned onions, but there was a barkeep with a watchful eye, just the sort who's useful. He greeted me as I approached. He took in my slightly crinkled ear. His eyes darted to my hands, then to my belt where I kept my truncheon, and a satisfied expression came over his face. He knew what I was, but he didn't seem bothered. I ordered a pint and asked about the man the driver had seen. "Dunno his name, but I remember him," he replied forthrightly. 2 days in a row he come, bought 2 tanks of ale, made 'em last. Plunked himself right there by the window. I went over to the chair. My view was straight into the large door of the livery, where the carriages rolled out. "Anything else you remember about him?" I asked. "Had a bad cough, gurgly, like he got consumption or summit. My uncle had it, so I know." I finished my pint, ordered 4 more for the men in the livery, and prepared to leave. The barkeep crooked a finger at me and leaned in. "You a boxer?" My heart gave a quick thud. "I was, once." "Any thought of getting back to it?" I shook my head. "Never." He appraised my shoulders and hands. "Can find you good money." A sudden heat flared at the back of my neck. "Nah, thanks." This man was another Seamus O'Hagan, taking me for a beast to be worked. Suddenly it occurred to me that this dark-haired man, tall and broad, might be doing the ugly bidding of someone else, someone with more power and with more at stake. Chapter 23. "Thank you for explaining," Belinda said. We were in bed together, Belinda's head on my shoulder. I had just told her about Rose and Jane. "I wish you'd explained all this last week," she added, nudging me with her bare foot. Then it was just one of my many cases. It wasn't quite the truth, but it was close. And on Saturday, Harry was here. I didn't want to talk about it in front of him. Besides, you were busy quoting Shakespeare at each other. She ignored my jibe and propped herself up on her elbow. "I think your Mr. Haverling is right about the spectacle. Like the way Lilou arranged the women with their arms overhead." I grunted. "Tell me, was their hair loose or tied back?" "Rose had her hair done like you do yours sometimes. Over your shoulder in curls. Jane's looked like it had been pulled down." "And they were both lying on their backs?" The insistent tone in her voice made me roll onto my side, resting my head on my palm so I could see her face. "What are you thinking, Belle?" "I'm thinking it sounds like the Lady of Shalott." I must have looked mystified, for she added, "I read it to you once. It's a poem by Tennyson about a royal lady who's imprisoned in a tower. She is cursed, so she can only look in a mirror and weave a tapestry instead of living in the world. But when Lancelot appears, she looks at him directly and her mirror breaks. Knowing she's going to die, she climbs in a boat with flowers and floats down the river to Camelot. Lancelot recognizes her because he's heard stories. Don't you remember?" I shook my head. "You've never read that to me." She gave me a teasing shove, then reached for a silken wrap and put it on. "Yes, I have. Don't you listen when I read you poetry?" "Not if you're dressed like that, I don't." She gave a soft laugh, took up the candle, and left me in darkness. I put on the dressing gown she'd bought for me and followed her to the library. She stood in front of a shelf, candle raised, scanning. "Here it is." She paged through the volume, then passed it open to me. "The Lady of Shalott, published 1833. I read and looked up. "So, it's about a lady who's ruined by a man." Belinda shook her head. "I think it's about a woman's desire to exist in the world, to be more than a story." "So you think the murderer fancies himself doing that for Rose and Jane?" I asked, doubtfully. "I think you should read it," Belinda said. "Let's go back to the fire." Sitting on the divan with her next to me and a candle at my elbow, I silently scanned the first stanza. "Read it out loud," Belinda said. "I like it, even if it's tragic." I began at the first line, my tongue moving clumsily around the rhyming phrases. "On either side the river lie long fields of barley and of rye that cloth the wold and meet the sky, and through the field the road runs by to many-towered Camelot." I read the poem all the way through and looked up to see Belinda's eyes sparkling with tears. "Belle," I said in surprise, "it's just a poem." "But the poor woman is locked away her whole life and falls in love with someone who has no idea she exists." She blinked her tears back with a laugh and a sniff. "It always makes me cry." "Well, I can't see what it has to do with the murders." I closed the book and laid it aside. Although if he knows the poem, he's probably educated. That's something. Belinda dabbed at her eyes with her sleeve and gave one last sniff. "There's also a painting, done several years ago by a Frenchwoman named Sophie Gengibre Anderson." "Is it famous?" "It's well regarded. It was one of the first purchases of the Liverpool collection. In Anderson's version, the lady is in a boat covered by her tapestry, so that's not the same. but she's beautifully dressed, with long hair, and there are flowers." She frowned. "Although there's a man in the boat, too. Someone of humbler birth." "Well, I don't think the women were killed because of this poem." "Not because of the poem." She gave a gentle slap to my arm. "Indeed, the murderer may never have heard of it. But the figure of a woman in a boat surely means something to him." I allowed that was true. Her expression was pensive. "Have you talked to James? He might see some link between how the women died and what would cause a man to do this." I made a non-committal noise. "And I can send round to my bookseller," she offered. "He keeps prints, and he might have one of the painting." I nearly refused before I noted her earnestness. She was as loyal as Rose or Jane, and I didn't want to hurt her feelings. "That would be easier than going to Liverpool," I admitted. In her eyes appeared a glint of surprise, and then an impish smile came over her face as she reached for my hand. "But I won't ask him for anything unless you come back to bed." Chapter 24. The next morning, Vincent called me to his office and handed me a note from Blair. "No markings on the second boat." I brushed aside my regret that I'd probably wasted hours on the wharves and told Vincent everything I'd discovered so far, leaving out only the Lady of Shalott. In the light of day, the connection seemed less substantial than it had by candle glow. He listened silently, and when I finished, he nodded in what I thought was a dismissal. "Corrigan." I took my hand from the doorknob and turned back. "The Review Commission is following this case closely." He paced to the window and looked out. "Particularly Quatermain." I bit down on the inside of my left cheek. He turned to meet my gaze. "He isn't our enemy, you know. He's mistrustful by nature, but his wariness regarding the yard isn't without foundation." His expression grew rueful. "There was an interview in this morning's Times, further to the Daniels case. Quatermain reiterated his opinion that the man would still be alive if you'd been in uniform, that he ran because he didn't know." Resentment rose like a hot wave inside me. "That's not true. Daniels knew perfectly who I was." Vincent put up a hand. "Whether it is true or not, Quatermain has influence, which the newspapers only reinforce. Naturally, the Commission's future decisions don't depend solely upon your solving this case, but if the papers get hold of it before you do—" I flinched, imagining the headlines. "I know. I don't want to be required to take you off the case to satisfy Quatermain." He rested his fingertips lightly on the back of his chair. "Do you need more assistance?" "No, I'm all right with Styles." He gave me a doubtful look, and I swallowed my resentment, shoving aside the thought that this man had never solved a single case himself. He moved a paper on his desk an inch to the right. "There's one more thing. Quatermain wants you to speak to a man named Nate McLaughlin." Tightness twinged my spine, but I kept my voice easy. "He's of interest. Last year he was convicted of kidnapping a girl and hiding her along a wharf near a boatworks. She escaped with scars on her wrists." He paused. "Are you familiar with the case? He was from Whitechapel." "Don't think so, sir," I replied, as if I'd never heard the name before now. He eyed me skeptically, but I kept silent, and after a moment he nodded. "All right, then. Please do what you can to find him. Court records should have an address." That was my dismissal. I knew enough about Nate McLaughlin to set the suggestion aside, where it belonged, and went out into the main room to find Styles. He was at his desk, frowning at a piece of paper with some notes in a masculine hand. As I came close,
He looked up and murmured, "Madeline's recovering nicely." I drew a chair to his desk and sat. "Is she talking?" "Mostly at night, but she smiles now, and she held my hand yesterday." I snorted. "Claws at me, clings to you." He gave me a look. "It's not her fault. She was being dosed with laudanum." "Laudanum?" I repeated. "A potent concoction, a tincture of opium in alcohol." He nodded. "According to the apothecary near his office, Dr. Willis prescribes laudanum for many of his lady patients to treat their nerves." He looked dubious. I asked Dr. Everett what would happen if Madeline took laudanum nightly and then stopped all at once. He said that would cause everything from involuntary tremors and spasms to maniacal raving. I heard James's phrasing in Styles' voice. "Eventually those symptoms diminish, so that explains her behavior when she first arrived at the asylum, like your note said, and why she went quiet afterward." I have to admit, Styles' insight pulled me up short. I'd put Madeline fairly well out of my mind, but he'd pursued the case faithfully, and he'd made headway. I felt a jab of shame that I hadn't asked Dr. Willis whether he'd been dosing Madeline. Styles continued, "If she didn't even stop to fetch her coat, she wouldn't have brought along—" "I know," I said shortly. Styles looked suddenly uncertain, and I despised myself for it. I stood up. "It was clever to check with the apothecary," I said gruffly. He shrugged aside my praise. "She said something new yesterday, when she was awake, in English. It was just muttering about something happening in a lane, and there's two of them less than 100 yards from her house, Willis and Kinsley. So I've been visiting them in the evening, to talk to sweeps and such, anyone who might have seen her the night she left." "Ah, another good idea." He began to nod his thanks, then suddenly groped for his handkerchief and sneezed into it. I noticed his nose was already red from wiping. A spring cold, no doubt. "Bless you," I said, and headed out. Chapter 25. At the doorstones, a grim black wreath concealed the knocker, so I used my knuckles. When I asked for Mr. Dorstone, I was shown into the library. He didn't rise from his chair. On a table beside him was a tray with toast and a cup of tea, both untouched. I came close and saw the redness in his eyes, the puffiness underneath them, and the wrinkles in his clothes, as if he'd slept in them. I didn't blame him for being distraught. To lose his son to mental disease and his daughter to murder, it seemed like hell on earth to me. Though uninvited, I drew up a chair. "Mr. Dorstone, I'm sorry. I've a few more questions for you. Nothing too difficult." His eyes met mine hopelessly. "Is it possible that your daughter secretly engaged herself to Mr. Eddington?" This would be a similarity with Rose. He gave a barely perceptible shake of his head. "Last week, she told me in confidence she was worried he wasn't as sincere in his affections as he once was. I told her it was nonsense. He'd be a fool to lose her." "Do you or any of your family have ties to Yellow Star Tea Company, Tarrington's or Preston's?" His head tipped. "No. Why? What about the Baldwin Company, or connections to the Home Secretary?" He sat back, a look of befuddlement on his face. "Not at all. Has someone told you we do?" "No." "Then why are you asking?" he burst out. And suddenly his face was in his hands, and he was sobbing uncontrollably. I sat in silence for several minutes, until his tears slowed, and he drew out his handkerchief and blew his nose. "Please stop," he begged. "These stupid, useless questions." "Mr. Dorstone, I'm sorry. Only one more. We have reason to believe Jane may have intended to visit your son.
At the last word, his lips parted and he licked them. Jane went to see him every month or so. She's the only one he wanted. Would you give me permission to see him? I asked. He hesitated. I can write a letter, of course, but there's no possibility he had anything to do with... His voice faded. I'd appreciate it nonetheless. He unfolded his limbs from the chair, crossed to a desk, sat down, drew out a sheet of writing paper, and dipped his pen. For several minutes, there was no sound but the slow scratching of the nib on the paper. Suddenly, he looked up, panic-stricken, as if he'd been shaken from a stupor. But you can't tell him about Jane. The doctor told us that any sort of shock could kill him. His nerves are shattered. I stared at him for a moment in astonishment. He doesn't know Jane is dead. No, and you must swear you won't tell him, or I won't give you this. His two trembling hands took up the page as if to crumple it. I stifled a groan. And how the devil was I supposed to discover anything about Jane's murder? But I gave Mr. Dorstone my word. He laid the paper flat again, signed his name, and pushed it a few inches across the desk, as if the act of writing had depleted his energies entirely. There. You have what you want. Much good it'll do. Then he dropped his elbows onto the desk and put his head in his hands. Thank you, I said quietly, and left. I boarded a train at Charing Cross, heading towards Surrey, settled into my seat, and began the business of considering how to ask Sydney about Jane, and of drawing a sharp line in my mind between what I might tell Sydney and what I couldn't. The train drew into the station, halting with a burn of brakes. As I disembarked, I saw a sign for Seddon Hall Sanatorium, directing me to the left, 1/4 mile. Once there, I found the pedestrian gate open, and I started up the curved drive toward an imposing building of pale stone, its rigid lines softened by trees spaced at decorous intervals. I entered the square foyer, which was decorated with oil paintings depicting medical men ministering assiduously to bedridden patients. Each image included a table with a shiny bottle, and with a prick of suspicion, I approached one picture and examined it closely. There it was, Seddon, clearly on the label, and a snort escaped from my chest. "Good afternoon," a man said behind me. I turned and adjusted my gaze downward. The man was just over 5 feet tall. "Good afternoon. I am Inspector Corrigan from Scotland Yard. I'm here to see one of your patients." I drew out the letter. "And I am Mr. Harper, the facility administrator." He opened the letter deliberately and read. His face stilled. Mr. Dorstone." He folded the letter and returned it. "I'm afraid he is unavailable for visitors." "I only need to see him for a few minutes, if that. It's urgent police business. His father—" He drew himself up. "His father has no authority to grant permission for visitors here." I held my temper. "Is Mr. Dorstone not here?" "Of course he is here." He wrapped his fingertips around the edges of his waistcoat. "But he cannot speak to anyone who will upset him. That certainly includes the police." In a lowered voice, I asked, "Do you know who Tom Flynn is?" He dragged his lower lip between his teeth twice. "Yes." Last March, Flynn had done a series of articles on the abuses of the Courtwell Institute, a sanatorium that had been found to be conducting experiments with magnets and injections of iron on its patients, causing their deaths. It had resulted in a widespread scandal and the eventual replacement of most of the medical staff. "He's a very good friend of mine," I said. I was stretching the truth, but I maintained my gaze without wavering. His mouth hardened into a bitter line, and he made a gesture to imply he was washing his hands of the matter. "Very well, But that patient has inflicted injury on himself before. If he does so again after your visit, we will hold you to blame." "I'll take care not to upset him," I replied. "But tell me, when in the past several months has he left the grounds?" He gave me a sour look and disappeared into an office. After a moment, I heard the faraway ring of a bell before he returned with a file. A nurse, a pleasant-looking woman of about 35, appeared at the corner. "Yes, Mr. Harper?" "Mrs. Newcomb, please give the inspector what he needs from this file, and then take him to the patient's room for a brief visit." He laid emphasis on the last two words. He left us, and she opened the file. "What would you like to know?" "When did Mr. Dorstone last leave the premises?" She hesitated. "We do not call him Mr. Dorstone here, you understand. The family asked that we refer to him as Mr. Drew." An alias. Well, that wasn't surprising. "When did he last leave?" She ran her index finger down a page. 6 weeks ago, on the 14th. If that was true, there was no possibility that he could have committed either murder. "Are you certain?" "Oh, we're very certain," she said earnestly. "Mr. Harper and another nurse, Mrs. Wynne, signed him out together. It's required." And they couldn't be paid to look the other way. If Sidney's last name was being altered, couldn't other information be changed as well? "Has he had any visitors lately? His sister or his aunt?" She consulted another page. "His sister was here 3 weeks ago. His aunt 12 days ago. No one since." "What about his correspondence? Do you keep track of his letters?" "Certainly," she said. "He receives letters from Jane, and he writes back. She is the only one." "What sort of man is he?" I asked. Her expression softened. "I think he's a fine young man, but he's troubled." She closed the file and turned toward the stairs. "You'll see for yourself." We climbed to the second story and walked down a hallway, ominous in its stillness. The nurse knocked at a door, and when there was no reply, she took out her key and opened it. A man sat in a wheeled chair by a window. His face turned toward us with hopeful expectancy that faded when he saw me. Mrs. Newcomb said pleasantly, "Mr. Drew, you have a visitor." We observed each other in silence. He was thin, almost gaunt, with his legs bony inside his well-pressed trousers. His dark hair reached his shoulders, but he was clean-shaven. "I'll return in 15 minutes, she said. "That is the allowed time." Then she closed the door and turned the key in the lock. "I saw you," he said abruptly. "Walking up the drive. Are you always in a hurry?" A small laugh escaped. "I suppose I am." He gestured toward a chair. "What do you want with me?" I sat down, recalled the dividing line I'd drawn in my mind, and began slowly, "My name is Michael Corrivan, and I am looking into the matter of a letter your sister Jane received recently." He looked suddenly weary. "A letter? From whom?" "We're not sure." I drew out my pocketbook, just for something to do with my hands, as I began to spin my fiction. "When did you last write to your sister Jane?" "I'm not permitted to correspond with my sister," he said stiffly. "My mother forbids it." I gave him a look. "I'm aware Miss Levering has served as messenger, but I won't tell anyone." I paused. "Your mother doesn't know I'm here." He studied his hands clasped in his lap. 2 weeks ago Tuesday, he said finally. "I sent her a poem I thought she'd like." "Nothing this past Monday?" "No." He looked at me curiously. "Why?" "A message was delivered to her that evening, after she and Miss Levering attended the theatre. It indicated that you wanted to see her." He sat up straighter, alarmed now.
You mean someone forged a letter from me? What did it say?
I don't know. It was misplaced. He snickered.
My mother probably threw it straight into the dustbin, if she thought it was from me.
I let that alone. Who, aside from your parents and Jane, knows that you're here?
The servants, of course. My uncle, my aunt, who lives nearby, Isabella and her family. No one else.
His mouth twisted.
It's not something my mother wants bandied about.
When you write to Jane, you do it here. I pointed to the desk in the corner.
Sometimes. Or I take my portable desk out of doors.
May I see the stationery you use? He rose from the chair, rather unsteadily, drew a key from his pocket, and unlocked the top.
Here it is.
I took the sheet he offered, a fine white linen blend. May I keep this?
Of course.
And is Miss Levering your only messenger? He nodded, a frown forming.
But look here. This is very strange. Why would someone impersonate me? Is Jane all right?
She's fine. I folded the paper and put it in my pocket. There was something about the letter that didn't seem right to her.
Well, she'd have known if it wasn't my handwriting, he said. I have an awful scrawl, as she says.
He was right. However, the letter might have been made to look as if it was signed by Mr. Harper or one of the doctors here. You can lock the desk again. I watched as he did so. Do you know a young woman named Rose Albert? He shook his head.
Why?
I had my lie ready. Apparently she came to the house on Monday, distributing pamphlets for women's rights. I shrugged. I'm sure it's unrelated. He snorted again.
My mother probably would have thrown her in the dustbin right after my letter if she had the chance.
Your mother isn't in favor of them?
No. Jane is, though.
An affectionate smile came over his lips. You're fond of her, aren't you?
Of course. She is the only true friend I have.
I felt a sick pang at the thought of what her death would mean to him, and the words came out before I thought. If you don't mind me asking, why are you here? He flushed and ducked his head, his face full of shame.
Weakness, Inspector.
His voice flattened.
Weakness of mind and constitution.
Was that a medical opinion?
Yes,
he said dully. I rose from the chair. Mr. Dorstone, there will always be people who are ready to tell you what you should think of yourself. I did up the buttons of my coat. Frankly, I was once told I was too bloody stupid to do anything but haul grain sacks and fight in a boxing hall. His face lifted and his lips parted. I'm telling you the truth, I said, for in fact I was. But you strike me as observant and clever. Miss Levering had only good things to say about you. I'm quite sure she thinks of herself as your friend. His expression softened. I continued. I'm no doctor, but if you've been here a while, I gestured toward the window. You might consider changing your view. Bestir yourself. Do something. How old are you?
25.
So they cannot keep you here against your will,
so long as you can find a doctor to sign your papers.
I took out my pocketbook, tore out a page, and wrote my name and James's name and address. Here's the name of someone you might write to. He's a doctor of mental disorders, a friend of mine. With an astonished look, he accepted the scrap of paper. I plucked my hat off the chair, said goodbye, and left the sanatorium without seeing either Mrs. Newcombe or Mr. Harper. One thing was certain. Sidney hadn't killed his sister. Not with a look like that on his face when he spoke of her. So who had written the letter? And how had he known how to write it, so she'd be convinced to get into her father's carriage alone at that time of night? And what would Sidney do when he heard of Jane's death? The thought made me feel very low. I continued to pursue what leads I had, though with each day I lost confidence that I'd find a meaningful connection between Rose Albert and Jane Dorstone. I spoke with friends, family members, clerks, and clergy, who were variously tearful, horrified, and obliging. From this, I gathered that Rose and Jane had never met. They had no friends or instructors in common. The families worshipped at different churches. The judge had sold most of his wife's shares in Baldwin's, so he had no significant controlling interest, and neither the judge nor Mr. Dorstone knew anyone in the Home Secretary's office. The women's suitors, Thurgood, Gordon, and Eddington, pursued different professions, and Thurgood and Eddington belonged to different gentlemen's clubs, while Gordon belonged to no club at all, and none of them had any notable ties to tea or textile companies or Baldwin's. Judge Albert belonged to the Adwaller Club, for members of the legal profession, whereas Mr. Dorstone's family had belonged to Clavill's for 3 generations. None of the Dorstones knew Lavina Baldwin. I examined the boat Jane had been in, but as Blair said, there were no marks. It was like watching water seep between my fingers. I think part of me was waiting for Tuesday morning and a third dead woman. Chapter 26. I woke from my dreams with a feeling of dread heavy upon my chest. As I dressed, I realized that if I went to the yard, I'd only sit at my desk, fidgeting until word came, or until it didn't. But somehow I couldn't imagine that happening. So I headed for Wapping, though it was still early. It was one of those rare mornings when the Thames looked more silver than filth, more lifeblood than cesspool. The river was busy, but the traffic moved with pragmatic steadiness, settled in its rhythm. At the edge of the wharf stood Blair. Something about his posture told me that there had been no report yet of another body. Yet he was out here all the same, watching. Despite everything, I felt a twinge of affinity for him. The case was beginning to claw at his nerves, too. I walked down to where he stood. His hat was slouched in the back, his hands shoved in his pockets. He gave no sign of surprise at my appearance, nodded briefly and put his eyes back on the river. "No news yet?" I asked. "Nah." A sideways glance. "You saw the papers this morning?" I tensed. "No. Why?" "Reynolds says a young man at Seddon Hall tried to kill himself last night after a visit from Inspector Corrivan of the Yard." His nonchalance ran heat down my spine. I forced out the word. "How?" "Threw himself off the roof." I knew he was aiming to hurt me, but his words only made me sick for Sidney. My visit must have stirred Sidney's suspicions, and somehow he found out about Jane. Into my mind sprang the image of that poor man in his chair, and the look in his eyes when I told him to bestir himself, to do something. I thrust my shaking hands into my pockets so hard the lining tore. "Did he survive?" "Didn't say." His face was impassive, but I heard the satisfaction underlying those 2 words. This time his malevolence stopped me cold. The fact that Blair could take any sort of pleasure from a young man attempting to destroy his own life roiled my insides like an eddy at the river's edge. It came to me, as I stood beside him, that Blair had changed in 5 years. He'd always been tough and brusque, but now he was harder, hateful even. Perhaps more toward me than toward the world generally, but suddenly, with the finality of a door closing, I realized I didn't like him anymore, or admire him. The realization startled me, and in its wake came the feeling that our old connection had been severed as irreparably as a snapped line. I digested this for a few moments in silence, which Blair eventually broke. Vincent has a lot of friends who work for the papers from his time at the Telegraph, and he owes them for all that good publicity after he was made director. The idea that Vincent leaked my name in this context was absurd. Vincent might be beholden to the papers, and he didn't owe me any special allegiance, but making me look bad would damage the Yard. I let Blair's insinuation go unanswered, and watched a long, flat steamer whose upstream progress sent a rumble through the boards under my feet. "You don't need to stay," Blair said. "I'll send a message if there's another one." "I'll give it a little longer," I said, and we stood in silence. When I heard the church bells strike 9:30, I felt a cautious ripple of relief. Both Rose and Jane had been retrieved by this hour, and no doubt Blair had his men out looking. With any luck, it was only the two women. And then we saw it. A boat, moving fast, straight for the wharf. "Damn," Blair whispered. Two constables were on the boat, and one of them waved furiously, hollering something I couldn't make out over the boat traffic. Then Blair shouted back, "Alive!" The constable nodded furiously. I raced back into the station. "Find a cab! We need to go to the hospital! She's alive!" There were 6 men in the room, and all of them stared open-mouthed for a moment. Then one yanked open the front door and vanished, his whistle blowing 3 ear-piercing blasts, followed by 3 more. I returned to the dock and watched as 2 constables placed the woman on the stretcher, sodden flowers and leaves dropping from her dress onto the pier. They bore her toward the station, lurching in their haste, and I held the door open as they approached. "Someone's going for a cab," I called to Blair, but my eyes were on the 3rd victim. She was older, perhaps 25 or 30, with dark hair and features that lacked the prettiness of the others. She wore a grey dress without much ornament, and unlike the others, it was cut down the front, from the collar to the hem. A sharp wind blew at it, and for a moment her right breast was exposed until one of the constables called for a halt and drew the fabric back over her. Her hair had been fixed in a modest style, although it was a dark, drenched mess at the moment. Her hands were bound with rope, and I glimpsed a ring on the 3rd finger of her right hand. The other differences were her face had more bruises and cuts than the others, and her skirts weren't bloody. She had no shoes, and her feet were bare and bony. She looked dead. "You're sure she's still with us?" I asked of no one in particular, as I followed the constables and Blair through the station and out onto the street. "There's a pulse," the constable offered. Then there was a chance. Together, one of the constables and Blair lifted the woman into the cab and laid her on a seat. "Denmark Street Hospital," Blair called to the driver. "Up Nightingale, right on St. George, quick as you can." Before I could step in, Blair pulled the door closed, and the cab drove off, the wheels jouncing against the uneven stones. I'd been so focused on the victim before us that I'd set aside whatever ugly swamp of distrust and resentment lay between us. But Blair hadn't. I turned to find the other constable looking at me uncertainly. "Fetch me another, would you?" I asked. He blasted his whistle 3 times, and within a few minutes another cab appeared, and I climbed inside. Had the murderer meant to leave his victim alive this time? The tied wrists in the boat, that much was the same. But the dress cut open, the plainness of it, compared to the garb of the other women, and she was older and married. Why her? I hoped she lived long enough to tell us. One of the oldest hospitals in London, Denmark Street was a cluster of buildings with mismatched bricks cobbled together into a rectangle. The first cab departed as mine drew up. I headed for the entrance, but at the sound of another cab racing up behind, I halted with a sense of foreboding. There were 2 newspaper offices near Wapping, and we'd been lucky to avoid them as long as we had. Of the newspapermen I knew, Many had a way of looking out from under their hats, stooping as if they wanted to avoid notice or felt ashamed of themselves, possibly both. But some were decent blokes who'd helped me on occasion. A sturdy figure in a shapeless hat emerged from the cab, and I blew out my breath in relief. Tom Flynn of the Falcon. Though he wasn't quite the very good friend I'd told Mr. Harper, Tom was more than an acquaintance, and the Falcon wasn't like the scandal-mongering Beacon or Reynolds News, which gleefully made the police look like bumbling bounders. Tom was a good writer, bold as brass, smarter than most, hard to shake. He'd check his facts twice, wouldn't betray his informants, and unlike Fischel, would hold back on publishing something if I told him why. We'd first met when I was in the River Police, and he was asking imprudent questions about dock workers and unions. He ended up with some broken ribs and a lost phalanx on one finger, so I'd offered some guidance about people to avoid, and he'd reciprocated with information. But how had he known to come here? Was it the constable's whistle? Or had Tom been on the river? He was up and about early, that much I knew. Tom started toward me, his hands jammed in his coat pockets. He was a full head shorter than I, but broad of shoulder and sturdy. He had a round face, bright green eyes that could look as hard as stones, a small nose, and a bald spot that was hidden by his hat. "Tom?" "Corrigan." He gave me his twisted smile, wry and yet easy as a nudge, as if we understood each other, as I suppose we did. We were both after the same thing, assembling an orderly series of events, though for different reasons. "What brought you?" I asked. He squinted up. "Saw the boat making for the dock and watched them lift her out. This is the closest hospital." Fair guess, I thought, and headed for the door. "Who is she?" he asked, keeping pace with me. "We don't know." "Where'd you find her?" I dragged the door open. "Down river by the docks." He eyed me askance. "What were you doing at Wapping?" I gave him a look. "Blair here?" He tipped his head toward the corridor. I nodded, and his nose wrinkled. Tom didn't like Blair. "I know you have to write something," I said, "but for now, can you admit that she's alive, and I'll share what I can." I paused. "With you first." His mouth